So. touch the ground. So please hear me. Oh, here we go. It's overflow. I don't really know what tone, 'cause I'm a restless soul. Oh, here we go. It's overflow. I don't know where to go. Yeah, my hopeless soul. Oh, here we go. It's overflow. I don't really know what tone, 'cause I'm a restless soul. Oh, here we go. It's overflow. I don't know where to go. Yeah, my hopeless soul.
What you gonna do when kiss my ring, chick? This song right here is for all the fellas out there taking care of business and making that money to provide for their ladies, provide for their family, and to all the ladies out there. The fellas gonna need a little bit more than a big piece of chicken. If you got a good man and you want for nothing, and you wanna keep that man, you need to learn how to check that attitude. You need to show some appreciation. You need to show some respect. Girl, all my fellas, tell your ladies, bow to me, kneel for me, kneel for me. Kiss the ring, bow to me, kneel for me, kneel for me. Pay homage to the king in your life. Wisdom and security. Devotion and honesty.
Go home and get your fucking shot box.
I'm paying. Come on, girl, give me some feedback. Let me know what's good, what's up. Where's your head at? Giving me attitude, not today, girl. Said that. Strip off them clothes, I'm trying to beat that. You're really saying not tonight? Not tonight. My blood is boiling hot, girl. You're getting me tight. Man. To the right. Don't let that door hit your ass when you leave. You talking like you hot. You not. Shorty, I know dime pieces, trust me.
What's going on?
In a world of unspeakable brutality, freedom had a name, and that name was Freeman. Catcher Freeman. This is the true story of the man who risked everything for justice and love. Savior, soldier, killer, hero, and he was your great
Great granddaddy. The story of Catcher Freeman.
Come on, Granddad. I mean, I know nothing about history, but I ain't stupid. None of that story is true.
It is true. Catcher Freeman was a hero, and don't you ever forget it. Excuse me.
I feel good, cause I know
Catcher Freeman
somewhere,
the Catcher Freeman
somewhere, you know
Catcher Freeman
who sits on high and looks down low. Man cannot make it like this. They can take the picture, but they can't make it. Only
greatest black man who ever lived.
that you have it on high can make it for you. Say,
Catcher Freeman was the greatest black man who ever lived.
Joy.
don't be ashamed to call.
Catcher Freeman was a sexy man.
Only
Catcher Freeman
can give that woman the kind of joy she had right there. Make a joyful noise unto the
Greatest black man who ever lived.
I am very happy to be here.
man. Yes, sir. Can I get an amen? I don't know what you come to do, but I'm to pray.
Malcolm X, Nat Turner, and Barack Obama all rolled into one.
Lord.
You're Catcher Freeman? The Catcher Freeman?
You've heard of me.
Of course I've heard of you. Who has not heard of Catcher Freeman?
Sit your black ass in the back and let old Uncle Rucker tell you the real story of Catcher Freeman. Now, Catcher had never known the pleasures of the flesh before, and he was no match for the temptations of Thelma, who in the darkness of night looked even less African than she actually was. As Catcher lay passed out after expending his manly seed,
No! Go with Catcher.
first of all, and they wasn't even Catcher Freeman. It was Catcher Freeman. And he sure wasn't free, he was catching. So they took a field slave named Catcher Freeman and turned him into the greatest slave hunter who ever lived. Catcher Freeman retrieved over 700 pieces of human property to their respective owners. Nobody really knows why Catcher was so good at tracking runaways. Some believe he had supernatural powers. One legend said Catcher could actually talk to the dog. Whatever his secret, didn't matter how fast they could run, Catcher would find them anywhere. And I mean anywhere.
Who has not heard of Catcher Freeman?
Whoopty-woo. What's good? Yay. Some shit going down. Shit goes down. I wasn't ready. Shit went down and I wasn't ready. Israel just bombed another hospital. Like, properly bombed the hospital. Like, reports come in 43 minutes ago of a major hit on one of the hospitals in Gaza. The largest massacre since the Gaza hospital bombing, apparently. Okay. A large attack on the Jabalia camp. Right, so massive attack apparently on a Jabalia camp. I don't know where that one is. Oh, hold on. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that's weird. Taking up all the bandwidth. Right, so that's the same stream. That's the same one. Let's get rid of that. Put that in there. And that's the Sky News one. So I've got one independent cam, Sky News, casualties coming in to a different hospital currently. And let me get a top mid up. Display capture, that's what I need. Wow, I can't believe it. Again, and again. These guys just got no chill, man. What's that display caption? Oh, there you go. Wrong one. That one. No, I want that one. That's it. Okay. Okay. Shrink you down a bit. Okay. Well, I suppose that'll have to do for now. Okay, you can't see my edit. You can see my edit now. Boom. Yallah. Don't know what the deal is there, but here's the hit on the camp. Seconds ago, apparently. See. Yeah, there were people freaking out. Oh boy. Here's the next level cringe. Here's some next level cringe. Major cringe from Israel. Israeli ambassador. That's the skyline just turned really dark.
Wear this star
Quickly.
until you condemn the atrocities of Hamas and demand the immediate release of our hostages. From now on, my team and I will wear yellow stars. We will wear this star until...
The irony of becoming what you once hated. Yeah. Let's try and shrink this down. Right, I mean, the place is in understandable shock again. It's a bit hard to keep up with what the latest shocking outrage is. Getting hard to keep up with the outrages, man. Wow, they bomb another. Phew, I don't know what to say, man. Israel bombed another hospital.
الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفر إنه كان توابا الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده لك الحمد
Damn. Another hospital. You've got to be joking me. Go with that one for the moment.
Somebody in the street, call a name or two, they paraded you. Reminded them of the good old days. Not no more. The day of the Geechee is gone, boy. And you gone with it. We can't let nobody go on believing we are fools. Waited a long time for you, boy. But I got you. I put 2 Geechees in jail in Camp Campbell, Kentucky. 3 in Fort Huachuca. Now I got her here. One less fool for the race to be ashamed of.
Woo! All right, let's get into it. Woo! All right, okay. Massive attack on the hospital. That's good. Catch a Freeman back with the afternoon, evening session, day 25. Day 25, man. Hamas are fighting the IDF in the streets. I've seen flashes, little flashpoints, and then there's an airstrike, boom, and it goes quiet. And then there are flares, and it goes around and over and over and over like that. There was a massive strike on I was about to say concentration camp, no, a refugee camp, and a makeshift hospital. A refugee camp was hit. So I don't know how they're doing this, but it looks like they're just doing it by heat signatures, man. Wherever the biggest cluster of heat signatures are, that's what they're hitting. So another day of outrages. I think the policy is to try and squeeze in so many outrages. I mean, it really does look like the policy is to try and squeeze in as many outrages as they can, to the point where we get numb to them. I can't think of any other explanation as to what we're seeing here at the moment. Oh, funnily enough, right, you might have seen me. In fact, I made a video in relation to how pissed I was about the substitute teachers. About the substitute teachers saying, "Oh, they're too busy to talk about Palestine." Really? Too busy to talk about? Oh, right, okay. You focus on I'm focused on mad people all getting angry in the camera and everything. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, it's funny because I got Malcolm X here with some insight on Palestine. This would be good. This is a good barometer to see how far certain mouthpieces have transgressed from the core ideals, the core principles of what they were in this position to be doing in the first place, and who they were meant to be affiliated with, and who they were meant to be supporting. How far do you think certain notable individuals have strayed from the path? I mean, that path, arguably being, let's say, Malcolm X's in terms of independence and a place in the world, a recognized place in the world. I mean, as a specific recognizable people, how far do you think we've transgressed from that? Because if you're going to be a body of people who eventually want a table at the UN, not being compartmentalized into someone else's culture, a recognized culture like your own, then you'd have something to say about another culture that's potentially on the way out, losing its sovereignty, having its land stolen. As a dispossessed culture in a foreign land, you'd have thought that might be on your radar of things to be concerned about. What do I know? I mean, I'm not a black political leader. What would I know? Yeah, let's see. Let's hear from.
The Palestinian struggle is not just a cry for justice. It's a blistering battle for the most fundamental human rights that every living soul on this planet should inherit by birthright. It's an unyielding resistance against the oppressive, suffocating grip.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, come on. That's it.
The Palestinian struggle is not just a cry for justice. It's a blistering battle for the most fundamental human rights.
It's a blistering battle for the most fundamental of human rights. Tariq Nasheed could have said that. Umar Johnson could have said that. Oh, Palestinians. No, it's just the perfect example of exactly the embodiment of our struggle, isn't it? So we'd have affiliation. No. They know better than Malcolm X. Wow.
That every living soul on this planet should inherit by.
That every living soul on this planet. Oh, so it's a fundamental, it's a core fundamental human right type of thing. Oh, okay. Is that what?
Birthright. It's an unyielding resistance against the oppressive, suffocating grip
of tyranny, blah blah. Yeah. It's brief, but I'm sure someone can find the full length somewhere. I mean, that's just a clip. But yeah, Breaker just carried out the largest massacre since Gaza hospital bombing. I just showed you this. I might have been one of the big booms we saw. Shirley Soja says, "Good morning, bitch," before repeatedly kicking and spitting at the detainee. Okay.
They take influential people and they have sex with underage people. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then if you told me years later that the guy, Epstein, would, first of all, go to jail for doing that very thing, for having sex with underage people, then still be able to court people like Bill Gates and be able to have them and travel with them and go places with them, and then years later he would be suicided in some way where all the cameras stopped working and no one ever got brought to justice for it in any significant way, and that years after that Ghislaine Maxwell would be arrested, that she would be tried, that she'd be convicted, and that the list of the people that engaged in this illegal activity would never be released. I would say that is a banana republic bullshit thing. That's not going to happen in the United States of America. No, people are going to be brought to justice. I don't care how powerful they are, but that's not the case. No.
Boom. Yeah, just a little wake up, When I wake up, you know I'm going to be. IDF in northern Gaza. Look, I told you. It's the IDF going into northern Gaza right now. Oh, hour ago, when this line up. So they're kind of crossing the no man's land part. They're kind of clearing the road. Oh, look, man. This view is what we've been seeing from a while. This view, this camera view, like in the mornings when it starts. When the day starts and it gives you that overview of Gaza from the north looking in, right? These are the buildings that we're looking at, totally demolished. This used to be, this is on the northern part of Gaza, and as you can see, totally demolished, man. Absolutely obliterated, like nothing here at all. Nothing here at all. Complete obliteration. These guys are pussies, man. Yeah, there's destroying everything in their path before they put their delicate little soldiers anywhere near anyone who might be carrying a weapon and not throwing stones. You know what I mean? God forbid. God forbid they come up against anyone who's like armed or anything. Oh, shut up, man. Potentially sensitive quality. Some dude has no words, which means I can't just click on it. I have to pre it. Hold on, excuse me. Excuse me 1 second. Independent families of Hamas victims. We've got a night view. Is it the same as the one I'm looking at? No, it isn't. Let's leave that. Yeah, for a second. fact, let's sort this out. Oops. I only just got here. Oh, skyline. Skyline. I was wondering if it was good. If that was a definite boom, we were definitely hearing that boom. Oh, we were definitely hearing that boom. Oh, right. Boom, there's another one. Israel terrorist state. What's going on now?
داخل مخيم جباليا انتشال الجرحى والعالقين داخل الأنقاض. هذا هو مكان الاستهداف، هذا هو المشهد. عدد كبير أيضا هناك من الشهداء والجرحى في قلب المخيم كما تشاهدون الآن. ننقل لكم الصورة الآن من قلب مخيم جباليا. نتحدث عن منشرة كبيرة بعدد كبير.
Right, just pulling people out of devastation and rubble. Gaza now versus Gaza before Israeli terrorism. Oh boy. Yeah, all night. Okay, so the shelling went on all night. Full invasion has begun. More than 100 Palestinians murdered in fresh airstrike on Jabalia camp, making another massacre carried out by Israel. 100. 100 in one go. Wow. All right. Yeah, just getting into it for the evening. I'll probably be here for a good few hours as usual. There was bombing all last night. Got a few different camera angles up here. Yeah, there's bombing all last night. There's half the stuff that I got here on the X I can't put up because it's just too graphic. We've got people coming in bits and stuff like that. I've got lots of like devastation photos, but oh boy. Oh, the Russians are doing all right. Around IDF Kurt Leopard of the AFU Elite 47th Brigade was hit. Russian units celebrated with Hitlerist dialogue.
Итальянец, пониже заляжь. Леопардов ебали! Леопарду пиздец! Снимаю, все заснял.
Shit, here we go. Airstrike. Airstrike coming in. Airstrike coming in. That's not the boom. Listen for the boom. Whoa. Okay, that's a little bit louder than normal. Oh shit, is that it going down? No way. I just saw something go down. Holy shit, what the hell was that? Ooh, there's a boom. Ooh, I told you, wait for the boom. Oh, what was that went down? That did look like something, like a drone, or maybe an aircraft went down. I did see something go down. Oh shit! Explosions. Shit. That was the other plane. There were two. One that was really close. That's it. Oh wow. Okay. Looks like we're off to the races with the bombing. Shit. Remember, people are dying in every single one of those blasts. Every single one of those blasts are aimed at concentrations of heat signature. It's It's not good, man. It is what it sounds like. It is what it sounds like. Oh look, shit, what the fuck? Look, see something went down. What was that? Something else just went down. Explosion on the horizon. Jet coming over. This will be a boom. Woo. Oh, thank guy. Thumbs up, yeah. Thumbs up to currency, man. They bombed another hospital. I know they are coming in from this direction that we're looking at. Same direction we've been looking at for some time. The tower blocks on the left. You can see Sir Dot in the corner. This is looking out like northeast over Gaza City. So they will be coming in this, like in from exactly the direction that we're looking at. There could also be an incursion from the left, which would be looking more north. But we know that the flat ground for coming in that's not very hilly, everything is in that direction that we're looking at there. Oh shit, what the hell was that? Was that a rocket attack? That looked like a rocket attack going towards Sadat. Whoa! I did see something coming down in this direction towards the lights. All the lights over here, that's Israel. I think this is a hospital. It's like in Gaza. You can see tower blocks past it which don't have power, and then stuff in the in the foregrounds. Oh. All in the near fields, there's no power. In the background, there's no power. Okay, things are starting to intensify. strike. Damn, that area's getting pounded, man. That's what we saw. Damn. This is slaughter. Who's the army that they're fighting? Oh, wow. This is a slaughter of the civilians, man. Wow. Oh, my word. Has anyone even seen any army from Hamas yet? I don't think anyone's seen any army. Shit. Whoa, that's close.
Are you ready to go?
I am, let's go.
Adventure awaits.
Like most people, our lives can be very stressful, very noisy.
I think it's really important every so often to break away from your routine and open yourself up to new experiences.
We could definitely both do with some time to relax. And we're very, very ready for a road trip.
Holy moly. Okay, let's see what's going on with this protest down here. I mean, the bombing it's lively. It's bubbling away. It's simmering. It's on simmer. Ooh. That's some simmer mode, man. This can't be live. How's this live where? It's getting dark here in the UK. It's dark there. Oh, it's lit. Night lights. Okay, cool. I was about to not believe for a second. Live protest. Wow, the bombing is consistent. I've seen some very strange lights. But I'm just thinking that that's probably maybe a tank rounds going in, maybe the occasional tank round coming. But it's been mostly airstrikes. Here comes one right now. Okay. That plane's not flying over for fun. Loud boom or soft boom? There's your boom. Think about it, there's no plane flying over this airspace that's not carrying ordnance. Every single jet you hear is about to drop something. It's on its way to drop something. And consistently buzzing over the top with the drones, looking for any thermal heat signature. And then airstrike it. They're literally pulverizing block by block, then creeping the men forward. Pulverizing block by block, then creeping the men forward. IDF are only good at fighting children and unarmed women and civilians, farmers. That's literally what I've seen. I mean, you can go onto YouTube right now and you'll find 30 to 40 videos of Israeli IDF soldiers grabbing up children, fighting girls, like rugby tackling 11-year-old girls, putting them in headlocks, like you know, grabbing kids 3-4 years old by the neck, like dragging them off to be I personally don't see how the accusation of anti-Semitism works after this. I don't see how it works after this. Oh shit, we got something going down. Stuff going on. I don't see how it works. I don't see how it works after this. I mean, they're still pushing it like, oh, this has given rise to anti-Semitism. It hasn't given rise to anti-Semitism. It's given rise to genocidal war maniac nutcases. Like, so what you're doing is you're equating Semitism with, which is a race of people, which for the most part Ashkenazim or not, with violence and murderous intent. That's the way I mean, what else? How else is? What else? What other rationale? I'm seeing stuff falling out of the sky. What other rationale are we supposed to conclude? Now it's so dark you can't even see the amount of smoke. Friday it was apocalyptic red, post-nuclear blast looking. That person? I think that might have been a person. Anyways, we all good in the hood. Well, shout out to anyone who's watching. Do me a favor, give me a like. Let me know that I'm not shadow banned, because I got a feeling I'm shadow banned. No one gets a notification. 700 of people that subscribe to me. No one gets a notification when I go live. That's weird. I don't get that. So, anyways, yeah. Do me a favor, give me a thumbs up. Let me know that my signal is like going out to someone. It's, you know, I ain't changing nothing, mate. I'm gonna keep using this channel. I don't care. Okay, as I said, I'm not trying to get famous. So anyone who does stumble across and then stay, that's doubly better. That's doubly better. But yeah, we got booms on the horizon. You can't see the smoke from the impacts, but there is like a dome of smoke, like over the horizon, looking out in this direction, just from the intensity of the bombings. It's still there. It's like a cloud. It's not a cloud, but it is a cloud. It's a cloud of dust and debris. We can't see it because it's too dark. Dude won't change the aperture. Although, like right now, he could change it. Oh shit! Oh, was that from that plane? Right now, he could change the aperture, and we could actually see definition. Because it's a film camera. Like it can go practically night vision, but greedily, right? Like because they're all kind of greedy. They want the orange lit sky picture, which a few of them have managed to achieve so far, and I think it's really selfish of them. But they're going for that. That's what they're going for. They're all trying to get that, like that kind of imagery. the explosion and everything lit at the back. This was in the early days. This is in the early days when Gaza still had electricity. Ooh. All this, yeah. That was a bit loud. That might actually, this actually might be Sadat looking over into Gaza. No. This is, oh no. Oh shit, here comes another one. Another one. I was taken out looking across Gaza when there was still electricity. That's how intense the bombing's been. Plus, I'm looking at this picture now, and all the tall buildings that I can see in the distance, they've all been flattened. Every single tall building stretching from the north to south of Gaza has been flattened. Every tall building's been flattened. Yeah. Flattened. Drones coming in again.
I think a logo has the ability to have a lot of impact on the brand. And when you can sort of tap into the emotional side with brand, you're able to sort of build a bond and relationship with the consumer. Damn, the boom's consistent. Right, what's good? If you just joined, what's good? Catch Freeman with the war. The ground war started. The ground incursion has started. The skyline's been quite active, man. A lot of booms. We've got a protest going on as well. I know it looks like it's daytime, but that's actually like quite well lit. A very well lit street over in, I think it's West Bank. Oh shit, that was a big one. Two different views here. One from inside Gaza, the other one looking into Gaza, I believe. Boom. Right, the big one underneath me here. Right, that's from our normal camera. But you can just about make out the tower block on the left of the frame. And Sadat up there on the top left. Scan over to the right, you can see a hospital on the right because it's got power. The rest of the skyline, I don't know if you can make it out. Yeah, you can actually, it looks better on that than on my screen. The skyline is like a massive layer of dust cloud in the middle, just from the intense bombing that we just witnessed. But yeah, if you just sit down and listen, there's at least a bomb a minute, at least. A bomb a minute is quite a lot, and there's some of those minutes punctuated by 7 or 8 big explosions. But yeah, no, at least a bomb a minute so far. each minute there's been some sort of big explosion. Hey, what's good, Richard? You good? You good? You good? You good? That's a man like Richard. Oh, right, we've got drones coming in looking for people. I think the drones are looking for the heat concentrations, and the airstrikes come in and bomb the heat concentrations. And they've said they've encountered large groups of Hamas fighters barricaded inside buildings. No, those are called people, and they're just leveling the buildings with people inside. So yeah, that's going down. Oh shit! Boom! I told you there was a boom. There was a boom for 14. There might be another boom in 14. Let's wait for the boom in 15. At least a big boom minute. Up until this point. There you go. There's another one for you. That's for 15. There you go. Quarter past gets its own boom. Oh, in fact, it gets 2. Quarter past 6. Their time. Oh shit! Wait for that one. See, that's what that was. Yeah. See, someone died in that. Someone just died in that. But yeah, so that, you know, 2 major ones, quarter past. 15 minutes past the hour. There's been at least one big bombing every minute for the last 40 minutes, I suppose. Yeah, when I first came on, first 20 minutes were a little bit quiet. And for the last hour, it's been fairly sustained. To the north or to the south, you can just about make out the explosions. Every big explosion is a IDF explosion. But then when the rockets go out, you see the rockets go out, and they're very well lit, and you see them going off. But that's, you get a rocket attack once every 5-6 hours. Once every 8 hours, you get a rocket attack. That's what it's working out to. Maybe they're running low on stocks. Been firing off too many. They got rolled it back so they can create some more. Again, I'm telling you, the drones, they just zone you out. I'm looking, I'm like, what's is the rooster still, oh, big explosion. Don't think we heard it. That was it there. I think they got the rooster, mate. I'm not even joking. They heavily bombed the farm, like the farm area and the olive garden area. Yeah. I didn't hear anything today either. Long live the Cockerel of Gaza, man. We'll see. See, the thing is, the possibility is it might have been taken to safety and shielded. See, that's a possibility. I don't think, you know, something of that level of psychological importance they'd just leave out there to get carpet bombed. You know? Long live the Cockerel. I haven't heard it though. Didn't hear it today. Before I went out, I didn't hear it. Yeah. I was on from about midday. Mind you, that is like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. But then you also hear it at the beginning of the evening. Or eaten, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. What and what? Yeah, of course. And why not? Of course. It's like that. It's like that. It's like that. 100%. Eaten. Someone was hearing that on a regular basis and going, "Ha, really? Come to me." Oh. Some of the booms are stupid. Like, someone's dying every single one of these hits. Someone's dying. You've got to bear that in mind. It's the most crowded area on the face of planet Earth. There's no building that's getting hit where nobody's dying. Every single one of these booms. Look at that cloud. Just look at that cloud emerging now. Look at the lights of Sadat on the left. Right, look at that cloud coming up over it. That just went in. That's an airstrike. Mate. Never in my life. Never in my life. Not in all my life. No war has made me feel like we're going to World War III than this one. No war. Not even Ukraine. Ukraine was like, yeah. No, this one is like, oh, fuck. I got my NBC suits out there. Anyone who wants to buy an NBC suit, I'll be selling them for £100 soon.
Our hair color is us. Coloring our hair goes more than follicle deep. It lets our true color shine from within. And that's powerful. Embrace the power of color. Schwarzkopf Live.
Yeah, man. I still have like 20 pairs of vacuum sealed NBC suits. I think each one comes with the top and bottom, innit? Yeah, each one can. So no, I think I've got 10 or 12 packs of NBC suits, medium and large. I had one for my girlfriend. She just have to have the medium and have it be baggy. There ain't no smalls. No small NBC suits. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is gonna be a big bang. This is gonna be a big boom. It's gonna be a big one. Oh, was that it? Oh, that was it. That was it. Woo, I'm telling you. Oh shit. I'm telling you. Shoo. Off we go again. We are off to the races. Shit, we are off to the races. Again, in come the drones. Shit. In come the drones looking for the heat signatures. Bastards, man. They're bastards, man. Some people still alive. Some people still function. Dude, you need to get off the street in case those drones see you. Whoa. 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 It's getting close. It's getting close. Whoa. Whoa. It's just getting louder. These bombs are getting louder. They're gonna hit. It's gonna hit like. It's gonna hit the cameraman soon. Watch. It's gonna hit the camera. Watch. Whoa. Shit. Hey. What's going on? Shay, shout out to Pleasure. When you say test war. Shout out to Pleasure. What's good? What's good? Are those drops or artillery? Mixture of I don't know. Mainly it's been mainly airstrikes. See, you can hear the aircraft in the distance, but they've been using the Russian fab system, not the Russian fab. What they call it here? Not HIMARS. They've been using the glide bomb system. So like sometimes you don't even hear the jet, and the explosion happens. More often than not, we hear the jet, and then 10 to 15 seconds afterwards, we're hearing the explosion. But if they're flying in from a different angle, and the target zone is closer to this camera, you'll just hear the explosion like that. You won't hear the aircraft coming in. But the artillery shells, we've had experience of that. We hear them fly over the top. The JDAMs, we know what the JDAMs sound like. I think that the big booms in the background, they're mostly like JDAM and dumb bomb attacks. It's just like carpet bombing. Not coming through again. Oh shit! Not coming through again. Well, what did you say? What did you say? If you say anything like you know, F those them who can't be named, then oh shit! What the hell was that? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Whoa. Well, something just happened there. Something just happened there. Yeah, it's been mainly aerial bombing attacks. All of these aerial bombing attacks. I mean, they might be artillery rounds, but we've heard the artillery before. Like we had a day when the artillery rounds were coming in, so we know what that sounds like. Now these explosions are just they're doing so many bombing runs, it's ridiculous. That what they said the plan was to have such a high frequency of bombing runs on where the soldiers were going that, you know, the enemy will be buried in whatever hiding place they're thinking about coming out of, right? And they said they're going to use the Air Force with such intensity that if everything goes well, the IDF on the ground shouldn't encounter that much resistance, which basically means that you have another guy saying they're going for damage, not accuracy, which basically means they're about to pretty much carpet bomb and flatten the entire area. What the fuck are we hearing? We're hearing the intense. Here we go. This is what we're hearing. Listen. Get ready. Get ready. Airstrike. Airstrike near us. Airstrike near us coming. That's not it. That's not it. See, it's taking its time to glide down. Hasn't hit yet. That's probably a flying JDAM. Still hasn't hit yet. That was it. Whoa, I think that was it there. Whoa, what's that? What? That was it. That's what we were waiting for. That's what we were waiting for. I told you, that's what we were waiting for. I told you airstrike. That's what we were waiting for. The reason why that took so long, we heard the aircraft earlier. I think we're due a second one as well, right? They've put the bombs on almost like gliders, right? So they glide bomb down. Yeah, totally, yeah. Yeah, so they've got the bombs on gliders now, so they can drop them and turn around and fly away. I did hear a second one. That first one, fair enough. I did hear a second one. That wasn't it. We still do one big bang. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. Okay, another aircraft coming over. Yeah. Hell on earth, yeah. Well, remember what Friday looked like when it was all red and everything, and there was just so much dust in the air. It was just, that was hellish. That was hellish. Like, just the glow from the residual fires and the dust and just the haze. That's nightmarish. Imagine that. That's where you live, where you grew up and shit, and that's what your whole village is coming like for thousands of years. Gaza. Samson banged Delilah in Gaza, by the way. Samson banged Delilah in Gaza, by the way. Just yeah, the Philistines, yeah, there's Palestinians. Hello. Yeah? The Palestinians, Philistines, Palestinians. Yeah. And Samson banged Delilah in Gaza. Go look at your Bible. And he wanted a souvenir because the things were so good. He took away, he carried the Gaza city gates away with him as a memento to remind him of Delilah. It's true. Read your Bible. So imagine that I mean, the olive groves, they've been pulling up the ancient olive groves. They pulled up the ancient olive groves. There's a well there that goes back to the time of Jesus. and the IDF poured concrete down it. Like, I don't know what we're doing here. I don't. Who are we talking about? Who are these people meant to be? When Christians go through their reenacting Jesus on the cross, they get spat at. Nuns get spat at. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what this is. Don't know what this is meant to be. I don't know what it's meant to be. I don't know. I don't know. What's meant to come after this? Respect or fear? Because there's only one of three things. You go around being the school. You go around being the bully. You're either going to get respect, you're going to get fear. But a lot of people just aren't going to like you. You're just not going to be liked. You beat the crap out of the old guy. You beat the crap out of the young woman who can't defend themselves. Like, no one's going to like you. Do you know what I mean? Shout out to Fledger. Yeah, you know, you might say that. I couldn't possibly comment because I've got to play that game where I want to keep my channel now. You're like, what? What are you talking about? Israel has the right to defend itself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, boy. That might have been it. That probably was it. Unless you got two targets. Wow. Okay, is that calming off? This is a calming off. Probably not. There's going to be another huge bah in a second. See, that's what I expected from the aircraft. This is war. Segment while making phenomenal progress during torn quad recovery. We don't care. Mary Lou Retton issues statement following a pneumonia hospitalization. Oh, here we go. Airstrike. Airstrike. That wasn't it. Gonna be within earshot. Here comes another one. Holy shit. Woo! It's the lover. Damn, scared the shit out of me. Ah, dear. Oh. After that, nothing huge. After that plane, is that a big drift? That's not it. That's it. I knew it. I told you they're on a drift down. You see? Do you see how long it takes from that aircraft to that big bang? Right, because they've got the munitions now where they drop the bomb and then these winglets come out. It's like the Russians have made a really cheap version where they just stick the bomb on top and almost like zip tie the bomb to these wings. It starts off as a tube, but when they drop it, the wings come out like that, and then it flies down in a diagonal pattern. So the aircraft can be really high, drop it, turn around, and be on the way out, nowhere near the anti-air as the bomb glides in, and the co-pilot or someone else can remotely steer the bomb left or right or up or down to either like go a little bit longer or like go into a dive mode and hit the target. And that's what the Israelis have been using. That's why you hear the aircraft, but then sometimes it's taken up to maybe 30 seconds after you've heard the aircraft before you hear the actual loud explosion, because they're using those guided munition bombs as well. It's the similar type of bomb that hit the hospital, where they said it was a Hamas rocket. It was a glide bomb, and what they've started doing now is, rather than gliding the bomb all the way down to impact, they're gliding the bomb over the area of the target and then they're igniting it remotely, so they're having an air blast over the target. And apparently that's been really, really effective in terms of maximizing casualties. They just did an air blast today on a refugee camp and killed 100 people in one go. So that's today. So there's a massacre happened today, but with these bombings I'm hearing now, I think the play is to have so many concurrent massacres going. That was dropped from the second plane. I told you there were two planes, man. That one took like about 45 seconds after. 30 seconds delayed fall. Yeah, it's, as I said, they've got the one. If I did, oh shit! My video yesterday, unfortunately, they were only showing you the Western-made version ones. If I can find the fab system. Hang on. Okay. Call it the Fab Russian system then. Yeah, Fab 500. Fab 500. Right, I found it. That was pretty close. That was a dumb bomb. Right, there's the fab system. There's the Russian fab system, which I think is bloody genius because it's so cheap. Right? Look, it's literally like zip tied onto this frame. When they drop it, the wings flip out, and now this old vertical drop dumb munition is now a glide guided bomb. That's the Russian wish.com version of it, which works really well. Really well. The only problem with that one is it's like it's visual guided onto target. There's no like electronic guidance system onto target, so they can only really maneuver left and right and up and down with this one. So it's like the co-pilot guides it onto target. But yeah, this the cheap version, right? If you see the American version, you see the British Storm Shadow. They encompass all of this into one chassis. It looks more like a cruise missile. That makes sense. But they put it all into one chassis. But the good thing about this is you can now repurpose all your old 500s and 1000s, do you know what I mean, and have them as glide systems. Now, it's a similar thing that the Israelis are using at the moment, only this is more advanced, and I think the wings are actually part of the munition. But yeah, that's why they're able to drop, and it's taken so long. You're hearing the plane come in and go out, and then literally 30 seconds later, 40 seconds later sometimes, you're hearing the boom, because they're guiding it in, and they can guide it left, they can scrub off speed, like rub left, rub right, and then maybe even pitch up and then go straight down, like that. The Israeli one is more advanced than this cheaper version, but I love this cheaper version. I think it's bloody genius. I think it's genius. It's genius. Look, it's literally strapped to the thing. You drop it, and I can even see the little hinge here with the arm, where this wing comes out, and then there's one on the other side, and it comes out. Oh, it's bloody. You gotta hand it to the Russians, man. You gotta hand it to the Russians. They know how to take. Oh, have you seen the Russians? What a Russian spy drone was? The early Russian spy drones. DSLR cameras in the drone pointed down. What do you want? What do you want? Like a GPS hobby drone, right? Scaled up with a DSLR pointing down. Like, why go out of your way to? Obviously, they took away the body and all the heavy plastic and everything, but it's literally DSLR in the bottom of a hobby drone pointing down. It's like, Russian drones are just, they're badass. Even that Shahid drone uses a bloody two-stroke bloody moped engine. It was like three-stroke moped engine. It's like, let's talk about repurposing technology, man. If shit hits the fan and we ever have to start again, I want to be on the Russian side, because you're going to have high technology in no time at all, stuff you've already got. Oh, they're so good at utilizing stuff that you've already got, rather than coming up with a nice new shiny thing, which, yeah, is good, but there's so few in number. Yeah, it's a good, nice new shiny thing. It's advanced, it is, but there's so few in number and they're so expensive, when you can have similar functionality. Hold up, with stuff that's already in existence. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, just double checking that audio. Because there's nothing on this audio. Okay, we've got another boom coming. Ramallah. They're protesting Ramallah and the West Bank, like right now. That's live right now. Oh, it was right live now. It was live right then. Get ready for the boom. We heard the aircraft, right? So get ready for the boom. We heard the aircraft. Get ready for the boom. Ramallah. think they went and got the Cockerel, you know. I'm not even joking. The bombing has been so intense, I wouldn't be surprised they bombed the whole farm, or it's been eaten. And if it had been eaten, it's fully understandable. It's surprised it lasted this long, to tell you the truth. But people starving and shit like that. Hey. You calming down? UK Israeli arms factory shut down.
Hi, welcome to the legal company. I won't keep you long, but just to say that if you are thinking of appealing any court judgment or decision, please have a word with us first. Generally, any decision is appealable. There are exceptions, but they're few and far between. And
I did hear an aircraft fly over, but I didn't hear the big bang.
Try your best to be in time. And in addition to which, you have to have proper grounds for appeal. You can't be going to a higher court and just saying, I think they were wrong. There have to be grounds, and we can help you with those. But, as I say, every day...
I told you, I told you. I heard the aircraft fly over, I just heard the big bang. Boom.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, because look how long it takes to come down. See how long it takes to come down.
I'm always looking for new ways to expand people's perspective of the world. From eco-friendly fashion concepts to my environmental animations about pollinators. Creativity can give you the edge you need.
Whoa. The scenes of hundreds killed at the Al-Ahli Avra hospital in Gaza are absolutely devastating. Cannot be justified. Oh, Keir Starmer wading in. Oh, give me a break. The human rights lawyer who said it was okay to cut off water and electricity. Oh, wow. Oops, I can't show that. Again, fan. Let's get this person off my thing, man. Trying to see if there's anything new, and I'm preying it on the right so that I don't get myself in trouble by preying it on the left and then scrolling past the decapitated head or something. Woo, it's loud, it's loud. Don't defend evil, it won't age well. Israel is carrying out genocide in Gaza. It's amazing. What in the world? What in the world? Wow. Huge explosions coming in. Huge explosions coming in. What was that? I'm gonna... What? I can't see some of the comments are coming through and so Metal Gear Solid shit. Oh right, okay. See, that didn't come out on this. So I don't understand. Oh shit! It's starting to intensify. Starting to intensify. Oh my brother, intensify. Holy shit. People being pulled from the rubble. Israel just bombs a refugee camp, left a huge crater. A huge crater in the huge crater. Dead and injured are being pulled from the rubble after Israelis massacre on Gaza's Jabalia refugee camp. Okay, Jabalia refugee camp got it today. Like, hardcore. Everyone in there, mostly dead. Massive congregation of people. Again, don't know, man, these are your good guys, right? They're not my good guys. Ooh. Yeah. Crazy. Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or Israel why they armed ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Yeah. That's got to go on my Facebook. I know I'm triggering a lot of people at the moment. Very hardcore pro-Israel, but they've got nothing to say. They have got absolutely nothing to say. Wow. Al-Qaeda. Oh, hear the ground. Hey. Hear the ground fire. Small arms fire. I heard small arms fire. I can't show you children being pulled out of rubble. Dude gets his chain stolen while live streaming. Shame. Shame. This is why you can't be that word. You can't be a simp, man.
Go to your room, huh?
Check this.
And yeah, I will show you guys around like always.
Chain.
So. Yeah, go to your room, huh? I fight now. Okay, bye-bye. Bye. Good job, man. Oh shit, you see? It's already. And yeah, I will show you guys around like always. So. Yeah, go to your room, huh? I fight now. Okay, bye-bye. Bye. Good job, man. Oh shit, you see? It's already. And yeah, I will show you guys around like always. So.
It's 400, but yeah, that camp 400. Really?
I fight now. Okay, bye-bye.
Dude just got jacked. More dead, more wounded being pulled out of the rubble after his, well, do you know, 400 martyrs. Yeah, I've just had that confirmed here. 400 and wounded in Israeli massacre. 400 today. There was 400 the other day. I've got to be careful.
بالعشرات نتحدث عن 500 متر مربع تم نسفها بالكامل في مخيم جبل. هذا هو الآن المشهد من قلب الحدث. هذا هو حمدي. هذا هو. هذه هي عائلة صديقنا حمدي أبو القمصان يبحث عن أهله داخل. هذا هو المشهد. يا الله هذا هو المشهد. يا الله فقد أهله الآن صديق حمدي أبو القمصان.
No, can't do that. Got another aftermath, another bombing aftermath. Too much distress, can't be doing this distress. I'm not doing distress porn around here.
So Jerry, as you guys were up against, we're gonna get into part 2, huh?
Right, here's a list of honourable countries. Here's a list of countries that recognise Palestine as a state and do not recognise the entity. Cuba, Nicaragua, Bolivia, Venezuela, Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, go on Mauritania, Mali, wow, Guinea, wow, Niger, see, all day, come on now, who's flag? Oh, who's got the flag? Who got the flag? I got the flag. Mali, Guinea, Niger, Tunisia, Libya, Libya's kind of no more though, Chad, Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Qatar, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bhutan. What did Bhutan used to be? What country was Bhutan? It's changed its name. What was Bhutan? Was Bhutan Burma? What? Was Bhutan? Was Bhutan once Burma? What was Bhutan? I need to know. I gotta know. Hold up a second. What country was Bhutan? Bhutan used to be what? Bhutan. Oh, Bhutan was Bhutan, was it? Okay. Bhutan always been Bhutan. Our remote kingdoms nestling in the Himalayas. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Let's see. Bhutan, okay, cool. Bangladesh, North Korea, Malaysia, and Indonesia. See, they're not alone. Look at the countries that recognize Palestine that do not recognize Israel. They don't recognize Israel's statehood, rather. Nice little selection of countries here. Yeah. Some of them are guilty of shit. One or two are guilty of their own shit. Got an airstrike coming. Let's go. Airstrike. Alright, how long? When from, though? It's usually from the time it flares, like about an hour it's dropped, it's on the way out. $11, $12, $13, $14, $15, $16, $17, $18, $19, $20, $21, $22, $23, $24, $25, $26, $27, $28, $29, $30, $31, $32, $33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41.
About 41 seconds after the plane is gone, audibly. That's when the impact comes. So they're glide bombs. They're glide bombs. They're using glide bombs. They're probably JDAM types, but with more of a glide on them. Those aren't the straight dumb fall on top bombs. Those aren't the bombs they were using to take down tower blocks. Those are JDAMs, and those were coming straight, literally straight down, like they were coming down vertically. These are coming in at like more of like 45-degree angle. Boom, that was from the second one. Because there were two planes. I just counted the first plane. I did hear the second plane coming. Damn. They dropped two. It sounds like they dropped two. Two planes dropped two glide bombs. Oh wow. Well, it's really going in tonight, isn't it? So this is to cover the ground attack that we know has started. Oh shit, just gone top of the hour. They released a few. They released a few. Yeah, that's the FAB system. Holy moly. See, without this would just drop vertically, but this makes it drop like diagonally and even glide for a bit. Once it picks up enough speed on the way down, it can level out and glide a distance, a bit of a further distance. Yeah, believe it or not. But then on the way in, it makes you will recognize the sound of this on the way in, because it makes the same swoosh as the JDAM on the way in. Yeah, it gives a very similar swoosh, because this is fighting and cutting through the air. It's disposable, one use only. One use only. UK fact check projects 400. Okay. Yeah, it was more than initially. It said 100 people, and yeah, as I literally clicked on it, it said 400. Mad, isn't it? 400. They just killed 400. Whoa, we are getting closer. We're getting closer, man. Remember, people are dying. Every single one of these, people are dying in every single one of these hits. Someone's dying in every single one of these hits. Someone died there, someone died there. That the emergency services are overwhelmed. They can't function. Have you noticed we haven't heard any sirens? Have you noticed that? We're not hearing any sirens. Right, there's no rescue services. Coordination's been cut off. No internet, no phones. Oops. What do you think this skyline is going to look like now? Remember, this is the view with the tower block on the left-hand side. Hospital on the right. It comes in an aircraft.
Like these aircraft, these bombing runs, they're uncontested, man. This is a joke. This is a joke. It's not a war. This is a slaughter, as we said loads of times. We've mentioned that before. It is a slaughter. It's going off again. It's getting their Friday levels. So we're up. We're more than a bomb a minute, right? Holy shit,
Colouring
man.
our hair goes more than follicle deep. It lets our true colours shine from within. And that's powerful. Embrace the power of colour with Schwarzkopf Live.
They shell them. They bloody. It's a cancer hospital, man. Bloody cancer hospital. Bloody cancer hospital, man. Wow. Hey, that's it. Come on, let's go. Okay, we got fire in the distance, but not sure. Don't know what that could be. Hey, shout out to Militant Mind. What's good? What's good? What's good? Shout out to man like Oni Cage. What's good? The house. You join me, and together rule this galaxy. Join me as the bombing starts to intensify, man. Shit's starting to intensify. Again and again. It's been, at one point I was counting it as a loud explosion a minute, right? We're past that now. We're past that. We got a loud explosion every 10 seconds. Not even 10 seconds. It's a lot of munition is being dropped. You've got to bear in mind, every single one of these bangs, someone's dying. Every single one of these bangs, someone's dying. You know what I mean? Every single one of these bangs. Small arms fire. Small arms fire. That might be from a tank though. It's a real, they were playing a real pussy game, man. They are flattening the entire neighborhood with airstrikes before the infantry go in. And they're doing it block by block, so they're decimating all of Gaza City. That's the tactic. All right, block each. They don't intend to fight anyone in houses or any structure. They don't intend to fight anybody in any standing structure. So they are literally leveling, like, they are leveling districts. Yeah, the airstrikes, yeah. Airstrikes. A lot of airstrikes. Yeah. We haven't heard any artillery come over yet, but I was kind of watching the military briefing that the defense minister was given to the troops, and he was assuring them that the Air Force would be working overtime to destroy any structure that could provide the attackers with, you know, a stronghold as the soldiers come in. So apparently most of the area will be destroyed before the soldiers ever see a Palestinian fighter. And that's what he said. Another Israeli spokesperson said they're going for damage. They're going for damage, not accuracy. They're going for damage, not accuracy. So, you know. Here we go, airstrike coming. Oh shit. How long? 3, 4, 5, about 5 miles away. Speed of sound. Guesstimate. Ooh. Yeah, it's raining in. It's raining in. See that flare there? There's ground operations going on. Sorry. They're moving some shit up. I've already softened up that area, heavily softened it up. So now they can flare it, and probably got infantry moving up. Wow, that's a long old flare, isn't it? Although that is a flare. It's let's take a while to come down. But yeah, they've got good flares, man. I think it looks like a sun. Oh, what, is that live finished? No, it hasn't. Good. Sky's got a live down here, bottom left. It's showing something burning. I think they're looking at into no man's land, though, this bottom left one. Let's see if I can find a more interesting angle. Why are you showing me that? Yeah, so yeah, basically what you just heard is a hell of a load of airstrikes. What you're looking at now are flares going up for some infantry action. I'm not sure what the infantry action is, but they're coming into Gaza from the east. Yeah. A lot of these people have been waiting for this for a long time, man. I suppose a lot of Palestinians have been as well, but a lot of Israelis definitely have been. They've even wheeled out some like really old Israeli guys like, you have to go, you have to kill them all, don't let them breed, kill the mothers, the children, all this, like, giving them some hardcore genocidal tips, man. I'm like, what? You have to make this the last time, it's been going on for too long, we have to finish them off. All this stuff, man. I'm like, wow. I'm like, wow. And they let the, you know, and they're showing the news. Yeah, this is how we, that's how we're rolling. Yeah, we're rolling. It's again, it's just like, wow. How? What? Oh, shit. How? What? See, incredible flare, isn't it? It's just, I don't understand. I don't understand. That's a stupid long flare, isn't it? It's either that or it's a drone. They got a flare drone or something like that. Drone flare. Have it on a drone. I mean, that could be a high lumen flare on a string on a drone, right? You fly the drone up to the right height, that lit over there, and you just go into hover mode, and then you've got something bright over there. I mean, that's what I probably think it is. It's a flare attached to a drone on GPS hover. You'd never be able to see the drone from here. Here comes another attack. That's getting masked by the drones. Damn those drones, I wish someone would shoot them down. It's still there. It's just floating, man. That could just be them firing into buildings. Could just be them firing into buildings. I mean, that's a mad flare, isn't it? I swear, it's a flare on a drone. It's a flare on like a DJI Phantom or something, which I think is a really good idea. That was artillery. That was artillery. That was artillery there. It wasn't anywhere near us, but you know that was artillery because you heard the boom, and then you heard the echo of the boom as well. Boom, 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 yes, yes. Right, let's have a look. It's still up there. Curious. Curious thing, isn't it? Look at that little mini sun just sitting there, not coming down like a normal flare should. It's been up there for a while now, a good few minutes. Can only think it's a flare on a drone in GPS mode. So it's illuminating a certain area. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa, that one caught me off guard, man. That was a bit close, wasn't it? A bit close to the bone. That one was very... Oh, shit. Another one that was very close. It's weird, on that screen I can see further into the distance. Oh, airstrike. Ow. Ow. Airstrike. Damn, that was a close airstrike. What is it behind the clouds? What is that shit? The moon? What's that meant? Is that shit in the moon? What is that? What is that shit? 8,308 dead so far. As the airstrikes continue into the evening. Holy moly. Whoa. Oh. See, that was artillery. That's what artillery sounds like. It's boom, echo, boom, echo, boom, echo. Land echo, land echo, land echo. That's artillery. When it comes close, you hear it over the top. Airstrike. Another airstrike coming. Artillery.
Super flexible car hire. Change or cancel your plan for free. Book your car hire at avis.co.uk.
They're starting to mix it up with artillery now. Airstrike. I hear it. Yeah, I heard it on the way down. That was a dumb munition. That was a vertical drop. So we see which way this is going, man. So we got fire in the bottom corner. Boom, 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 boom. Double check the X. Oh, we need everything you can imagine, from vests to knee protectors to helmets, flashlights to underwear. .530. Shout out to Resonation Accessories. I'm sitting here I'm just sitting here listening. Obviously, I can hear an aircraft, but is it coming in? Was that it? Is it? That was it. It was far away and it's dropped his ordnance. It could glide in, but we heard. Remember, aircraft aren't there for fun. That's no commercial. There it comes. Here it comes. We had no impact flashes. What do you mean? Yeah, you don't always, not all of them are in the camera shot. This is looking at a specific, it's only looking at a little slice of the pie. Impacts are happening to the right, to the left. But it's too dangerous for them to be up on roofs now. Right, so they've replaced that with there's two drones now.
That's annoying. One drone is bad enough. But it's like they're trying to keep the pressure on. The drones have got thermal, so, and they're doing circles over the area that they want the Palestinians to go into. The moment they pick up heat signatures, they throw it over to the Air Force. They come in, load of bombings, load of bombings, load of bombings. Then the flares go up. Then they move forward a bit. They encounter any resistance, same thing over again. So we did the aerial bombing, now comes the artillery. He's mad, it's still hanging there, right? Damn. Getting heavier again. Here we go. Soldiers. What? That was far. Here we go. Palestinians murdered by Israel's bombs in Gaza, over 3,400 children, more than 21,000 injured. Latest reports over there. I'm still fascinated at this thing just hanging there, man. I'm like, how are they doing that? Like what kind of flare is that? And again, I'm telling you, they do it on purpose, man. They drone it and it drifts you. They drone it and you're just like, and then they're whack. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think I do get it. I think it's a flare on a. I think it's a flare on a drone. Either that, or they've got a drone, or they got a light drone. A drone that just goes up. It's just a bloody ball of light. What is that? Uh-oh. Let's miss some. I thought I saw that. And grabby shit. Yeah. Why is this thing not coming down? got something coming in. Okay, now wait for the big bang. Wait for the big bang. Wait for the big bang. It didn't fly in for fun. See, what is this thing? Look at this thing. What is this? What is that? Like, it's not. Boom. I don't think that was it. That wasn't it. Think that was it? I don't think that was it. I don't think that was it. I don't think we've heard it yet. Oh, that is a man's mini sun that they've got going on there. I don't think we've heard the impact yet. I don't think that was the impact.
Discover the hottest new hangout at Six's Social Cricket.
That was the impact. That was the impact we've been waiting for. Looks like a fake moon. It does, doesn't it? First of all, I thought it was the moon. It's not a moon. It wasn't the moon. It's a Israeli flare, but it's not coming down. Now I thought it's a flare on a drone, and they just got it hanging there for some wire. And you can do that, right? Just put the drone in GPS mode. Oh shit. Oh shit. Just put the flare in GPS mode, right? And you could do that, right? Tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is the night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is the night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. Ooh, boy, oh boy. I went out today. Oof, I went out and I came back in. And I went out of the house and I came back in the house. Yeah. This is the night, tonight, everything's gonna be alright. Abaddon returning to AEW. What? Oh, what was that? How long? How big? Any seconds? Now? There you go. I told you. Told you. Just believe me. You need to believe me. We didn't hear what that was dropped from. We didn't hear the plane. See, I think it's the, obviously it's the angles they're coming in from. And they're coming in, making a drops, turning around and going out way before they get anywhere near any kind of anti-air kind of system. So they're using glide bombs for the most part. So you're not hearing, sometimes you're not even hearing the aircraft. Here we go. See, you heard the glide in. You heard the glide in, right? You heard the glide in. Uh-oh. Hold up, sorry. Hold up. We have to take a break from the bumming. Take a break from the bumming.
Yesterday by phone and received updates on Israel's phased operations in Gaza. The Secretary commended the Israel Defense Forces' commitment to hostage recovery and re-emphasized the importance of conducting operations in accordance with the law of war.
Sure.
He also stressed the
Not listening,
imperative
though,
to
are they?
protect innocent civilians.
They're not
and allow
listening, though, are
unfettered
they?
humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Are they listening?
We have posted a readout of the call on the DoD website. Shifting gears, later this afternoon, Secretary Austin will welcome his Australian counterpart, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Richard Marles, to the Pentagon to discuss the United States-Australia alliance and review progress on defense initiatives following the 2023 Australia-U.S. ministerial consultations earlier this summer. We will share a readout following the meeting. Also this afternoon, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the Director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, will be discussing the status of the AARO website and the next phase of the secure mechanism for contacting AARO to report on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Additional details can be found in the press advisory published earlier today, and I would encourage any media interested in asking questions on this topic to take part in Dr. Kirkpatrick's briefing. And separately tomorrow, a pre-scheduled operational test launch of a U.S. Air Force Global Strike Command
Whoa, not me. It's not me. That's not me. That's them. Wait, what's going on? That's not me. That's not me. What about?
redundancy and reliability of our strategic deterrence system while sending a visible message of assurance to allies. For any further questions, I'd refer you to Air Force Global Strike Command. And finally, I'd like to take a moment to send General Eric Smith, Commandant of the Marine Corps, well wishes and a speedy recovery on behalf of Secretary Austin and the entire Department of Defense. Our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family.
Well, what happened to him?
And with that, I'll be happy to take your questions. We'll go to Tara Kopp.
Are we going to war?
General Rodder,
General?
in the days since the Lewiston shooting, it's come to light that the Army determined that the main reservist shouldn't have had a gun at the time, and there's been numerous other warning signs about him. Is the Pentagon looking at all at maybe something that was missed or a way to maybe further tighten reporting to law enforcement in the wake of this?
You guys doing nothing?
Yeah, thanks, Tara. So I'm not aware of any specific departmental efforts as it relates to this individual case. What I would
Oh, they took us away from that. Oh, was it too much information? Was it too much information? Ski news. Too much information. It don't like certain words. It doesn't. I've noticed that. I've noticed that. No, but you said it would surely move though. Yeah, it hasn't moved. This chat don't like certain words. Yeah, but you said it would. I know you said it would. Surely. I know you meant it. What? You know, I'm not that much of a grammar Nazi. Yeah, but it's chat though, man. Can't tell me it ain't sus. It's sus, innit? It's sus, innit? Can't tell me it's not sus, man. Type in certain words, people saying certain countries, you're not allowed to mention certain countries, huh? What's the problem with certain countries? It's because they're acting like countries. You're not even allowed to name just the bloody country. What's your problem? What's your problem? Right? So it's getting brighter, isn't it? Oh look, it's getting brighter, isn't it? Look, ain't it bright? Ain't it bright? Ain't it brighter? It's getting brighter, isn't it? Ain't it brighter? So it does look like it's getting brighter. Like, what is that? Like, really? Like, oh, explosions at the top left there. Oh, 2 of them. See, still very high. Oh, shit. This is devastation. This is devastation. They're flattening. This is genocide. I can't believe it. I'm sick. I feel sick. I feel sick in my stomach, man. I feel a little bit sick in my stomach. I feel a little bit sick in my stomach.
1940. A gift from South Africa to the people of Palestine. His grandson, Mandla Mandela, continues to be an outspoken critic of Israel.
Release all political prisoners. We want to say to the Israeli government
and Palestinian self-determination, two struggles that have been in dialogue for decades. In 1964, Malcolm X published an article in the Egyptian Gazette called Zionist Logic, in which he drew parallels between the oppression of Palestinians and Africans. Instead of seeing it as a religious conflict, Malcolm saw Israel as a colonial project serving a wider imperialist agenda, saying European imperialists wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world. In the same year, Malcolm was one of the first...
Some grown-up, sensible thoughts.
What do you know about anything?
I know a bit about cars.
Freedom for Palestinians became a touchstone for the international fight against imperialism. As black freedom movements expanded their worldview to situate their struggle as part of a global anti-colonial movement, Palestine also became an important focal point of their solidarity. On August 15, 1967, the student nonviolent...
Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man.
Expressing support for Palestine and criticizing US support for Israel imperial organizations such as Palestinian self-determination, two struggles that have been in dialogue for decades. Unless all oppressive... The Panthers frequently spoke living under occupation. In 1964, Malcolm X published an article in the Egyptian Gazette called Zionist Logic, in which he drew parallels. Instead of seeing it as a religious conflict, Malcolm saw Israel as a colonial project serving a wider imperialist agenda, saying European imperialists wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world. In the same year, Malcolm was one of the first African leaders to publicly meet with the Palestine
Why are you not giving me the audio?
as anti-colonial struggles gained traction
Why
through
am I
the
not
world.
getting the audio?
Freedom
This
for
is some
Palestinians
bullshit.
became a
This is some
touchstone for the
bullshit.
international fight against
I know what it
imperialism.
is.
As black freedom movements expanded their worldview to
use
situate
OBS.
their struggle as
Yeah,
part of a
I'm
global
using OBS.
anti-colonial movement,
Where is it? Browser
Palestine
5.
also became an
Browser
important focal
5.
point of their solidarity. August 15,
Oh, I know what it could be.
1967, the Student
Browser
Nonviolent
5,
Coordinating
Browser
Committee
5.
released a position paper entitled The Middle East Crisis,
go.
expressing support for Palestine and criticizing U.S. support for Israel. Organizations struggles gained traction through the world,
Who?
saying European imperialists wisely placed Israel where she could geographically divide the Arab world. In the same year, Malcolm was one of the first African leaders to publicly meet with the Palestine Liberation Organization as anti-colonial struggles gained traction through the world. Freedom for Palestinians became a touchstone for the international fight against imperialism. As black freedom movements expanded their worldview to situate their struggle as part of a global anti-colonial movement, Palestine also became an important focal point of their solidarity. On August 15, 1967, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee released a position paper entitled The Middle East Crisis, expressing support for Palestine and criticizing U.S. support for Israel. Organizations such as the Black Panthers argued that freedom would never come for black people in America unless all oppressed people were free. The Panthers frequently spoke of black communities and their relationship with police as living under occupation as internally colonized people. They were vocal in their support for Palestine and met with the PLO in Algiers in 1969.
Oh, what? Wait. What? The Black Panther Party met with the PLO. What? We have this history and lineage of solidarity with the Palestinians. What? But Umar Johnson said he's just focused on. But Tariq Nasheed said a Palestinian rang the police on that butler. Full of shit. Look at it. Lead you astray. You led astray. Run amok. Bamboozled. Yeah. Bamboozled. Led astray. Run amok.
In his 1972 essay, Take Me to the Water, James Baldwin wrote about leaving the US but refusing to go live in Israel, saying, "And if I had fled to Israel, a state created for the purpose of protecting Western interests, I would have been in a yet tighter bind. On which side of Jerusalem would I have decided to live?" Muhammad Ali also declared his support for the Palestinian struggle, marching for Palestinian rights and visiting a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon. In 1979, Reverend Jesse Jackson...
Jesse Jackson, James Baldwin, you mean all of these luminaries were saw a kinship with the Palestinians, but Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson, they said, I hope the Arabs get everything. I hope the Arabs. Wow, what regressive. Wow, how backward is this, man?
Jackson met with the PLO and pushed for the US to deal directly with the organization in pursuit of a peace deal.
Just and lasting peace is inextricably bound for a state, for Palestinian people, and the recognition of the PLO as the government in exile with which our nation must negotiate.
This was a significant shift in support for Palestine, moving from radical groups to more mainstream figures who were able to lobby for shifts in US policy. 10 years later, Jackson would find himself in an audience in Harlem as Nelson Mandela addressed a packed town hall.
As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sidney that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination.
Like Mandela, Archbishop Desmond Tutu drew global attention to the plight of Palestinians as being parallel to that of black South Africans under apartheid.
The inhumanity that won't let ambulances reach the injured, farmers tend their land, or children attend school. This treatment is familiar to me and the many black South Africans who were corralled and harassed by the security forces of the apartheid government.
Mandela made a historic trip to Palestine in 1999.
Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot proceed, where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
A statue of Mandela stands in the occupied West Bank city of Ramallah, a gift from South Africa to the people of Palestine.
In West
His grandson, Mandla Mandela, continues to be an outspoken critic of Israel.
Release all political prisoners. We want to say to the Israeli government today that give the 6 million Palestinians living in exile their right of return.
It's not possible to talk about global black solidarity for Palestine without discussing black Palestinians or Afro-Palestinians themselves. Some Afro-Palestinians trace their roots to the land as far back as the 12th century and are descendants of Muslim pilgrims who went to Mecca for Hajj and then settled in Jerusalem. Others are the descendants of those who migrated from places such as Nigeria, Sudan, Senegal, and Chad. Some of them came to Palestine specifically to fight against British colonialism and Zionism.
Wow.
The second, third, fourth generation, if you ask us to identify ourselves, we say we are Afro-Palestinians. We were born here, we grew up here.
The community is deeply rooted in Jerusalem, with a long history of involvement in the Palestinian liberation movement. Ali Jidda is a leader of Jerusalem's Afro-Palestinian community, who served 17 years in Israeli prisons as a member of the Popular Front for the Liberation.
Afro-Palestinians.
The African community used to be
Afro-Palestinians. Umar Johnson. Afro-Palestinians. Dr. Umar. I hope the Arabs get everything. I hope the Arabs. The Arabs? The Arabs. The Arabs. The Arabs. Yeah. You hope the Arabs get everything, that you hope nobody dies. Okay. The Arabs. Afro-Palestine. The Arabs. Listen. People ain't. Why not just say you don't know enough about the situation to not say anything? Just say that you don't know enough. You hope the Arabs get everything they want. Umar Johnson hopes the Arabs get everything that they want. Yeah. And here I'm looking at an Afro-Palestinian. Wow. 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 Talk about not knowing anything, being wrong and strong, and just being so ignorant of the facts. I hope the Arabs
get this. That's what came out of Dr. Umar's mouth. I hope the Arabs get everything they want. Wow. I mean, why do you think there's been a kinship with the South African ANC and? Oh shit! We got an airstrike coming in. Got an airstrike coming in. Got an airstrike coming in. We're gonna hear the boom. Adam Cole, baby. No Adam Cole, baby. Boom. Okay. Adam Cole, baby. You know, it's all about the boom.
Always among the avant-garde. For example, the first Palestinian female to be put in Israeli jails came from the African Quarter.
This was Fatima Bernawi, a Palestinian of Nigerian descent who served 10 years in Israeli prisons. Released in a 1977 prisoner exchange, she was the highest-ranking female member of Fatah. The first Palestinian killed during the Second Intifada in 2000 was Osama Jidda, an Afro-Palestinian shot on his way to donate blood.
Oh, wow.
Job done. Perfect. So we have a beautiful 31,793.
Wow. These jokers know less than nothing. I'm not hating. Their hustle is their hustle. But my God, they know less than nothing. I hope the Arabs get everything they want. The Arabs. I mean, what do I have to go back and see the multiplicity of Palestinian ethnicity here, who are all bona fide, genuine Palestinians who refer to themselves as. I hope the Arabs get everything. What an ignorant fool. But hey, look, good luck to him in his school and everything. But what an ignorant fool. And that's for Tariq Nasheed. Well. There's no financial hustle here. There's no income stream here. So hey. So these a Palestinian rang the police on our brother. So I don't think we should be spotting the Palestinian. Well, wow. Talk about divides. Talk about the divide and conquer, man. Hey, talk about the divide and conquer.
The community is deeply rooted in Jerusalem.
This community is deeply rooted in Jerusalem. I hope the Arabs get everything they want. The Afro-Palestinian community is deeply rooted in Jerusalem. The first person to get thrown in jail in the Intifada was a black female Palestinian. Highest-ranking member of Fatah is a black female Palestinian. Wow.
With a long history of involvement in the Palestinian liberation movement, Ali Jidda is a leader of Jerusalem's Afro-Palestinian community who served 17 years in Israeli prisons as a member of the Popular Front for the Liberation of.
So he was PLO. So you have a black African descendant, genetic descendant from biblical times till now, as a genuine bona fide black Palestinian. But Umar Johnson hopes the Arabs get everything they want. Okay. Well, master teacher.
Palestine.
The African community used to be always among the avant-garde. For example, the first Palestinian female to be put in Israeli jails came from the African Quarter.
No way.
This was Fatima Bernawi.
No, but no way. But the Palestinian rang the police on our brother. Don't forget to put someone on the Melanoid Ministries. The Palestinian rang the police on our brother. So I don't. What? Which Palestinian? You see them start some shit the other day. They got some off-duty policemen to start some fight with the Palestinians. They quit to label like black Hebrew Israelites fight with Palestinians. And then you see the police make a cordon around these black guys. When are police making a cordon around any black guys to protect them? No. I'll put the video up right now. When are the police ever making a cordon around black people to protect them from anything? What are we talking about here? Making their bikes in a nice little barrier. What are we talking about here? I smell the bullshit. I smell the bullshit. And your leaders leading you astray, man, chatting shit to you, man. Dr. Umar, such a shame. So his limits are international. He's not allowed to go international. He can stay domestic. But why does he have to bullshit, though? Why does he have to bullshit and expose himself for being a little bit of a charlatan when it comes to a moral issue like Israel? Why does he have to do that? Why not just not say anything at all instead of trying to do the angry, I want folks to my people, so I ain't got time for you. Shut up, man. You look like go run some laps. Yeah? Run some laps, mate. Yeah, because, like, you know, when you was moving and you stopped moving, the face was still moving after you stopped moving. You need to hit it. Like, ratings have gone down. I mean, are these people so arrogant? They think there's no one out in the world that can see what they're doing. Do they think they must think they're of supreme intelligence among the race? I mean, don't get me wrong. You deal with, I know this from teaching for 20 years. When you deal with a certain class of individual on a regular basis, you start to get a little bit demoralized. You're like, oh, shit. Then occasionally a gem comes through and you understand why you're doing the job in the first place. But I suppose it could, yeah, and it does with a lot of other teachers. They get puffed up with their own sense of self-importance because they know they've got a little bit of an intellectual edge. They've been educated. They know one or two things. They can, you know, they know. You know, I know my times table up to 12. For goodness sake, a lot of people don't even learn their times tables. I'm encountering entire generations of people don't know their 7 times table, their 8 times table, their 9 times table, their 10 times table. How do you not know your 10 times table, your 11 times table, your 12 times table? I'm meeting people that don't know basic maths, can't do basic calculations in their head, can't count their own change. Right? So when you meet more than one person like that, right? I suppose it can delude you to thinking that you're a higher form of intelligence, but no, you're just educated. And amongst educated people, some people are stupid, but they're educated and they're stupid. Some people are educated, they're very intelligent. And people are educated and extremely stupid. Well, I think I've uncovered a couple of educated, stupid ones.
A Palestinian of Nigeria.
What? Yemen has declared war on Israel. Yeah. So what? That's like Fiji declaring war on America. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. All right then. Yemen can't hit Israel with what they got. They tried and their shit got intercepted the other day by the Americans. And anyway, one of their missiles was so off range. Now they didn't even make it through. Yemen can't even hit Israel at the moment.
Nigerian descent who served 10 years in Israeli prisons.
Released
in a 1977 prisoner exchange, she was the highest-ranking female member of Fatah. The first Palestinian killed during the Second Intifada in 2000 was Osama Jidda, an Afro-Palestinian shot on his way to donate blood.
Shot on his way to donate blood. The first person to die in the Intifada was an Afro-Palestinian. But you know, the Palestinian rang the police on our brother. You dig? I wish the Arabs get everything they want. How was this higher stupidity, man? Wow. A whole lot of substitute teachers, man. Substitute teachers.
Journal with a hard time, tales from the dark side, evidence of the settlements on my hard drive. Man, I swear my heart died at the end of that car ride. When I saw that checkpoint, welcome to apartheid.
Hip-hop artists have also referenced and stood in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle, including Lauryn Hill, who famously cancelled a Tel Aviv concert in 2015.
And Martin Luther King had a dream on a checkpoint. He waved with loud screams from the scenes at the checkpoint. Is Malcolm X by any means at the checkpoint? Imagine if your daily routine was the checkpoint.
Meanwhile, that's M1 in Arabic. I'm pro-Palestinian. Does that make me a terrorist? You can catch me in Gaza and Haifa or Ramallah, but I'm still just Mutulu Olubala. So when I rep in Sharjah, we rhyme with our middle fingers up to the Zionists, cause we don't give a fuck. It's justice.
You can't trust the big grip.
finna smile. And I slang rhymes for Palestinian style.
It's mathematics when they take a black man, put him inside a prison and make provisions for the life he living. It's mathematics when they tell the Mexican he can't come into their own shit that these people built. It's mathematics when they go to Palestine and build a wall around the people and call it Israel. Now what's real?
Speaking of America, state and the president, with all due respect, I've got something to say to them. I just find it funny you can't give a hand to Palestine, but you can trade whole arms with Saudi Arabia.
Should I way past the minimum? Interim millennium, my rap's the holy cat in your back like Palestinian. And this is struggle worldwide, I'm positive. Shit, the ghetto minds worry the Gaza Strip. Same for my father, born in Ghana, down on that dirt road floor. Far as he came, I can't complain, but pain is so subjective. Spend so much time counting issues, I forget to count my blessings.
This video for Vic Mensa's single, We Could Be Free, illustrates the clear parallels between life under Israeli occupation and life in over-policed black communities in the US. Following the death of Freddie Gray at the hands of police in Baltimore in 2014.
You're wrong. See, he's wrong. No, there is. Oh shit. There is no correlation. There is no correlation because Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson said they haven't got time to donate any of the. They ain't got any time to donate to this cause. He hopes the Arabs get everything that the Arabs. Oh, I can't believe. I mean, I'm still trying to process. Dr. Umar said that. I mean, talk about not knowing anything about culture. How do you, I mean, of course there are black Palestinians. Of course there have been black Palestinians. Of course, that's why maybe I haven't said anything. But he said the Arabs. I've been sitting there going, the Arabs is a black Palestinian an Arab. Oh, the levels of stupidity that people follow behind. Wow, the Arabs. The Arabs, you know.
Uprisings began around the US, and as police reprisals escalated in Ferguson, Palestinians took to social media to show solidarity with black communities, as well as sharing protest tactics.
No, you don't understand. No, because Tariq Nasheed said they haven't given us anything. They have to give us something, right? So, see, he wants people living in the largest open-air prison in the world to like come out of their pockets and give him something, right? And it's got to be him, right? It can't be, because for them to show solidarity on the world stage for all of us, that's not enough. That wasn't enough for giving. You see, they've never given us anything. See, he just wants money. Like, has a Palestinian organization ever given him any money? If they haven't, then they haven't given us any. By extension, they haven't given us any money. That's his level of thinking. That's the dumb, selfish, insular level of thinking that Tariq Nasheed has, and it's disgusting. But hey, there's enough people that follow behind it. There's enough people that put money on the Melon Ministries and I'm not even fishing for money. I just want people to bloody wake up. That's what I'm saying. This whole channel is shadow banned. Unless you know to pass by here, you ain't gonna get no notification for any of this shit. I'm just gonna do it, but I'm gonna keep doing it. It is what it is.
From Ramallah, and they were like, run toward the wind. Stand closer to the soldiers, because if you stand close to the soldiers, they won't tear gas you, because then they get tear gassed. Wrap this shirt around your eyes as a kind of makeshift gas mask. And they had been protesting in the West Bank against what was happening in Gaza.
Many have also drawn attention to the cooperation and joint programs run between the Israeli military and US police forces.
I remember learning that the same equipment that they use to brutalize us is the same equipment that we send to the Israeli military to police and brutalize Palestinians.
Yes, and the knee on the neck and all that stuff comes from Palestine. But of course, Umar Johnson and Tariq Nasheed said that there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. There's he hopes the Arabs get everything, because there's no similarity in terms of the oppressive regimes sharing information, sharing tools and tools of torture, weapons. No. I mean, there's nothing that we can glean from the Palestinians in terms of how to deal with tear gas or anything like that. No, of course not. No. I hope the Arabs, because a Palestinian rang the police on that, but full of shit, dickheads.
The Black Panthers, groups like the Dream Defenders and Black Lives Matter, continue to push for solidarity with Palestine within an internationalist framework. When Israel attacked Lebanon in 2006, renowned writer Toni Morrison signed a statement with other public intellectuals, saying the attacks were a distraction in order to divert.
And now that's a little sneak in. Oh, Black Lives Matter are talking to the... Yeah, that's nice. Who? I mean, of course, because in lieu of any political party, that's right. In lieu of any political party, in lieu of any political force, yeah, you have to rely on the one that was created by, 3 lesbians who've now got a flag which is integral to the LGBT. Yeah, way to go. Yeah, way to go. Way to handle that public image right there. Way to go, guys. Yeah. Now the LGBT flag has some triangle in it, which is Black Lives Matter flag. Oh, way to go with the brand and the franchise. Way to go. Nah, I'd be spitting on that with everybody else. Way to turn everybody right wing. You'd have to be a special kind of bleeding heart lefty dickhead moron to be jumping on that bandwagon. But guess what? There are a lot of young people who are. They're all going to be duped. There's a younger generation who do believe that this is all forward, progressive, evolving philosophies that we're fuddy-duddy, we don't understand, non-political, gender dysphoric, like non-family, like chaos, that they think is perfectly normal, right? And, you know, you're going to see some friction. There's going to be friction, but they're leading themselves into bullshit regret. There we go. Wait for the boom. How big is the boom going to be? That was loud. That was quite close. Where's the boom? Waiting for the boom. Still waiting for the boom. Waiting for the boom. That's not it. Waiting for the boom. Waiting for the... Do you think that was it? Waiting for the boom. Do you think that was it? I don't think that was it. That might have been it. I would have thought it would be louder than that. Hey, but remember, the Palestinian that rang the police on her brother.
And Black Lives Matter continue to push for solidarity with Palestine within an internationalist framework.
Yeah, in lieu of any other Black Lives Matter, yeah, supporting LGBT shit and stuff like that, yeah. That's bullshit.
When Israel attacked Lebanon in 2006, renowned writer Toni Morrison signed a statement with other public intellectuals, saying the attacks were a distraction in order to divert world attention from a long-term military, economic, and geographic practice whose political aim is nothing less than the liquidation of the Palestinian nation. Mark Lamont Hill was famously fired from CNN for saying this at a United Nations function.
Local action and international action that will give us what justice requires. And that is a free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Dr. Cornel West also claims that his vocal opposition to Israeli occupation may have led to him being denied tenure at Harvard. But the sacrifice of black radicals, scholars, and intellectuals in shifting public attitudes on Palestine has not been in vain. Mainstream solidarity with Palestinians is clearly growing in Western countries. In 2021, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Cori Bush, and others all expressed unwavering support for Palestine during Israel's attacks on Gaza, an unprecedented show of solidarity in the history of U.S. Congress.
That means we oppose our money going to fund militarized policing, occupation, and systems of violent oppression and trauma. We are anti-war, we are anti-occupation, and we are anti-apartheid. Period.
Yeah. Well, you used to be. You used to be, love. You used to be. You're not anymore. Yeah, not anymore. That's good. That was good. I did like that. I did like that. I like that. That was good for me. I did like this. This is.
I wanted to go to something that just happened before the broadcast, and that is one of the hostages who was released speaking. Hamas has released 2 Israeli civilians held hostage in Gaza. On Monday, a Hamas spokesperson said 79-year-old Nurit Cooper and 85-year-old Yocheved Lifshitz had been let go for humanitarian reasons. Hamas shared video showing armed fighters releasing the elderly hostages to Red Cross officials. Just before the video ends, Yocheved Lifshitz reaches back to shake the hand of one of her captors, saying shalom, the Hebrew word for peace. Earlier today, Yocheved Lifshitz spoke to reporters in Tel Aviv. She describes the scene where she was kidnapped. She was very critical of the Israeli government, saying that the Hamas had released fire balloons, as she described it, that the fields were burning for weeks before. She was taken on a motorbike with 2 Hamas fighters, then walked for miles through what she called a kind of spider web of underground tunnels. Once in Gaza, Yocheved Lifshitz says her treatment improved. Her daughter Sharon, who flew in from London for her release, translated her remarks to reporters.
My mom is talking about coming there. When they arrived into a large hall in which about 25 hostages were gathered, and after 2 or 3 hours, those hostages, 5 of them, she among them, were taken into a separate room. My mom is saying that they were very friendly towards them and that they took care of them, that they were given the medicine. That they were given medicine and they were treated. One of the men with them had badly injured from a motorbike accident on the way, and the paramedic was looking after his wounds. He was given medicine and antibiotics. That the people were friendly, that they kept the place very clean.
We were very hurt by the fact that the IDF did not know where were the scapegoats. They've warned us 3 weeks prior with people who came to the road and burned fields, sent incendiary balloons to burn our fields, and the IDF did not address this seriously. Suddenly, on Saturday morning, when everything was quiet, there was a heavy bombardment of the communities, and with that, the masses infiltrated, blew up the expensive fence, opened the gates of the kibbutz and entered in their masses. It was extremely difficult. I keep having those images in my mind. He's asking, why did you shake the hand of the Hamas terrorist in the visual? They were gentle with us. Our needs were supplied.
אמא שלי אומרת שהם התייחסו אליהם בעדינות וסיפקו את כל הצרכים שלהם. My mom is saying that they treat them kindly and provided for them.
That was 85-year-old Yocheved Lifshitz being translated by her daughter Sharon. Yocheved's husband, Oded, is still a hostage. Last week, the legendary Israeli journalist Amira Haas talked about Oded Lifshitz on Democracy Now!
I have no idea how many people, how many of the hostages. Some of them I know their relatives. I know one of them who is 85 years old and a very brave journalist who in Oded Lifshitz, his name, I just realized it. He's 85. He was in the 70s. He exposed the expulsion of Bedouins in the northern of Sinai. He exposed it in a series of articles. I know some people that are relatives of, as I said, of friends of mine.
So that's Mira Haas, the legendary Israeli journalist, talking about Oded Lifshitz. He is still a hostage. His wife, as you can see, Yocheved Lifshitz, was just released. Rami Khoury, I was watching CNN earlier this morning just as this press conference was happening, and the response right out of it, it was the host, Erin Burnett, who is in Israel right now, said clearly she's voicing Hamas talking points. And when Yocheved said that the doctors came every 2 or 3 days and gave them medicine, and if they didn't have the proper medicine, they would get some kind of replacement medicine, she said that proves that Hamas is hoarding medicine because the Palestinians don't have it. Your response to Yocheved Lifshitz, what she said, she is a peace activist in Israel who is one of the hostages just released.
Terrorists went out from, and
well, my response to her, but also to you, is first, don't watch CNN in the morning if you want news about the Middle East. That's bad for your health, it's bad for your mind, and it's bad for your intake of serious, accurate news and analysis. There are many other much better sources around the world.
2 IDF soldiers who were killed during this combat today. This evening, we managed to eliminate the terrorist, the murderer Ibrahim Biari. Biari is the individual who was the main leader of combat since the entrance of the forces into North Gaza. He was also involved in the October 7th massacre. During his elimination, many terrorists were killed. Terrorists who were with him in that building as well as underground. Beneath this building, the targeting of Biari's building led to the collapse of other buildings because there was a very extensive infrastructure there.
They just bombed everything.
The purpose of that infrastructure was to carry out terrorist activities.
They just They just bombed everything.
Terrorists were killed. The Hamas terrorists continue to use civilian population as shields intentionally and in a very cruel and brutal manner. Yahya Sinwar does not care about the people of Gaza. He built the Hamas terrorist infrastructure intentionally beneath people's homes, and he is behind the massacre, not just of Israeli citizens on October 7th, but also the massacres that is leading to the collapse of the Gaza Strip on the inhabitants. And therefore, we call upon the residents of northern Gaza to move south. We will allow to do so in corridors beyond the Gaza Stream southwards, where you have a safer area. We are going to continue to operate full force in the area of Gaza. We're going to continue to operate against every terrorist throughout the Gaza Strip. Regarding the Red Sea region, we have intercepted a surface-to-surface missile that was launched at Israeli territory. We used the Chetz, the arrow system, in order to intercept it, and this was the first time we utilized this system, and it was successful. The IDF aircrafts also intercepted additional 2 other hostile targets that flew in the region. All of these targets were intercepted outside Israeli territory. We have also added ships to this region that have defensive capabilities, and now we are in multidimensional defense in the air, the sea, and aerial defense, and all of these systems, their purpose is to protect the Israeli citizens with an emphasis on the south, but throughout the country.
Every time they say protects the citizens, they mean attack.
For example, the Houthis, who are trying to challenge us and to divert us from the war in Gaza.
The Houthi rebels.
Focused. We're focused on this war in Gaza. We know how to protect ourselves wherever we need to. And we operate in cooperation with the U.S. military, with the American CENTCOM. Our transition to CENTCOM 2 years ago is definitely proving itself. A basis and foundation of capability was built, transferring of intel, joint and shared capabilities, and the 5th Fleet, and we are all working together in collaboration in order to neutralize threats on the entire region and Israel specifically. The IDF knows how to maintain the security interest of the State of Israel on its own, and it will know how to retaliate whenever and wherever we decide to. In the north, there are continued attempts to fire at Israel, but there weren't any casualties to IDF forces. The IDF retaliated and also attacked the facilities of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. We continue to retaliate in a very determined fashion and to eliminate any terrorist cell that will try to launch anything at Israel or come near the fence. So far, we have informed 317 fatalities who were in the IDF, and we are exerting every effort to bring all the hostages back home. Over the past few hours, the State of Israel has been filled with rumors, but I suggest that everybody sticks to our official statements. We are going to continue and update the Israeli population in a credible and accurate fashion. We will do so, and we, of course, take utmost care of the security and safety of our forces.
What are those?
So
A couple of orange lights.
Israelis, please do not spread rumors. Questions, please. You've once again told the people of the northern Gaza Strip to go to the south.
Is that the moon?
The question is, what if they don't comply? And if they stay there, what will our troops do? Will they treat them as terrorists? And also, I'd like to know whether the laser-based defensive system is already operational.
The laser-based.
The defense systems of the State of Israel are multi-tiered, and there are additional projects with the Ministry of Defense and the Development Directorate. I'm not going to give any further information on what's already operational and what isn't. We are working in full force, the IDF, the security establishment, the defense industries, in order to provide these capabilities to the State of Israel. And I'm not here to talk about it here in the media. As for your second question, we are facing an enemy. We kill terrorists, and unfortunately, this is the murderous enemy we are fighting against, and they use civilian population as human shields. Some of them they didn't allow to go south, but we've made an effort and neutralized and targeted them in order to allow civilian population to move south, and we continue to call upon them to move south. There are certain areas which are medical complexes which this population goes to, and we have no choice. We have to find a solution with the world, as we showed with the Shifa hospital, in order not to allow to maintain terrorist infrastructures and hospitals, because it's against international law and it's a war crime to use hospitals in such a way. We are going to continue to gather all the information on that.
If it's not true, though.
The circumstances of how the two soldiers were killed today, and also,
what's been affected?
Does the IDF plan to react, or are we only are we only on the defensive? As for the two soldiers who were killed, I'd like to tell you that these are face-to-face. This is face-to-face combat, and we come up with the upper hand. And the battle today, which we commandeered a main complex of Hamas with equipment, with very sensitive intel that we had collected, and it's a face-to-face battle, and they were killed heroically in this battle. The troops, the combatants fight, and they come up with the upper hand, and these are complex battles, and we're going to continue to win. There is no other option. As for the question about the Houthis, I'd like to reiterate what I said earlier. We need to see that we manage to protect the State of Israel. The Air Force has high capabilities, and now they also have the Navy with them, and that, of course, increases their capabilities. As for the reaction, I think it's best if we stick to maintaining Israel's security interest, and we will decide whatever is necessary at the right time and place. I've already said, and I think that the wisest thing would be not to say what we intend to do, but we simply need to keep repeating that we are expanding our ground operations in such a way that it'll serve the goals of the war. In order to lead to the collapse of Hamas, we will do whatever it takes in order to do so. We're not going to now explain to the enemy or tell them where we're going to position our missiles, because they rely a lot on open source intelligence, and we're going to make it very difficult for them to come up with a general image, because we want to safeguard our people. And once things happen, you'll know about it, because it will already have happened. But we need to work according to our proper plan, and the main goal of that plan is to lead to the collapse of Hamas. And right now the effort is focused in the north of the Gaza Strip. Do you identify that Hamas is using children in the battlefield as human shields? We have informed the families of 240 hostages That hasn't changed since what I stated this morning. There are some foreign nationals, and it's more difficult for us to gather the information regarding them. This is why it's taking a bit longer. We are continuing with our civilian intel and operational effort, everything we can do in order to bring back the hostages. And I'm sorry that your first question was about children used by Hamas. Look, I want to be reliable. If we see anything on the ground, in the field, I will update and inform the all Israelis. And I've talked already about using civilian infrastructure such as hospitals. I've explained about that because we have proof, we have evidence, we can show it to the world. Everything we see that's happening, we will document it and show it both to Israelis and to the whole world. You talked about the support of Iran. Is there any plan to also target Iran?
Uh-oh.
Let me be more precise. Yemen is divided into two parts. It's very far from here, about 1,300 kilometers from here. It's divided into two parts. There's the Houthi part and the Yemenite part, which is connected more to the Western world, to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. The Houthis, some of them, they do have Iranian capabilities, and these are some of the things we've already seen in these interceptions. So it's a proxy. It's an Iranian proxy. The Houthis, like I said, we have a defensive capability which we've augmented. We are providing maximal protection. It's never 100%, and we're even going to further augment it if necessary, and we're going to have the strongest possible defense for the state of Israel. The wisdom is not to speak here in the media regarding the question about the offensive. We want to maintain Israel's security interest and to do whatever we need at the right time and place.
Spokesperson was just referring to. He was asked about the death of two Israeli soldiers who their death has been announced today, along with two who were severely injured. And he was asked about how that happened, and it was interesting his reply, saying about how these troops are in sort of very close combat with the Hamas fighters that they are hunting down. And from our point here, we're not on the ground, so it's very hard independently to report on exactly how the operation is unfolding. But from where we are here, about 2 miles away from the border, from the fence, you can hear often the sounds of gunfire, the sounds of artillery. You can hear and see the impact of the airstrikes. You probably heard that explosion then. It's clearly very much an active and very dangerous war zone.
Okay, so you know what? I think that probably was the moon because it's gotten right up and out of shot. And I'm seeing usage of smaller flares going down. I'm trying to earwig on the Sky News open mic as well. I'm just kind of here, just vibing, chilling. I might put on some poker in a second because it looks like we're getting to the gappy part. Lots of gaps. It's very gappy, gappy like teeth, bro. Oh. They're hunting IDF in the streets. Muslim scholar supports Israel. Unbelievable. Oh, this will be a fiery one. Hold up a second. Who is it? Ali Dawah. Go on then, I'll give you time, Ali Dawah. Go on then. Let me hear some Muslim on Muslim outrage. Shame Muslim on Muslim outrage instead of black on black outrage for a change. I heard too much of that already.
Brothers and sisters, I have a 6-year-old, I have a 2-year-old, I have a 2-month-old baby. Anytime and every time I pick them up, and I think to myself, subhanAllah, imagine I'm holding them and they have been blown into pieces. Do you not have kids? You shameless person. How dare you come out and tell us not to boycott? The least that we can do.
Donate now for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters and dear friends. I'm at an event today in Sheffield and I'm quite busy, but subhanAllah, I saw this video of this individual and I don't even want to mention him by name. I'm trying my best not to mention him by name. And I just asked the brother Zishan, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him, to just hold the camera, because I was thinking to myself, how could anybody in their right mind, how could anybody who has an atom weight of rahmah, mercy, like Allah says in the Quran, the believers are those who are soft to one another and harsh towards the enemies. How is it possible? My mind stops at the thought of, how could it be possible that you put your camera up and so comfortably and so confidently, which you're going to see the clip now, mention the following, guys. Let's watch it for ourselves and you guys will be as shocked as I am.
Country. When you go to the public and say, hey guys, everyone, we should boycott so-and-so company. I had a deal with that company. They're paying us. And when we have a deal together, you're ruining that deal. And it's up to the Muslim government that you cannot disobey it like that. If the Muslim government or the ruler says boycott, then yes, because he knows things you don't know. And they have agreements, they have taken care of it. So now he says, okay to boycott. And it happened before. But if it doesn't happen now, meaning that we don't know something, it's going to harm us if we boycott them. Yeah? So boycotting, that's why many of the ulama, they said boycotting is haram. It's not up to you, Habib, it's not up to you. The deal is between the government or the government agency, like, the municipality or the Department of Economy or whatever. They had a deal with so-and-so company. You come and say to the people, hey, don't buy from them. Why? Who are you? What authority do you have? It's not allowed.
So guys, you heard that for yourself. Can you imagine, guys? The Prophet ﷺ told us, if you see evil, try to stop it with your hands. Try to stop it. If you cannot do that, and Ibn Taymiyyah says this could be that if you are a government, like if you have power, no problem. Try to stop it with your hands. If you can't do it, we know we cannot do that. It's hard for us to do that, no problem. Speak out against it. This Faris guy, wallahi, it's as if you had the power with your hands, you would not stop it. Let alone talk about it. And I've asked you many times, why do you not condemn, forget condemn, insult, ask for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala end the Zionists, not the Jews, the Zionist government, Israel. You don't, you refuse to. No problem, and we know why you don't. We know why you don't. We know where you live, and we know your comfort, your comfy sofa, and your comfortable lifestyle is more important. No problem, you cannot do that. Now he's coming out and telling us the little that we have, not just hating it in the heart like the Prophet ﷺ said, which we do, but at least we can say we can stop buying certain products and boycott. Now he's telling you cannot even do that. Let alone asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to end this government who is oppressing the innocent Palestinians. You don't do that. Now he's telling us that when I go to a supermarket and there is a product that is there and I'm like, I don't want to buy that product because the blood of my brothers and sisters is probably there because I'll be playing a part in it by buying it because it supports this government, these oppressive violence. He is telling you, you cannot do that. Who gave you this ruling? Which government body told you that this ruler decides this? That means that I in the UK have to follow it. Somebody else said, is there a khilafah? Is there one ruler? We don't have that. How do you not have an atom weight of mercy? Your brothers and sisters' babies are being blown into pieces and you have no utter shame. You got white beard, I said before in another video. Do you not have an utter weight of shame? That you have the audacity, the confidence, with your little smirking face to come and tell us that now we cannot to be on the manhaj. May Allah destroy you, your manhaj. We are not upon your manhaj. We are not upon your vile, disgusting manhaj. Yeah? To hell with your manhaj. You are now telling me that I cannot boycott and refuse to buy a product. I'm going to be like, you know what? Faris told us that. I'm like, oh, I have to buy it now. To hell. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if not to guide you, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala deal with you. Because you do not give a bloody damn about your brothers and sisters. I have a 6-year-old, I have a 2-year-old, I have a 2-month-old baby. Anytime and every time I pick them up, and I think to myself, subhanallah, imagine I'm holding them and they have been blown into pieces. Do you not have kids? You shameless person.
Was that an aircraft? Wait a second. Just trying to see what this is.
At Israeli soldiers that morning.
What the hell?
After he had.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Switch to Chrome to protect yourself from malware.
The border.
With Oleo Intense, I can reinvent myself over and over again.
Oh, really?
Oleo Intense with Schwarzkopf.
With blackhead. What Schwarzkopf means. Blackhead. Uh-oh. Flares in the distance. See, those are real flares. Anyway, sorry. Let me get back to Ali Jawad.
How dare you come out and tell us not to boycott? The least that we can do. What are you going to do if I do a video saying people to boycott? What are you going to do next? This guy, he's not on the manhaj of the Salaf. Wallahi, if you didn't have white beard, I will spit on the camera. Wallahi, you know your white beard. You are elder, but let me tell you something. I am trying to show utmost respect. You deserve this minimum. Shame on you. Wallahi, where's your video condemning Israel? One statement, man. I dare you. Say, may Allah destroy him. The Zionist government. We're not asking about the Jews. We have no problem with the Jewish community. We are talking about a group of people who are oppressing another. Just like those people who the West condemn Russia. No problem.
Yep.
What about them? They're doing exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Worse.
Yep.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala deal with you. You do not have a heart. Your heart is dead. And I'm not talking iman-wise. I'm not talking about belief-wise. Mercy-wise, wallahi, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not test you with what they're being tested. One thing I'll end on. Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran to Bani Israel when he told them not to fish in the Sabbath. The scholars say that when Allah destroyed the ones who fished in the Sabbath, Allah also destroyed the ones who were silent. The ones who were silent, the silent devils, who were there, who were watching it happen, and they were quiet. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also destroyed them. We're not going to be amongst them. We're going to be amongst those who enjoy good and forbid evil, inshallah. Wallahi, we should not only boycott Israel, we should boycott you. Your true colors have been there from day one. People think I have a personal problem with you. Uqsum billah, I have no personal problem with you. I have a problem with your morality, with your rahmah, that you have zero. That is as if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is taking it away. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Till next time, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever builds a masjid for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah will build for him a similar house in Jannah. On that day where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us that our books will be given and every little atom weight of good deed we've done.
Yeah. And all that. Promises. No, this is from a day ago. Oh, what? Being racist. Top, good. Tense battles, but what am I looking at over there? Sky News. IDF claims responsibility for deadly strike on refugee camp. See, wow. What stock footage? I need to watch stock footage. Live from Gaza. Sky News trying to get in. Disrespect April. Got that on, that's the Reuters top left anyway. Got a multicam. Nah, I don't care. It's just that sky cam, it's just a bit too washed out, isn't it? Non-stop attacks. How's it going to be nighttime? You're going to show me daytime. It's the same. Yeah. Daily Mail. No. They're all sharing the same camera. DD Cyclops. That's kind of what I've got already. Earth from space. Nah. Russia-Ukraine war live. Ukraine forces report attacks against each other. What? State banquet in Kenya. What? Is it live? Oh, that live event's ended. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Lots of multi-feeds, man. Okay, you know what? So I think, that's calmed down. So we have a massive, there was a massive bombardment earlier on. It's calmed down. What time is it? Come up to 7 o'clock in the UK. As I say that, something goes down. This is so typical. Starts this and I can't be asked.
Right, are you ready to go?
I am, let's go.
Adventure awaits.
Like most people, our lives can be very stressful, very noisy.
I think it's really important every so often to break away from your routine and open yourself up to new experiences.
We could definitely both do with some time to relax.
That's a big fire in the distance. Whoa, flares about. Oh, who did? That's a flare. That's a lighting the area flare. That's what a flare looks like. I thought, how's it? Guardsmen. Yeah, sorry, they both got caught in traffic, but so. Okay. Another jet going overhead. Football? I don't care about football. ABC News.
Like New Orleans and Las Vegas, also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel, and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month. According to amusement park app The Touring Plans, the events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. So
wait for the boom. Wait for the boom. As a musician. It's down. Oh, they got it so faded. Is this it coming in? No way. No way. No way. Boom. Biden administration revamps its student debt forgiveness plan. Isn't that that's what he campaigned on? New plans to forgive student debt months. I mean, didn't he that's one of his campaign promises. That and legalize marijuana, which he's fulfilled neither of those. I thought at least the student debt relief. But they've realised how much money they were using, so they're like, nah. Boy, the brown bats infested the home. Okay, let's get it. Top of the hour. Let's go. Let's go. Top of the hour. Ralph Costa to be open tomorrow for some Gazans to receive hospitals for treatment. Great. Explosion on the skyline. Explosion on the skyline.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi,
everyone. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, battles on the ground. Israeli forces clash with Hamas fighters deep inside Gaza, with new reports about a deadly explosion near a refugee camp. We're live across the region.
Clashes on campus, colleges nationwide seeing an increase in anti-Semitic incidents.
How much clearer do we need to be? We do not feel safe here. When will our administration get the message? When it's already too late?
Muslim students also facing threats. How universities are trying to address the alarming surge of hate.
Bitter pill, pharmacy workers nationwide walk off the job. The changes they're demanding in the name of safety and what to expect if you need to fill a prescription.
And I'll be there for you. The cast of Friends rallying together, speaking out for the first time since Matthew Perry's death. How they're remembering their beloved co-star.
We're so glad to be with you on this Halloween.
Yes.
Happy Halloween.
Going to get to that and talk about Halloween a little later in the hour, but we do need to begin with serious news overseas. We begin with that massive explosion at a refugee camp in Gaza today.
That's right. The Indonesian hospital in Gaza says dozens of people were killed and hundreds more were hurt. NBC News has not independently verified those numbers. Israel's military says it was targeting a Hamas stronghold in the area.
The Israeli military also says 2 soldiers of its own were killed while fighting in the Gaza Strip. Israel's expanding its ground operation in response to the Hamas terror attack back on October 7th. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Ashdod, Israel for us. Raf, let's start with this explosion at the refugee camp. I know we're just getting details in, but what do we know?
So, Kate, this happened at the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza. It's home to about 100,000 people. It's the largest of the many refugee camps inside Gaza. And Israel's military has confirmed it targeted the camp. It says it was going after and successfully killed a senior Hamas leader who was responsible for a commando unit involved in the October 7th massacre inside of Israel. They say they killed him. They killed a number of other Hamas operatives, and they destroyed a series of underground tunnels that ran below the camp. Now, when you look at the footage from the Jabalia refugee camp, you can see these absolutely enormous craters that seem to have basically swallowed neighboring buildings. That could be a sign that there were tunnels underneath the camp which collapsed. It could also be a sign of just these very, very heavy Israeli bombs. They're called bunker buster bombs, which may have just blown out the foundations of neighboring buildings. NBC News has not been able to verify Israel's claim that it did kill this senior Hamas operative inside the Jabalia refugee camp. Hamas is denying that he was killed there, but we do know, or it does appear, that a number of civilians have lost their lives also. This is one of the most densely populated parts of the Gaza Strip, which in turn is one of the most densely populated places in the world. The Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, says more than 8.5
Top of the hour, what's going on?
inside of Gaza so far, 3,000 or so of them children, and all of this
Wow. Now that's
situation with shortages of food, of medicine, and what the UN and different humanitarian organizations are saying they need most right now is fuel.
now those are flares.
How to replace clothes in a photo. Upload a photo to Superlook Eye. Highlight the clothes in the photo, or use the magic wand.
As the Department of Defense says Iranian-backed stepping up their attacks on American bases and facilities in the region, striking U.S. infrastructure sites in Syria and Iraq. They say at least 27 times over just the past 2 weeks. No injuries have been reported. This includes at least 6 attacks since the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes last week. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey is following the latest on this part. Courtney, tell us more about these troop deployments. What is the Secretary of Defense saying?
Yeah, so the announcement today of 300 more troops, by the way, they're not going directly to Israel. They are going to the Middle East, and they'll do things like explosive ordnance technicians, some communication support troops. They follow after a recent announcement that 900 other U.S. troops have moved into the region. Those are included some of the forces who would be supporting and operating the air defense systems that Secretary Austin announced were going in about 10 days ago. Now, all of this, of course, comes after the U.S. has already surged thousands, frankly, of additional forces in on 2 carrier strike groups, additional fighter and attack aircraft. And then there are also still hundreds more U.S. troops who are on prepare to deploy orders ready to go if called upon to do so. So it's definitely fair to say that since October 7th, the U.S. has really plussed up their forces in the region. But it's also really important to point out that while they are in the Central Command area in the Middle East, they are not sending these troops into Israel or into Gaza.
Yeah, important clarification. And Courtney, what appears to be the motivation behind these attacks on American facilities? Do Pentagon officials think that Iran is directly involved?
So, I mean, they're not saying that they are directly involved, but a defense official has told us that they are calling on Iran to tell these Iranian-backed groups to stand down and to stop carrying out these attacks. So these are groups like Kataib Hezbollah. They are funded, trained, equipped by Iran and almost exclusively by Iran in some cases, particularly the ones that operate in Iraq and Syria. So while we don't know for sure, according to U.S. officials, whether Iran has sort of given them the green light to move forward with these attacks, there is an acknowledgement here that the U.S. believes that Iran is at least complicit in some way in these attacks by the fact that they train and equip these groups. Now, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has made it very clear that the U.S. will continue, even as if these attacks continue, which we know there were at least 2 of them yesterday, even if they continue, the U.S. will continue to defend against them, and he's not taking off the table that the U.S. would even respond again if the strikes continue. He spoke about it a little bit on the Hill earlier today, and here's what he had to say.
We've taken a number of steps to make sure that we increase our force protection posture. We've deployed a number of assets into the region as well. We maintain the right to respond. We have the capability to do that, and we will respond at a time and place of our choosing.
The force posture that he's talking about, the additional force protection, those are those exact troops that I was mentioning. And also, I have to point out one of the major assets that they've added to our air defense systems, like the THAAD system, the Patriot missile defense system. The idea is they will bring these troops in, they will bring these systems in that will provide additional protection to the forces who are there, Cadence and Clay.
Courtney QB for us. Courtney, thank you.
Okay, now to the latest on the threats on college campuses right here in the United States. NBC News has just learned a suspect is in custody following anti-Semitic threats against the Jewish community at Cornell University. It comes on the same day Governor Kathy Hochul was at the university addressing the spike in hate crimes and after President Biden rolled out his own plan to help kick campuses nationwide. NBC News' Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the very latest. So, Steph, can you remind us what's going on at Cornell? What do we know?
Yeah, sure, Zinkley. So the president of the university said that they do have a suspect in custody. That's short of charges. That doesn't mean there's been an arrest in this case yet, but it'll certainly be good news for students at Cornell University. You'll remember that on Sunday night, the president of the university sent out a letter to students saying that there had been, quote, in her words, a series of horrendous anti-Semitic messages threatening violence against students at Cornell, and that the president had called and notified the FBI, and that campus police were going to guard the building of Jewish living on campus. We spoke to some of the students who were in that building, and they told us that they were so on edge that it was impossible to go to school, I mean, to go to classes and to study because they were so nervous. So certainly that will help them feel a little bit more secure today.
I'm sure that's a welcome feeling given the tensions right now. Steph, of course, this happened just hours after Governor Hochul was at Cornell.
Screw how they feel. Excuse me, what the hell? What am I listening to? Screw how they feel. What? I mean, how does the black community feel every time they see someone shot with an armed shot person by the? Screw how they feel. They feel uncomfortable to go out on their own campus. Give me a break.
Which is in upstate New York, speaking about this very issue. What exactly did she say?
So she has been determined to tackle this problem of increased anti-Semitic and also Islamophobic hate messaging that's been going on campuses, and she says she's going to dedicate state funding, state budget money to the effort. $50 million for law enforcement in their investigations of hate crimes. Another $25 million for communities that want to secure themselves. Think about security at synagogues and mosques masks, that kind of thing. She also mentioned that the New York State Police is going to expand their social media investigations. And the students that we've been speaking to have spoken a lot about how there have been violent threats over social media and online that have contributed just to this sense of insecurity and the fact that they don't feel safe walking around their campuses, St. Clair.
Stephanie Gosk with the latest there. Thank you so much.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Stellantis shares its losses from the auto workers' strike.
And the newest doll in Barbie's world is proud to be Knuff. CNBC's Leslie Picker joins us now. Hey, Leslie.
I got that.
Hi, Kate and Zinkley. You're right. Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, says the 6-week UAW strike cost it more than $3 billion in revenue. The world's third largest automaker says the strike will impact profit by less than $800 million, which is the smallest amount among the big three. The strike is ending this week after the union reached tentative contract deals with Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors. The parent of Bud Light beat expectations for the third quarter despite a boycott that unseated Bud Light as the top beer in America. It was the second quarter Anheuser-Busch dealt with the fallout of a conservative-led boycott of Bud Light over the beer's partnership with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney. Barbie is releasing a new doll inspired by Ryan Gosling's character. Barbie's parent company, Mattel, said fans celebrated Gosling's performance. His transformation built demand. The doll is modeled after Gosling and will wear a headband, horse charm necklace, and a tie-dye hoodie that says, "I am Knuff." Probably a big Halloween costume today as well.
I've seen a few, actually.
Totally. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Mattel may have planned all of this in advance.
Hey, look, it's Barbie's world. We're just living in it, okay?
I love it.
Leslie, thank you. Well, coming up, bitter pill. Pharmacy workers nationwide walk off the job. What to expect if you need to pick up a prescription?
Plus, a mother spends 6 months searching for her son, only to discover he was killed by an off-duty police officer. How she is demanding justice. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Crazy. There you go, there's your NBC News. I mean, Gaza labor stranded in Israel take shelter in West Bank.
Schwarzkopf Oleo Intense with nourishing oils for healthier looking hair. Schwarzkopf Oleo Intense.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Let's translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive.
Yeah,
Her mother in Mississippi was searching for her missing son, only to learn he'd been struck and killed by an off-duty police officer. And to make matters even worse, no one had told her for 6 months. NBC's Blaine Alexander spoke with the mother and has more.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response, no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling. And you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this.
That at no point have we
What is that on the front?
or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Blaine, thank you for that. The cast of Friends is speaking out for the first time about the death of Matthew Perry. It comes as we learn new details about the investigation into how it happened. Here's NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas.
The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their...
Deadhead news. Deadhead news, man. Deadhead news. All right, I gave NBC a chance to show me Friends. NBC to show me Friends.
River.
I don't give a shit about Matthew Perry. That's not news. That's their news, isn't it? NBC, I don't know.
Humanitarian assistance, both inside Ukraine and in the region, since February 2022. Our assistance will continue to prioritize winterization efforts. However, as Russia's war of aggression rages on, Ukraine's humanitarian needs continue to grow. We call on the international community to ensure the UN's funding appeals are met.
Now, it's important to note that the words of Russian Ambassador Nebenzia critiquing the words of the U.S. representatives seem to match pretty well with what was said. We have a situation where, at this point, it's pretty clear, and revelations have come forward by journalist Seymour Hersh and others, that there is little expectation on the part of U.S. officials behind closed doors that the conflict can actually be won on the part of Ukraine. That basically the war is lost, and yet the Ukrainian officials continue to throw away the lives of their people, and the United States continues to pour billions of dollars into Ukraine to prolong the conflict. Meanwhile, the words about humanitarian concerns seem laced in utter hypocrisy when the USA continues to veto any resolution put forward before the UN Security Council that doesn't blame the conflict squarely on Hamas. And while U.S. officials claim to be so concerned about the plight of civilians in conflict, they are basically turning a deaf ear to the cry of the civilians in Gaza right now, who are facing an onslaught at the hands of Israel. And this reveals that the words of the United States, when it comes to expressing concern about civilians and about civilian life and about the effects of war and bombing, etc., are simply geopolitical in their nature. They serve a particular agenda, and they're not motivated by genuine concern about human life.
As Washington prepares to send military aid to both Ukraine and Israel, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives makes it clear that America's enemies are Iran, Russia, and China.
Iran is directly tied to all this. These are Hamas and Hezbollah are proxies of Iran, and they're tied in now with Russia and China. I mean, it is a new axis of evil. That's how we see it.
The term axis of evil is not new for U.S. politicians. President George W. Bush initially used it to refer to Iran, Iraq and North Korea as Washington's enemies as he coaxed the American public to accept his, quote, war on terror. The U.S. went on to invade Iraq and has heavily sanctioned Iran and North Korea. Then almost 2 decades later, President Trump added China and Russia to the pronounced list of U.S. adversaries. Earlier, we spoke with a panel of guests who basically said the U.S. wants to have enemies to maintain its military positions.
These 3 countries have been identified as threats to the pursuit of and maintenance of U.S. hegemony around the world. The 3 most capable and actively resisting the rules-based world order. We make the rules, we issue the orders that the U.S. feels slipping from their grasp. And this type of weaponized geopolitical discourse is meant to inform the American people who they should hate and fear, because it's not immediately obvious to them. Neither Russia, China, nor Iran threaten Americas or America itself, but they do threaten U.S. hegemony. Its control of global flows of trade and politics and so forth.
I think it shows exactly how some of the American politicians and top officials think. This reflects their perception that they do need an enemy to survive. And this is totally wrong, actually, in today's world. But, I mean, Russia, China, and Iran are countries that are not really happy with what is going on around the world, and these are the countries that are bold enough to voice out their disagreements. Most of these outcry or labeling countries like China, Russia, and even Iran together, what is the main motive or objective behind all this? Is this really a call for more funding for the military-industrial complex?
As far as it is against the U.S. hegemony, would be a badge of honor, actually, for any country to be part of that axis of evil who is fighting or resisting against that hegemony, which does not exist anymore, actually. It is already demising. Americans are trying to divide the world into 2 camps. While other countries like Iran, Russia, China, and many others just want to respect one another. They don't want to ally even. They just want to be themselves, just to be independent and respect the independence of other countries. So what they would do is to cooperate with one another, to find mutual interest in cooperating with one another. It could be bilaterally or multilaterally to work with one another, and to actually strengthen themselves in their own capabilities and capacities, and also in their partnership with other players in each region that they are in. So they would actually continue with that, and in the future that would actually bear more fruit. And the Americans have no other choice but to accept this reality, that the other countries have their own powers.
It is.
with profound shock that we are confronted with unrelenting images of human suffering. We welcome last Friday's resolution by this Assembly advocating for an immediate, enduring, and sustainable humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. We strongly urge the Security Council to unite and take resolute action to halt the violence against innocent civilians. Mr. President, the reality on ground is that of the 2 million residents in Gaza, half of them are children. 30% of those children are under the age of 10. And today, it is these young children that are suffering the most. Accepting the loss of these young lives as mere collateral damage is a severe breach of universally accepted ethical principles. It is a severe breach of international law, including the Geneva Conventions and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the standards that reflect the global consensus that the lives of innocent children must be safeguarded at all costs. It is a severe breach of our shared human values and diminishes the moral integrity of any society that chooses to tolerate it. Mr. President, the Maldives was accepted to the United Nations in 1965 as its smallest member. In our very first statement to this esteemed Assembly, our permanent representative stated, "Whatever the size of a country or its population, a free state can make a contribution to the cause of coexistence." These words, our commitment to the principles of United Nations Charter and our commitment to the rule of law continue to guide our work at the United Nations. This is why, though oceans apart, Maldivians remain resolute in our support for Palestinian people and the Palestinian cause. In this recent conflict, the Maldives has donated 2 million cans of tuna to the people of Palestine. Though modest, it is a gesture that underscores our enduring commitment and unwavering solidarity with the people of Palestine. The people of Maldives are also making financial contributions and organizing fundraisers to provide support to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. We will continue to speak up for the Palestinian people, for the Palestinian cause, and for peace in the region. Our support is driven not only by our principles, but also by a moral obligation. We once again reaffirm our unwavering support for the Palestinian people in their legitimate quest for their inalienable rights, including self-determination. We are resolute in our belief that enduring peace can only materialize through the creation of a sovereign Palestinian state, founded on pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, what we are witnessing today is not a conflict that started earlier this month, but a continuation of decades of oppression of Palestinian people that have shattered multiple lives and suffocated hopes of innocent people over several generations. We firmly believe in equal application of the rule of law among all states. Accountability must be enforced for violations of international and humanitarian laws, eschewing selective justice. This conflict is therefore not merely a legal issue. It is a fundamental matter of justice. But we have witnessed selective justice in play throughout this crisis. The evident double standard in the global narrative of this protracted conflict is concerning. The partiality, knowingly or unknowingly, serves to dehumanize and minimize, enabling and even justifying indiscriminate violence and further marginalizing the Palestinian perspective. Mr. President, the settlement of Israel-Palestine conflict is one of the major issues in which the United Nations Security Council has repeatedly failed. It has failed to take unified stance against acts of violence and hostilities directed at civilians, and the protection of medical and humanitarian personnel as stipulated by international humanitarian law. These failures undermine the Council's legitimacy. We take this opportunity to emphasize the urgent need for reform of the Security Council to ensure its continued relevance and effectiveness in upholding global peace and security. We reiterate our call to the Security Council to act decisively, building upon this Assembly's efforts to halt violence against innocent civilians.
Waiting for other players.
Mr. President, the rapidly escalating crisis in Gaza has reached an alarming point, demanding urgent and immediate action. As airstrikes increase and the death toll climbs now over 8,000, a ground invasion has commenced, even as the Assembly calls for a ceasefire. The situation gravely threatens to expand the conflict further.
Right, I'm going to look on the head for a thing. Getting a little bit tired. Also, the missus on the way back.
Al-Ahli Arab
Pretty good.
Hospital, and most recently the continuous bombardment.
This is pretty good. Alright, yeah, I'm going to look on the head for a bit. So far, ground invasion, it was serious bombing for this afternoon. Oh, look, as I say.
All fold.
Hey, see that? And then I stop, I go out, then silence as the grave. That's what was in the middle, this one here. That's in the middle. I'm talking about my screen in the middle. And oh shit.
Flop.
Too much floating on that table.
Waiting for other players. Pre-flop. Call or raise.
Whoa.
Flop. Check or raise.
With a top pair of 8, 9, 10.
Turn.
Oh.
Check or raise.
One off the flush. Boom. Oh,
River.
2 pair. 2 pair.
Check or raise. All in.
Oh, really? What have you got? What have you got? Queen. 9. Ha 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 ha.
2 pair.
Very nice. See ya.
Pre-flop.
Wouldn't be wouldn't want to be just leaving that way.
Check or raise. Flop. Check or raise. Call or raise. Turn.
Oh shit. We're just on the skyline. Be kind. Come on.
River.
Whoa.
Check or raise. Full house. Pre-flop. Call or raise. Flop. Check or raise. Turn. Check or raise. Call or raise.
Don't help me.
Check or raise. Call or raise.
Whoa.
All fold.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go and fry a steak and I'll come back. Oh, what's she saying? What's the lady saying? I'll pay you to hurry up. Yeah.
Pre-flop. Call or raise.
Oh, shouldn't have played it. Oh, now the bombing. Where's the where? Every time I go to get up, the bombing start.
Call or raise.
Got a feeling we're at 7-4.
Flop.
4, 5, 6, 7.
All in. Turn.
Damn you. 987. Shut up.
Pair.
Alright. Jumping off. Back in a bit. Is this UN? Is the UN live? Oh, I came to join a second. Yeah, I came to join a second. Let's go. Oh, see, I was about to just quit.
responsibilities by pressuring Israel to implement the relevant international resolutions and compel it to withdraw from occupied territories and also recognize Palestinians' right to exist and live in their own independent state within these 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Otherwise, this struggle will continue for generations and generations after us. Mr. President, the ongoing Israeli attacks on Lebanon affecting peaceful villages along the border have forced more than 20,000 Lebanese to flee their homes in search of safety and security. The repeated attacks on the Lebanese army and UNIFIL positions do not discriminate between military personnel, civilians, journalists, and aid workers. And the use of internationally banned substances such as white phosphorus are flagrant violations of international resolutions, Resolution 1071 and international humanitarian law. Sir, these Israeli violations, which Lebanon has been witnessing for the past 3 weeks, are added to Israel's record full of violations against Lebanon's sovereignty and land, part of which is still occupied in the Shiba farm area in Kafra Shuba and the outskirts of the town of Al Mari, which includes in part the urban expansion of the village of Gashar. We call on the international community to pressure Israel to stop its destructive aggression and repeated violations and its constant fraud. Mr. President, Israel is launching a major aggression against the Gaza Strip from the air, sea, and land. The result, a certain result, is thousands of innocent civilians will be become victims, and therefore it is imperative that we act immediately. This is a responsibility shared by all countries to stop the bloodbath that does not distinguish between an infant, a mother, or an older person. We must beware any plans to spread chaos and internal disputes within the Palestinian areas. Today, the world is facing two choices: either remain silent about the transformation of Gaza into a mass grave of more than 2 million Palestinians, or immediately stop this war and start the path of a political solution based on UN resolutions. Mr. President, from this international rostrum, Lebanon calls for an end to the deaths, to the exoduses, the massacres, before it's too late. I thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Yemen.
River.
السيد الرئيس أشكركم على
I thank you for the resumption of the 10th emergency session of the General Assembly. Under the agenda item United for Peacekeeping, we align ourselves with the statement made by His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jordan on behalf of the Arab Group, and the statement delivered by the representative of Mauritania on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Sir, this meeting is being held after the failure of the Security Council to assume its responsibilities in accordance with the UN Charter when it comes to international peace and security. At a time when the brutal aggression continues against Gaza and daily massacres are committed by Israel, the occupying power, against innocent and defenseless citizens, women and children. This aggression, this brutality, constitutes a war of genocide against the Palestinians. The Yemeni people condemn with the strongest terms possible the brutal and continuous Israeli aggression on Gaza and the destruction of infrastructure and the targeting of civilians, especially women and children, without discrimination. And this, we also condemn the cutting off of electricity and food and medications from the civilian population. This is a full-fledged war crime, a crime against humanity, and a flagrant violation of international law and human rights and international humanitarian law, as well as all international norms and standards. We wish to express our deepest condolences to the martyrs and their families, and we share our best wishes for a speedy recovery for the wounded. We wish to warn you that these actions will have serious consequences that will not only disrupt the peace process in the Middle East, but will also exacerbate this wave of violence and chaos, and it will increase feelings of anger in the region. This will give terrorist and extremist groups more reasons to spread bloodshed throughout the region and the world. We're meeting today when Gaza has paid with the blood of its sons and daughters. There are more than 7,000 martyrs who have fallen, including 3,400 children and 2,500 women. Some were buried alive under the rubble. More than 2,000 women and more than 20,000 wounded, of which 75% were children and women, are also a significant. There are also 2,000 people still to be found under the rubble. There was a new massacre that took place today in the Jabalia camp in the Gaza Strip, which led to approximately 400 dead and wounded, the majority of which were women and children. Today, we're meeting when Israel, the occupying power, has destroyed hospitals, health centers, schools, mosques, and churches. We are meeting today while Israel is destroyed a third of the Gaza Strip already and is razing its buildings to the ground. We meet today while Israel has stopped the provision of fuel, electricity, and food to 2.5 million people. And with all of this destruction, this aggression, massacres, and ethnic cleansing, some still hesitate to call things by their names and condemn these crimes against humanity and flagrant violations of human rights, international humanitarian law, and international law. This is a clear picture of the double standards that prevail in the world today. Yesterday, from this rostrum, many delegations spoke and lectured us about the principles of human rights, of international law, and human conscience. And they tried to preserve the high moral ground and condemned the war and brutal violations due to the killings of civilians and the siege. And today, we see them either silent or biased in violation of these same principles. We in Yemen understand these double standards, for many have given us lectures on human rights and infrastructure protection. This is a dark time for humanity and for the international system. The worsening of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the failure of the international community to stop the scourge that has exceeded all limits and stop this war is a moral failure. And now it is a failure of the application of international law and protecting common human values and innocent civilians. The silence on the part of the international community is complicity in crime and cover-up. Today, the infrastructure has been destroyed. Children and women have been killed. Entire families have been exterminated. Is this self-defense? Have international legal standards become optional according to color, sex, and religion? Has the application of these standards stopped at the borders of Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory? All these questions need answers. We are facing a crossroads. We can either triumph for humanity and human conscience, or we will lose our humanity. Mr. President, we reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and access, unfettered access of humanitarian aid and medical staff, and access to health centers and medical centers as well. Israel's prevention of urgent humanitarian aid into Gaza and forcing the citizens of the Gaza Strip to flee their houses is a grave violation of international law and international humanitarian law. And we reject the forced displacement of Palestinians outside their homeland or the threat of it. This is a violation of international law and the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949. What happened on October 7th, 2023 is the result of continued Israeli occupation over the course of 75 years. Therefore, a just and comprehensive peace is the only way to end this conflict, strengthen security and stability in the region, and establish an independent and sovereign Palestinian state on the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, in accordance with the resolutions of international legitimacy and the Arab initiatives. Without this solution, the region will know no stability.
Sir, allow me to wonder how much blood will be spilled before the public conscience awakens and stops this. If the international conscience is unable to win for the innocent Palestinians, then at least it has to triumph. Or this will be a failure for humanity in the 21st century. What would you say if your children asked you, what did you do to stop the massacre against the children of Gaza? We, along with all of our supporters, the supporters of truth, the international community, the Charter, and the principles of the United Nations are on the right side of history, and history will record on which side you will stand. The international community, facing these crimes committed by the Israeli occupying power against civilians in Gaza, including women and children, we ask them to take on the criminal responsibility of Israel. Criminals must be brought to justice and must be punished. The principles of humanity, justice, independence, and international law will prevail and triumph. And force will not triumph over the power of right. In conclusion, we thank all member states who voted in favor of the draft resolution of the General Assembly, which focused on the importance of stopping the war and protecting civilians, and to allow the arrival of humanitarian aid in a rapid manner, and to respect international legal constraints. Thank you.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Yemen, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Somalia.
Waiting for other players. Waiting for other players. Waiting for other players.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I express my deep appreciation for the prompt and timely reconvening of the General Assembly's 10th Emergency Special Session on the question of Palestine. A time yet another tragically marked in the long history of the Palestinian people, who continue to be under occupation for half a century. We align ourselves with the statement delivered on behalf of the Arab Group and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation by Jordan and Mauritania respectively. The ongoing conflict has resulted in countless lives being lost and a humanitarian crisis that can no longer be ignored. At the outset, I would like to begin by expressing my heartfelt condolences to the Palestinian people and government over the loss of thousands of innocent civilian lives, including women and children of Al Ahli Arab Hospital, and offer my wishes for the speedy recovery of the injured ones. I pray Almighty God to bestow His strength and resilience on the people of Palestine. The protection of civilians is a fundamental principle of international law and a moral imperative that should guide our actions. Regardless of the political complexities and historical context, we must prioritize the safety and well-being of innocent men, women, and children caught in the crossfire of this protracted conflict. In the occupied Palestinian territory, civilians have endured years of violence, displacement, and a constant state of fear under a ruthless occupation. They face daily challenges that threaten their basic human rights, like access to clean water, health care, education, and a sense of security. The endless indiscriminate use of force by the occupying force, including bombing of schools, shelling of hospitals, and missile attacks on residential areas and camps has taken a devastating toll on innocent Palestinian lives. It's incumbent upon the international community to act swiftly and decisively to ensure the protection of civilians. First and foremost, it's crucial to establish safe zones and humanitarian corridors to provide essential aid and assistance to those in need. I commend the United Nations Relief and Works Agency's vital role in coordinating relief efforts and emphasizing the need for generous donors to provide the agency with sufficient, predictable, and sustainable funding. Furthermore, we encourage the neighboring countries, civil society, and private sector to redouble their efforts in alleviating the suffering of the Palestinians inside and outside the occupied territories. Second, all parties involved must commit to an immediate unconditional ceasefire and adhere to their obligations under international humanitarian law, which prohibits the targeting of civilians, UN staff, journalists, civilian infrastructure, and safe zones. Accountability for violations must be pursued through impartial investigations, and those responsible for war crimes must be held accountable for their actions. Third, diplomatic efforts need to be intensified to find a lasting and just solution to the conflict. Dialogue, negotiations, and a commitment to a two-state solution are essential to achieving a peaceful coexistence. The international community must actively revive these efforts and encourage all parties to engage in meaningful dialogue with the aim of reaching a comprehensive and a lasting peace agreement. Finally, education and raising awareness are also a crucial component of addressing the conflict. By raising awareness about the plight of the Palestinian people, we can counter misinformation and monopolization of the narrative in order to foster empathy and understanding about their legitimate national aspirations.
Oh, come on, I got it straight though.
Educating ourselves and future generations about the historical and political context of this conflict can help break down stereotypes and prejudice while achieving a more balanced and nuanced understanding of the situation. In conclusion, the protection of civilians is an urgent and pressing issue that demands our immediate attention at this critical juncture. We must advocate for the respect of international law, establish safe zones, raising awareness about the plight of the Palestinians, and pursue diplomatic solutions to end the conflict. I reiterate that the only viable option for the resolution of the long-standing conflict is the end of the occupation of the Palestinian and the full recognition of a free, sovereign, and independent Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly. Somali government and its people will continue to support and stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and government in their unwavering pursuit of their legitimate rights, including to live in peace within secure and internationally recognized borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Somalia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Check or raise. Turn.
Señor Presidente, aún no se han cumplido 2 años de la
It has not yet been 2 years
76/2002
since adoption of Resolution
y 6 veces
76/2006.
ha convocado ya esta
7
Asamblea General
times you
el
have now
ejercicio del veto
convened
en
this
7
General
ocasiones
Assembly,
por parte de los
and
miembros
vetoes have been
permanentes
exercised on
del
7
Consejo de
occasions by
Seguridad.
permanent members
En
of the
esta
Security
ocasión nos
Council.
convoca en primer lugar el
At
veto
this
ejercido el
time,
pasado 18 de
firstly,
octubre por
we
Estados
are
Unidos al
convened
proyecto de
here
resolución
due to the veto on the last 18th of October by the US to draft resolution S/2019/773, a draft that had 12 votes in favor, 2 abstentions, and was essentially humanitarian in nature, the aim being to bring an end to the suffering of civilian populations both in Israel and in Palestine. Mexico believes that any use of the veto to impede action of the Security Council is unacceptable, and this most recent case is no exception. Since 1945, Mexico has had an unshakable position against the use of the veto by permanent members of the Security Council. This faculty has been exercised in breach of the solemn commitment of 4 permanent members on the 7th of June 1945 at the San Francisco Conference. At that time, they declared,
"It is not to be assumed, however, that the permanent members, any more than the non-permanent members, would use their veto power willfully to obstruct the operation of the Council." La realidad ha sido
the
lamentablemente
reality
muy distinta.
has
Recordamos
progressively
en
been
esta ocasión
rather
que
different.
en su intervención
Let us
durante el
remind
debate
you
de
now
alto nivel de la
that
77
during
Asamblea
his
General, el
statement
presidente
at
Biden
the high-level
afirmó lo
debate at the
siguiente
77th General
desde esta
Assembly,
tribuna.
President Biden said the following.
Members of the UN Security Council, including the United States, should consistently uphold and defend the UN Charter and refrain from the use of veto except in rare, extraordinary situations to ensure that the Council remains credible and effective. Es lamentable que el veto al proyecto de resolución S/2023/773 haya puesto en duda precisamente la credibilidad y la efectividad del Consejo, especialmente en un momento en el que su acción resulta tan urgente. El proyecto de resolución en comento era un texto equilibrado y que tenía los elementos más importantes y urgentes bajo las circunstancias que vivan y que precisamente habría asegurado que el Consejo se mantuviera creíble y eficaz. Tomando en cuenta la gravedad y la fragilidad de la situación en el terreno, nada justificaba impedir la adopción de este proyecto, cuya primera versión fue copatrocinada por México. A este veto se suma el que fue ejercido por parte de Rusia y China al proyecto de resolución S/2023/792, presentado a su vez por la delegación de Estados Unidos. En este caso, la votación contó con 10 votos a favor, 3 en contra y 2 abstenciones. En opinión de mi delegación, a diferencia del texto brasileño que logró obtener más apoyo entre los miembros del Consejo, este proyecto no partía de un enfoque equilibrado. No obstante, un veto es un veto, y mi delegación reconoce que al haber obtenido los votos necesarios para su adopción, nuevamente la acción de 2 miembros permanentes volvió a paralizar al Consejo de Seguridad. Es importante mencionar que este último veto estuvo seguido inmediatamente después del rechazo del proyecto de resolución S/2023/795 presentado por Rusia, el cual contó con solo 4 votos a favor, 2 en contra y 9 abstenciones. Esta dinámica de rechazos mutuos proclamada como crónica de una muerte anunciada por ambos proponentes en sus intervenciones en el debate sobre el Medio Oriente el pasado miércoles 24 de octubre, también es tóxica y refleja la disfuncionalidad en la que se puede caer o en la que puede caer este órgano. Recuerda también las malas prácticas de parálisis en la época de la Guerra Fría, y mi delegación en este sentido hace un llamado a frenar estas tácticas políticas que solo representan un abuso del Consejo de Seguridad a costa de quienes sufren en el terreno. No podemos ni debemos perder de vista que lo que está en juego son vidas humanas. En este contexto, México reitera su llamado a quienes no lo han hecho a sumarse a la iniciativa franco-mexicana sobre la restricción del uso del veto y que cuenta ya con 106 signatarios. Señor presidente, President, as we indicated at the Security Council, Mexico condemns in an energetic and unequivocal way terrorism and extremist violence in all of its forms and manifestations, independently of who commits it, where it is committed, under what rationalization. We reiterate our strong condemnation of the terrorist attacks against the people on 7th October committed by Hamas, and we recognize the right of Israel to protect its citizens and territory, as well as that right to guarantee their security, provided that it is done in strict adherence to international law and in full observance of the principles of necessity and proportionality that govern any use of force. Once again, we demand that Hamas immediately and unconditionally release any hostages under its custody, which includes Mexican nationals.
La respuesta israelí ha tenido hasta
un
saldo de más de 8,000 personas fallecidas, más de 21,000 heridas, además de daños incalculables a la infraestructura y otros bienes civiles palestinos. Es terrible que por cada día que pasa desde que se reanudó esta sesión de emergencia tengamos que agregar miles de muertes a nuestra intervención. Esto debe parar. Condenamos cualquier ataque indiscriminado o dirigido contra la población civil bajo cualquier circunstancia, así como contra personal médico y humanitario o contra bienes civiles o infraestructura esencial que podrían constituir crímenes de guerra. México reitera su llamado a un cese inmediato y duradero de hostilidades en todos los territorios palestinos ocupados, especialmente los ataques directos o indirectos en contra de civiles por todas las partes del conflicto, así como a levantar el estado de sitio en el que se encuentra actualmente la población palestina, teniendo en cuenta que las represalias son contrarias al derecho internacional. Damos igualmente la bienvenida al inicio de la entrada de convoyes humanitarios a Gaza, aunque aún no es suficiente. Es vital el suministro de servicios básicos, así como levantar las restricciones al movimiento de personas y bienes tanto en Gaza como en Cisjordania. De igual forma, debe permitirse el paso de personas civiles por ese corredor humanitario. Lamentamos profundamente la muerte de personal de Naciones Unidas y hacemos un llamado a revocar la decisión de retirar visas a funcionarios de la ONU operando en Israel. Aprovechamos esta ocasión para refrendar el total apoyo de México al secretario general Antonio Guterres y a todo el sistema de las Naciones Unidas en sus esfuerzos políticos y humanitarios en estos tiempos de crisis. Conscientes de la grave situación humanitaria en la región, el gobierno de México aumentará este año su contribución voluntaria al organismo de obras públicas y socorro para los refugiados de Palestina en reconocimiento a su labor humanitaria que hoy es más necesaria que nunca. Señor presidente, toda ocupación es ilícita, quebranta el orden internacional y contraviene la Carta de la ONU. Tampoco está consagrado el derecho a una ocupación indefinida. Cualquier adquisición de territorio obtenido por la fuerza es nula y carente de validez. Exigimos a la potencia ocupante cesar su ocupación y todos los demás actos que afectan la integridad territorial del Estado de Palestina en apego a las resoluciones pertinentes del Consejo de Seguridad. México favorece una solución política integral y definitiva del conflicto, bajo la premisa de dos estados que atienda las legítimas preocupaciones de seguridad de Israel y permita la consolidación del Estado de Palestina viable política y económicamente, que conviva con Israel dentro de fronteras seguras e internacionalmente reconocidas, de conformidad con las resoluciones pertinentes del Consejo de Seguridad. Y como señalara la secretaria de Relaciones Exteriores de México el pasado 23 de septiembre en esta tribuna, debemos reconocer el derecho del pueblo de Israel, pero no a expensas del pueblo palestino. En conclusión, señor presidente, esperamos que el Consejo de Seguridad esté a la altura de la gravedad de la situación y actúe lo más pronto posible para evitar, en primer lugar, que se sigan perdiendo vidas, así como para abrir un nuevo capítulo de asistencia humanitaria y de diálogo
we open a new chapter for
Es en
humanitarian
las horas
assistance
más
and political
oscuras,
dialogue.
cuando el panorama se ve más
It is
incierto y
at the
difícil,
darkest
que
hours
estamos obligados a redoblar
when it is
esfuerzos para
most
terminar
difficult
con los
to
siglos
see
de
any
violencia,
hope on the horizon, that we
relanzar y
are
hacer
forced
viable la
to
solución
redouble
de
our
los
effort
estados
to put an
para
end to
dos
the cycle of
pueblos,
violence
procurando para
and
ambos la
ensure
seguridad de
that
poder
a
vivir en
viable
paz.
solution to two
Por lo
states and
tanto,
two
hagamos
people
realidad
is
los principios
possible
que
and they can live
asumimos
in
todos
peace. They
hace
must make this
78
a
años. Muchas
reality and live up to the principles that we laid down 78 years ago. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
أنا لا بد للشعوب العربية والإسلامية أن تقول كلمتها وأن تنتصر لغزة ولأطفالها ونسائها ونحن
Madam
ومن واقع
President,
الشعور بالمسؤولية
50 years
الدينية
ago this month,
والأخلاقية
the
والإنسانية
1973
والوطنية
Arab-Israeli war began.
واستجابة لمطالب
30
شعبنا
years
اليمني
ago,
العزيز
the Oslo
ومطالب
Accords
الشعوب
were
الحرة
signed.
ونجدة لأهلنا
26 years
المظلومين
ago,
في
the
غزة
first meeting of the
كان
10th
لا بد للقوات
Emergency
المسلحة
Special Session
اليمنية
of this body
أن
was
تقوم
held.
بواجبها
Who could have
بالتوكل
imagined
على الله
we would still be
وانتصارا
here today?
للمظلومية التاريخية للشعب
The
الفلسطيني
horrifying series
العزيز
of events that
وعليه
began on 7
وبعون
October
الله تعالى
continues unabated,
قامت قواتنا المسلحة
spiraling
بإطلاق دفعة كبيرة من الصواريخ البالستية والمجنحة وعدد كبير من الطائرات المسيرة على أهداف مختلفة للعدو الإسرائيلي.
Yeah, man, I got a large load of drones apparently. But it's Yemen, for goodness sake. I mean, Yemen declares war on Israel. This is old. What's this got to do with anything?
The Israeli Air Force said that Arrow was activated for the first time since the beginning of the war.
Oh dear. I mean,
is now on the side of Palestine. Israel keeps bombing Gaza even as the region experiences its most chaotic days ever. Many nations are speaking out against Israel's onslaught, which has now grown to include land operations. As of October 7th, the news from Yemen has reverberated around the world, despite concerns that the conflict would spread. According to a declaration released by the Yemeni military, war has been declared against Israel. In a statement read in front of cameras, Yemeni Armed Forces spokesman Yehia Sari said, "As the Yemeni Armed Forces, we are extending a helping hand to the oppressed people of Gaza in accordance with our moral, humanitarian, and religious responsibility and at the request of the Yemeni people. As long as the Zionist enemy continues its attacks on Gaza, we will continue to hit Israel with our UCAVs and missiles," Sari continued. Yemen was the first Islamic state to openly go to war against the Zionist regime in solidarity with the Palestinian resistance and people.
it is.
The Israeli blockade of Gaza continues to produce breaking news. The UN ambassador for Israel ratcheted up the tension with his comments. The envoy's comments about Iran's government were scathing. The Ayatollah regime is a Nazi regime. A nighttime raid resulted in the release of the Israeli soldier held captive by Hamas. The Israel Defense Forces, IDF, reported that throughout the ground operation, forces in the Gaza Strip fought with Hamas members in the tunnels, also called the Gaza Metro. It has been reported that many people were killed and injured and Israeli forces attacked the Jabalai refugee camp. It has been reported that many people were killed and injured and Israeli forces attacked the Jabalai refugee camp. The Palestinian Ministry of Health said at least 100 people were killed in the airstrike. After the attack, many of the buildings in the neighborhood were destroyed, and many people were feared to have been buried under the debris. The current estimated number of casualties is close to 150. Hamas said, "We fired rockets at Ashdod in response to civilian deaths." The Israeli Air Force released a statement today saying that for the first time since the conflict began on October 7th, Arrow was activated and that the surface-to-surface missile launched from the Red Sea region into the territory of the State of Israel was successfully intercepted by the Arrow long-range defense system. Democratic Party lawmakers and other Muslim activists in the United States gave Vice President Joe Biden until midnight to take action to end the fighting in Gaza, with the warning, no ceasefire, no vote. The Israel Defense Forces, IDF, said in a statement that throughout the ground operation, forces in the Gaza Strip fought with Hamas members inside the tunnels, also known as the Gaza Metro. A photograph depicting the moments of the battles and the ground operation was released alongside the statement, which claimed that Hamas fighters had employed anti-tank rockets and machine guns. Axios has been told by 2 Israeli sources that since Friday, when the ground offensive began, more than 20,000 Israeli troops have invaded the Gaza Strip. The health ministry in Gaza reported that 8,525 Palestinians had lost their lives as a result of Israeli bombardment. Attacks on U.S. personnel in Syria and Iraq have been on the rise since the Israeli-Palestinian crisis began on October 7th. Drone strikes hit the U.S.-occupied Ain al-Assad air base in Anbar, western Iraq. Iraqi security officials claim that 2 drones were used in the attack on the base. One of the drones reportedly crashed near the base after being shot down by the air defense system. In a statement released Wednesday, UNICEF Executive Director Catherine Russell said, "The lack of clean water and safe sanitation is on the verge of becoming a catastrophe in Gaza. More civilians will become ill or die from dehydration or waterborne infections if access to clean water is not restored immediately." UNRWA, which provides aid and shelter to Palestinians, reported that 64 UN workers have been murdered in Israeli attacks on Gaza. Among them was a UNRWA employee named Samir, who lost his wife and 8 children in the violence. According to The Guardian, a British government official was dismissed after he or she recommended that Prime Minister Sunak call for a truce. After pressuring Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to call for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip, British government officer Paul Bristow was
Israel has
reportedly
been
fired.
committing crimes against humanity for almost a month before the eyes of the world. After Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza, the Turkey and Palestinian Friendship Hospital, as you also mentioned that, and refugee camps were also targeted, and many civilians were killed. So hospitals, ambulance carrying patients, and health infrastructures are not targeted, according to the international law of war. But Israel no longer acts like a state, but like a terrorist organization, as Erdogan stated. So, like 9,000 Palestinians, mostly babies, children, elderly and women were killed. And 1 million Palestinians, people were displaced. And Western countries, which claim to be a kind of, castle of the democracy or human rights, publicly stand by Israel, with Israel in this humanitarian crisis. So Western countries and Israel failed to test in the test of humanity in Gaza, and in these countries and Western countries cannot even call for a ceasefire, let alone condemn Israel. This is the kind of weakness, and there is no even criticism. So
you have to accept the evil.
And
so many people have to accept the evil.
Are as responsible
good time
for
to
the
tease
death
people, I suppose, if you
of
want
children in Gaza as Israel. When it comes to the war against Muslims, I think a war between Crusaders representing the Christian world or Crescent representing the Muslim world is a scenario that Turkey or any regional countries doesn't want. Since Turkey...
Turkey, sorry to interrupt. Turkey's President Erdogan, he's been very clear about the way he feels about things. He's issued several strong statements over the past 3 weeks. How do ordinary citizens in Turkey feel? Do they share his feelings? Do they share his sentiment?
Sure, of course, there are some polls proving that I think 11% of Turkish people were thinking that Turkey should take neutral position. But the last meeting, the last rally, Palestine, the greater Palestine rally, attended by 1.5 million people in Istanbul just 5 days ago, show that the people are on the side of Palestine. So the position of government and state itself is also same. That Turkey, Turkish people are also siding with Palestine. I'm not just talking about conservatives. I also talk about leftists, or even the other political wings. So it's a kind of a position that all Turkish people are coming together, and Turkey never wants a regional or global war. As a matter of fact, Turkey advocates the construction of the world where peace prevails. It's a kind of motto since the establishment of Turkey as a republic. But when addressing the domestic politics on a rhetorical basis, Erdogan says many times that Turkey can come suddenly at night. This is a kind of motto.
So,
and
sorry to interrupt again. What would be the red lines for Turkey?
Actually, the red line has already crossed by Israel. Turkey has always, advocates the civilians, but most probably Turkey will take more concrete steps, such as canceling trade relations, canceling trade agreements with Israel, and also Turkey can, cut diplomatic ties with Israel if Israel does not stop to kill innocent people. I think the red line for Turkey is the Israeli actions and killing the civilian people. Turkey has been calling, and the rhetoric or the actions of Turkey is getting hard. So in the first time, or in the first period of the actions or the war or conflict between Hamas and Israel, what we see is that Turkey was softening, or Turkey's position was some sort of based on soft power. Turkey was not harshly criticizing Israel. Of course, Turkey was criticizing, but not much. Now, Turkey is taking more hard position or more concrete steps against Israel.
And when it comes to the Palestinian people, other than speaking out in support of them, what type of support is Turkey willing to provide to the Palestinians in Gaza?
Of course, Turkey as a country that provide humanitarian aid, we have sent, I think, 3 or 4 or more than 4 planes carrying humanitarian aid to Palestinians in Gaza. But of course, there is just one border open to Gaza, which is not controlled by Israel. It is the Rafah border, and in that regard, Turkey has to engage and cooperate with Egypt. And I think just 5 minutes ago, I just saw that Egypt announced that they will also accept Palestinian and injured from the Israeli attacks. They will also have a chance to be treated in hospital in Egypt. So most probably Turkey will somehow cooperate with Egypt to provide the humanitarian aid those in Gaza injured or killed by Israeli attacks. In that regard, Turkey sent his foreign minister of Turkey, Hakan Fidan, was in Egypt just 5 months ago. The first phase of the conflict, he met with the president of Egypt, Sisi, and talk about and discuss the potential cooperation in terms of helping those are needing in Gaza.
Thank you for joining us on the programme. It's great to get your take on things. Mehmet Rakipolu in Turkey, a geopolitical expert. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the most pressing issues in the ongoing Middle East conflict is that Palestinian civilians have been forced to flee from the Israeli invasion of Gaza. The UN Secretary-General's spokesperson was questioned about that and said the involuntary relocation of Palestinians is unacceptable.
We stand clearly against the forced mass displacement of people, full stop. And we've seen it in other places around the world, and we've been consistent in that.
This comes amid Israeli pressure on Egypt to take in Palestinian refugees, but Egypt has refused. The Egyptian Prime Minister has even said his country will not give up any of its land for that purpose and is ready to, quote, sacrifice millions of lives to defend its territory. RT correspondent Yasin Ekin has the details.
It appears Israel is lobbying to apply pressure on Egypt to accept refugees from Gaza. This is a matter of concern, particularly for the Egyptians, suggesting that doing so would liquidate the Palestinian cause, as well as destroy any hopes or dreams anyone may have regarding a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians, which, of course, is a matter of concern for many in the region as well. But concerns from Egypt do not end there. Over the past couple of weeks, there have been attacks targeting Egyptian soil. This, of course, is a matter of great concern. Israel says that Houthi rebels in Yemen carried out attacks aimed at Israel but landed in Egyptian territories, particularly in the North Sinai region, where the Rafah border crossing between Israel and Egypt currently stands. But on Sunday, October the 22nd, an attack did commence targeting Egyptian peacekeepers along the border, and the statement issued from Tel Aviv suggested that it was an accident. But of course, Egypt did not take this too kind. They suggest that they are ready to die in the millions to protect even a grain of sand of the Sinai region, essentially suggesting that Egypt is ready to do anything and everything to protect its territory.
For every grain of sand here in the Sinai, we Egyptians are ready to sacrifice millions of lives.
The Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said that the Egyptian forces will, of course, essentially carry out their duties within the region. But it's also important to note that this message was stressed at a time when the conflict was reaching a new front. A new front to the point where the Egyptian side suggests that if this conflict spills over to the region and countries, then many people will essentially do anything and everything they can to take matters into their own hands. And that's essentially what we're seeing from forces located in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, as well as Yemen. Yemen has issued statements suggesting that they have launched surface-to-surface missiles. They've launched cruise missiles targeting Israel as well as UAVs. And this is a matter of great contention because the United States currently has a presence in the Red Sea, one, to act as a deterrent, as it says, and the second, to ensure that any missiles coming out of Yemen do not reach Israel. It's in support of Israel as well as protecting a number of interests within the region. But the fact that the current situation in the region is just so unstable, it's unsteady to the point that if anything happens, many people can get involved in this conflict. Hezbollah suggests they have a force of about 100,000 troops ready to fight. There are tens of thousands of troops essentially stationed in Syria and Iraq that have suggested if Israel crosses any red lines, that they will also get involved. But for the most part, many people within Lebanon, I can say, do not want war, and the same could be applied to Hezbollah. However, the statement issued by the Hezbollah, issued by Tehran, suggests that if Israel crosses any red lines, then things can escalate. And listening to John Kirby, the spokesperson for the White House Security Council, they also suggest that the U.S. has not put any red lines when it comes to Israel and its offensive against Hamas and the Gaza Strip. So it's going to be very delicate, but it also carries the possibility and the potential to spark an even wider, broader, protracted conflict in the Middle East.
Well, the world has its attention on the unfolding tragedy in the Middle East. The latest UN Security Council session focused on the Ukraine conflict. Russia's representative said it's unjustifiable that Washington and other Western powers have such polar opposite views of the two conflicts, as US ally Israel has waged such devastation on Gaza in just a matter of weeks.
You are shouting about allegedly indiscriminate Russian strikes on Ukrainian cities. I want to ask you not to be lazy and check out the Ukrainian news. You'll see many reports about restaurants and nightclubs, public institutions working normally almost everywhere, public transport running, schools and hospitals working. That is all happening almost 2 years after the beginning of the Russian special military operation. And now look at the pictures from the Gaza Strip, which Israel has been trying to level to the ground for just 3 weeks. Compare these two realities and ask yourself, how many times have you condemned the methodical killing of Palestinian civilians and tried to convene a meeting of the Security Council on this occasion? Have you supported at least one call for a ceasefire? We all know the answer perfectly well. We understand the true price of your efforts and your crocodile tears. You can't even imagine how cynical and duplicitous you look. But now it's understood perfectly well in the Middle East, in Asia, Africa, and in Latin America.
The UN Security Council convened to discuss the situation in Ukraine and the humanitarian fallout of the conflict. And when the U.S. representative took to the floor, the U.S. representative seemed to indicate that they believed Ukraine was making military progress. And furthermore, they bemoaned the humanitarian hardships of the conflict, which they blamed squarely on Russia. Here's what we had to hear from the U.S. representative before the UN Security Council.
The United States has provided nearly $2.8 billion in humanitarian assistance, both inside Ukraine and in the region, since February 2022. Our assistance will continue to prioritize winterization efforts. However, as Russia's war of aggression rages on, Ukraine's humanitarian needs continue to grow. We call on the international community to ensure the UN's funding appeals are met.
Now, it's important to note that the words of Russian Ambassador Nebenzia critiquing the words of the U.S. representative seem to match pretty well with what was said. We have a situation where, at this point, it's pretty clear, and revelations have come forward by journalist Seymour Hersh and others, that there is little expectation on the part of U.S. officials behind closed doors that the conflict can actually be won on the part of Ukraine, that basically the war is lost, and yet the Ukrainian officials continue to throw away the lives of their people, and the United States continues to pour billions of dollars into Ukraine to prolong the conflict. Meanwhile, the words about humanitarian concerns seem laced in utter hypocrisy when the USA continues to veto any resolution put forward before the UN Security Council that doesn't blame the conflict squarely on Hamas. And while U.S. officials claim to be so concerned about the plight of civilians in conflict, they are basically turning a deaf ear to the cry of the civilians in Gaza right now, who are facing an onslaught at the hands of Israel. And this reveals that the words of the United States, when it comes to expressing concern about civilians and about civilian life and about the effects of war and bombing, etc., are simply geopolitical in their nature. They serve a particular agenda, and they're not motivated by genuine concern about human life.
As Washington prepares to send military aid to both Ukraine and Israel, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives makes it clear that America's enemies are Iran, Russia, and China.
Iran is directly tied to all this. These are Hamas and Hezbollah are proxies of Iran, and they're tied in now with Russia and China. I mean, it is a new axis of evil. That's how we see it.
The term axis of evil is not new for U.S. politicians. President George W. Bush initially used it to refer to Iran, Iraq and North Korea as Washington's enemies as he coaxed the American public to accept his, quote, war on terror. The U.S. went on to invade Iraq and has heavily sanctioned Iran and North Korea. Then almost 2 decades later, President Trump added China and Russia to the pronounced list of U.S. adversaries. Earlier, we spoke with a panel of guests who said the U.S. needs to have enemies to maintain its military positions.
These three countries have been identified as threats to the pursuit of and maintenance of U.S. hegemony around the world. The three most capable and actively resisting the rules-based world order. We make the rules, we issue the orders that the U.S. feels slipping from their grasp. And this type of weaponized geopolitical discourse is meant to inform the American people who they should hate and fear, because it's not immediately obvious to them. Neither Russia, China, nor Iran threaten Americas or America itself. But they do threaten U.S. hegemony its control of global flows of trade and politics and so forth.
I think it shows exactly how some of the American politicians and top officials think. This reflects their perception that they do need an enemy to survive. And this is totally wrong, actually, in today's world. But, I mean, Russia, China, and Iran are countries that are not really happy with what is going on around the world. And these are the countries that are bold enough to voice out their disagreements. Most of these outcry or labeling countries like China, Russia, and even Iran together, what is the main motive or objective behind all this? Is this really a call for more funding for the military-industrial complex?
As far as it is against the U.S. hegemony, it would be a badge of honor, actually, for any country to be part of that axis of evil who is fighting or resisting against that hegemony, which does not exist anymore, actually. It is already demising. Americans are trying to divide the world into two camps. While other countries like Iran, Russia, China, and many others just want to respect one another. They don't want to ally even. They just want to be themselves, just to be independent and respect the independence of other countries. So what they would do is to cooperate with one another, to find mutual interest in cooperating with one another. It could be bilaterally or multilaterally to work with one another, and to strengthen themselves in their own capabilities and capacities, and also in their partnership with other players in each region that they are in. So they would actually continue with that, and in the future that would actually bear more fruit. And the Americans have no other choice but to accept this reality that the other countries have their own powers.
Many thanks for your company here on RT International. Scotty Nell Hughes has the latest episode of the 360 View up next on RT International, and we're back at the top of the hour with more news.
I am Scotty Nell Hughes, and on this edition of 360 View,
since that attack, we have witnessed a military response by Israel unprecedented in scale and impact, and one which has created a catastrophic humanitarian crisis in the densely populated Gaza Strip. To compound the problem, the Gaza Strip was under complete siege for the next 13 days following the attack. There was no way out and nothing could get in. Electricity, water, fuel, and food supplies were cut off. And 1.1 million people were ordered to undertake a massive evacuation exercise from the north to the south of the Strip. We are all aware of the abyss to which the people of Gaza have been driven on account of these developments, even as war continues. Hapless civilians continue to bear the brunt of these attacks. We were disheartened to hear the assessment that no place is safe in Gaza, since hospitals, schools, and other buildings that should be safe spaces in accordance with international humanitarian law were also struck in indiscriminate strikes. Madam President, Guyana emphasizes the responsibility of parties to the conflict to fully and unconditionally respect and uphold the principles of international law, including international humanitarian law. Even wars have rules, and the principles of distinction, proportionality, humanity, and necessity must be upheld. The protection of civilians is paramount, and we call for an immediate end to the indiscriminate attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Moreover, Guyana calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all Israeli hostages and for the immediate release of all Palestinian civilians unjustly held. We demand their safety, well-being, and humane treatment in compliance with international law. Madam President, the creation of a humanitarian corridor into Gaza is now an existential question, and Guyana was pleased to learn that the first aid convoy entered Gaza on 21st of October after 13 days of a complete siege. But this is not near enough. Before 7th October, at least 500 aid trucks entered Gaza daily. Today, it is a fraction of that. We call on those with influence on the relevant parties to exert all of it so that there is unhindered and continued flow of life-saving aid to the people of Gaza. A comprehensive ceasefire is crucial to the sustainability of the humanitarian intervention in Gaza. Guyana implores parties to immediately cease the fighting and to choose the path of dialogue and peace. We also underscore the importance of avoiding further escalations of the violence to the West Bank and other parts of the region. We urge maximum restraint by all parties to this end. Madam President, Excellencies, true and principled leadership can never involve the overseeing of the killing of women and children. Shockingly, we have learned that more than 3,500 children have been killed in Gaza over these last 24 days, more than all those killed in conflicts in the world annually since 2019. Children whose joys had already been curtailed, living in the constant shadow of war and displacement. Children who already versed in the sounds of war could tell when hellish artillery was approaching, and not only since October 7. Children who nevertheless dreamt, perhaps believed, that this world, this United Nations, would ensure that they and their families live in their own country, in their own state, in peace and security. But even as we mourn these little ones cut down before they can truly experience what it means to live in peace, we see their surviving brothers and sisters being denied food, water, yes, water, and other basic necessities. And the hospitals to which the battered and maimed turn for a chance at life are denied fuel. Madam President, Excellencies, the international community has failed these children and many, many more before them. It has failed the people of Palestine for more than 50 years. Guyana underscores the special responsibility of the Security Council to act in light of the threat that this situation poses to the maintenance of international peace and security. The current paralysis of the Council on this matter is therefore deeply concerning. We implore the Council to send a strong and clear message to the people of Israel and Palestine and the entire region that the rule of law will be upheld. In this context, Guyana was encouraged that this General Assembly did not falter when called upon to stand up for principles, justice, and the rule of law. We were among those who supported the resolution adopted last Friday, and we reiterate the provisions of that resolution. We call upon the concerned parties to adhere to those provisions as they are morally obligated to do. Madam President, Excellencies, let me underscore the importance of the responsibility and involvement of us all, the international community, in finding a solution. In the words of Guyanese poet Martin Carter, and I quote, "Like a web is spun in pattern, all are involved, all are consumed." The United Nations has a moral obligation to the people of Palestine and Israel to reinvigorate the peace process. It is the only way to guarantee the exercise of the inalienable right to self-determination by the Palestinian people and to address the security concerns of Israel. The Palestinian people continued to be pushed further and further behind, with their aspirations for development and peace strangled by cycle after cycle of violence and oppression for over 7 decades. The urgent realization of the two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders is critical. The government of Guyana is unwavering in its commitment to this objective and is ready to contribute constructively to any genuine effort to this end. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guyana and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Namibia.
Madam President, thank you for resuming the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly under the Uniting for Peace resolution. This session resumes in the context of a world that is troubled, a world that looks to this august assembly as an international parliament of humanity to be bold and decisive and bring hope in these dark times. Allow me to draw on a life lesson that all of us have learned time and time again through each phase of our lives. There are two sides to every story. With this conflict in mind, Namibia is quick to caution that viewing a story from a different perspective should not be seen as disregard for the pain of the other. On 24 October 2023, during the open debate in the Security Council, we witnessed an unwarranted attack on the Secretary General when he stated that the attacks of October 7 did not occur in a vacuum. They did not, as this conflict predates this fateful day, and the pain and horror for both Palestinian and Israelis did not start on this day. Let me categorically clarify that as Namibia, we view the current conflict through the prism of humanitarianism, international law, and human rights. It is within this context that we call for the cessation of violence through a ceasefire, an end to the mass displacement of Palestinians, and an end to the attempts to starve Palestinians of humanitarian aid, including water and fuel. Last week, His Excellency Volker Turk, High Commissioner for Human Rights, stated that a binary view of the world rooted in you are either with me or against me is never going to advance peace. This is the message that we have for the Security Council, which has failed to take action in these dire times. These times when every minute that is lost has direct impact on whether people live or die. We urge Council members to set aside their differences and in the letter and spirit of the principles and purposes of the sacrosanct UN Charter, save a generation that is on the verge of being wiped out from the scourge of war. History has taught us that war, wherever it happens, is the absolute worst experience for all affected. The wounds of war do not heal. Thus, the unabated killing and wanton destruction, callous loss of lives in this conflict must come to an end. Madam Vice President, Namibia voted in support of the resolution presented by Jordan because we are sensitized to the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people. Today, this august assembly, or on Friday rather, this august assembly showed that indeed, as was said by Martin Luther King Jr., the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. With the utmost compassion, I want to say to the permanent observer of Palestine and to his team that we feel the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people no less than we did when together we walked the corridors of the United Nations as oppressed people. We empathize with your protracted struggle for your inalienable right to self-determination. Namibia is with you on this journey, as it has always been. The injustices meted out against you should be enough to condition us all to put up the guardrails of international law, international humanitarian law, and the compassion that embodies the very notion of humanity as your protection from further brutality. Namibia will continue to push these frontiers in your name, using the systems, processes, and institutions at our disposal. Madam Vice President, last year this Assembly adopted an important resolution which requested the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on the consequences of the legality of the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. While this consideration is sub judice, the continued escalation of violence, especially over the last 12 months, reminds us that we have a responsibility to reject harmful rhetoric which dehumanizes the Palestinian people. Human animals do not exist. Palestinian people, like all members of the human family, are entitled to the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights that form the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. These are the guarantees that are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we regard them as fundamental and indivisible. Madam President, the resilience of the Palestinian people in the face of collective punishment against an entire population, despite the indiscriminate and disproportionate use of force for decades, should invoke in us a sense of duty, a duty to bring to an end the grave escalation of violence and show that indeed humanity and compassion are an umbrella that unite us for the common cause of peace. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Namibia and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Morocco.
السيدة الرئيسة، أود في البداية أن أشكركم وأشكر السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة على استجابتكم لطلب
General Assembly for positively responding for the request by the Arab Group and the OSCE for the resumed external session, which comes within a context of an unprecedented crisis and serious events that would undermine peace and security in the Middle East region, that with the ramifications and repercussions that could affect the entire world. What we have seen over the last few weeks of targeting civilian objects, property, including hospitals, schools, and the violations of international humanitarian law and international law of human rights would create serious concern for the Kingdom of Morocco. And in this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco would reiterate 5 key points in this regard as follows. 1, to call for the de-escalation, stop the bloodshed and hold military attacks, and also to save the region from the woes of military conflict in order to achieve peace and stability. Secondly, to protect all civilians and refrain from targeting them under the pretext of IHL and common principles of humanity. Thirdly, to allow the access of the seamless flow of humanitarian aid with sufficient quantity for the Gaza Strip, because the humanitarian situation is unbearable. Fourthly, to reject all ideas and solutions that want to transfer the Palestinians and drive them out of their homeland to neighboring countries. Fifth, we need to relaunch a genuine peace process that would lead to the two-state solution. The state of Palestine on the 4th of June 1967 borders that live in peace side to side with the state of Israel. And after the peace summit that has been recently held in Cairo on October 21st, the Kingdom of Morocco and 8 other Arab states issued a statement requiring the Security Council to make it binding to the parties to the conflict to immediately unconditionally reach a ceasefire and to provide safe and rapid access of humanitarian relief to Gaza Strip without any hindrance. Mr. President, within his firm commitment, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who is the chairman of the Jerusalem Committee for the best interest of the Palestinian cause, and under his instruction, the Kingdom of Morocco has sent rapid and urgent humanitarian aid to the Palestinian population, and we've delivered it to the Egyptian Red Cross to guarantee its access into Gaza Strip, and also the financing House of Jerusalem, headed by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, in order to send such financing requirements to the medical facilities and social institutions that are addressing the needs resulting from the developments of the situation in Gaza. Mr. President, the Arabic group, OIC, and allied movement has called for this extraordinary session after the Security Council failed to adopt a resolution that would put an end to the tragic situation in Gaza Strip. And we do hope that the resolution adopted last Friday would create a genuine opportunity to raise hopes for the peoples of the region and to make available the steps in order to find a solution for the current crisis. The Kingdom of Morocco reiterates its emphasis on its firm and clear position vis-à-vis the just and fair Palestinian cause and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, including its right to an independent state of Palestine on the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, side by side the state of Israel as the only guarantor of peace and stability in the region. The Kingdom of Morocco also reiterates that we need to stop and halt all procedures that would undermine the legal and historical status of the sacred city Al-Quds. That's why it should always be a symbol of peaceful coexistence for the followers of the three Unitarian faiths or religions, and also to be a center for respect and dialogue as provided for in the Al-Quds Statement Communique signed by the Majesty Kingdom, King Mohammed VI, with the sponsorship of Pope Francis in 2019, signed in Rabat, Morocco. Finally, Mr. President, would like to reiterate the content of the letter sent by King Mohammed VI addressed to the chair of the Committee on the Exercise of Palestinian people of their inalienable rights, and I quote, as much as we emphasize that the stalemate in the political process between the Palestinian and the Israeli side does not serve peace, we reiterate and emphasize the positive signs in order to rebuild the trust and relaunch genuine negotiations that would achieve a fair, just and lasting solution to the Palestinian cause according to the international resolutions and based on the two-state solutions. And of course, the Kingdom of Morocco, led by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who is the chairman of the Al-Quds Committee, would always hold steadfast to the option of peace and reiterates its readiness to coordinate with all partners in order to engage genuinely in any international efforts that would put an end to the current tragic and serious situation in Gaza. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the distinguished representative of Morocco, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Madam President, today the extreme humanitarian crisis and the crime against humanity being committed in Gaza Strip raise grave concern in the international community. Last Friday, the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for immediate and sustained humanitarian truce leading to the cessation of the hostility between Israel and Hamas, and demanding that all parties immediately and fully comply with their obligation under international law, including international humanitarian law. However, Israel, turning blind eyes to unanimous demand of the international community, has officially declared launch of the ground military operation in Gaza Strip. Thus, the Gaza is now hell where there is no safe place at all. The DPRK strongly condemns all indiscriminate attack targeting innocent people and critical civilian infrastructure like hospitals and schools. The crime against humanity being committed against innocent people in Gaza Strip must be stopped immediately. Current Middle East crisis is inevitable result of the illegal act of Israel in occupied East Jerusalem and the rest of occupied Palestine territory. However, some countries are further aggravating the situation in the Gaza Strip by disguising Israel as the victim and justifying the ongoing military aggression of Israel as exercise of the right to self-defense. At the UN Security Council meeting held on October 18, the United States cast a veto on the resolution to allow humanitarian access to Gaza Strip in Palestine for mere reason that the right to self-defense of Israel was not mentioned in the draft resolution submitted by delegation of Brazil. Due to the United States' one-sided support for Israel, the painstaking efforts of the international community to put an end to armed conflict, save lives of the greater number of innocent people, and defuse military tense situation in Middle East has failed. This clearly shows that United States is violating international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and approving and encouraging crime against humanity for only mere reason that Israel is its ally. Also, it has been proven once again that United States determined justice and injustice on the basis of the whether a performer of act is pro-US or anti-US. It is a typical manifestation of the shameless double standard of the United States toward right to self-defense. What cannot be overlooked is that some Western countries are resorting to smear campaign against DPRK to forcibly link the Middle East crisis to us. Some mass media belonging to US administration are spreading groundless and false rumor that North Korea's weapon seems to be used for attack on Israel. They are also building up public opinion that DPRK will make full use of the strategy of blackmail diplomacy, escalating the regional tension by taking advantage of the U.S. great interest in Middle East and Ukraine. Clear is the U.S. sinister intention. It is nothing but bid to shift blame for Middle East crisis caused by its one-sided policy for Israel and double standard onto the third country, and thus evade the international criticism focused on the United States. DPRK is watching with vigilance with illegal act of the United States, which has spawned war and armed conflict in different parts of the world, and shifted responsibility for them into the independent sovereign state. My delegation firmly believes that current critical crisis in Gaza Strip must be ended immediately, and all civilians must be protected through the full implementation of the resolution adopted at this General Assembly. In conclusion, my delegation once again expresses our unwavering support for and solidarity with the Palestinian people in their just struggle to regain their legitimate national rights, including establishment of the independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you,
Agradecemos la convocatoria a este 10º periodo extraordinario de sesiones de emergencia reanudada frente a la agresión y al atroz genocidio que vive en este mismo instante el pueblo palestino. Señora Presidenta, la Carta de las Naciones Unidas establece con absoluta claridad en su primer artículo como el primer propósito de nuestra organización mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales y con tal fin tomar medidas colectivas eficaces para
to
prevenir
take
y eliminar
collective
amenazas a la
measures to
paz
prevent
y para
and
suprimir los
eliminate
actos de agresión
threats to peace
u
and to
otros
end acts
quebrantamientos
of
de la
aggression
paz.
or other
En esa medida,
endangerments of
destacamos
peace.
los esfuerzos que las
In this
Naciones
regard,
Unidas
we
han
highlight the
realizado
efforts
para intentar
deployed by the United
resolver la
Nations to
situación del
attempt
pueblo
to
palestino
resolve the situation
y
of the Palestinian
reconocemos
people. We
las
recognize
gestiones diplomáticas
the
que en este
diplomatic
mismo instante
efforts that at
emprende
this
el secretario
very
general
moment are being
y otros
undertaken
actores
by the
internacionales.
Secretary General together with
Sin
other
embargo,
international
observamos
stakeholders.
que
However,
todos estos esfuerzos
we note
han sido
that
insuficientes
all of these efforts
para
have been
otorgarle la paz
insufficient
definitiva y el derecho
to
a la
grant
autodeterminación
them
al pueblo de
peace
Palestina,
and the right to
que desde finales del
self-determination
siglo
that is to the
XIX,
Palestinian people at the
año
end
tras
of
año,
since
ha
the
sido
end of
desplazado de su
the 19th
territorio
century,
originario
year
por
after
intereses
year,
coloniales.
these people have been displaced
Nuestra organización,
from their
las Naciones
territory.
Unidas, está en deuda con el pueblo palestino,
There is a great
porque no
debt
hemos logrado
to the
concluir
people of
aquello que
Palestine
proyectamos
because we
como
were not
solución
able to
para la paz
comply
definitiva y
with
duradera
what
en
we
el año
established as the
1947.
resolution in 1947
Mientras
for
nuestras
just
acciones avanzan lentamente,
As our
Israel
actions-
se benefició de
as
la
their
resolución
actions progress
que le da
slowly,
la existencia como Estado
Israel
y
has
desde
benefited
ese
from the
momento hasta hoy,
resolution that gave
como
them
potencia
statehood
ocupante,
and is now an
desconoce
occupying
todas las
power,
demás decisiones
and it
y
ignores
resoluciones
all of
de las
the
Naciones
further
Unidas.
decisions and
Esta es
resolutions of
una
the
clara
United Nations.
demostración
This is a
de
clear
desprecio
demonstration
e irrespeto a la
of
comunidad internacional
disregard and a lack of
y a todo el
respect for the
desarrollo del
international
derecho
community
internacional
and
y el derecho
developments
internacional
in
humanitario,
international law and
que son la
international
base
humanitarian
de la
law,
paz y la
which are
seguridad
the foundation for
internacionales.
international peace and security.
Presidenta, excelencias, colegas,
President, Excellencies,
rechazamos la pérdida de
colleagues,
vidas
we
en
reject
cualquier parte
the
del
loss
mundo
of life in
y el
any
sufrimiento
part
de
of
los
the world
pueblos
and the
sin
suffering
importar
of
su
peoples
nacionalidad.
regardless of their
Es por ello que
nationality.
debemos
For this
actuar
reason, we
con
must
urgencia y
act with
coherencia.
urgency and we must do so
Las vidas de las
coherently. The
palestinas y
lives of
palestinos
Palestinian
tienen el
people,
mismo
men
valor
and
que
women,
la vida de todos
have
los
the
ciudadanos del
same
mundo.
value as
En los
those of
últimos
all
días
citizens of the world.
hemos observado
In
atónitos
recent
el
days,
ataque
we have
desmedido
watched
y genocidio
stunned
de civiles palestinos en Gaza. Como se ha
disproportionate
mencionado en esta
attacks
misma
against
asamblea,
civilians in Gaza.
al día de hoy han perdido la
Today,
vida
just
más de
today,
8.500 palestinos,
to date, more than
de los cuales el
8,500 Palestinians have lost their
70%
lives.
son mujeres
Some
y
70% of
niños.
them are women and
Estamos viviendo un
children.
momento de inflexión
We
en la evolución
are
del
at a
conflicto,
turning point
donde Israel,
in this
como potencia
conflict
ocupante,
where Israel,
ha
as the
decidido
occupying
aplicar
power,
un
has
castigo
decided
colectivo
to
a
apply
los palestinos
collective
en Gaza.
punishment to the
A quienes
Palestinians in
no reconoce
Gaza.
su existencia,
To those
destruye sus
who
viviendas,
does not recognize
escuelas,
their existence, it is destroying their
hospitales
schools,
y los
hospitals,
priva de sus derechos
and
más
depriving them
básicos,
of their most basic
dejando a la
rights,
población sin
leaving the
alimentos, sin
population
combustible,
without food,
sin
without
electricidad,
fuel, without
sin tratamientos
electricity,
médicos, sin
without
agua.
medical assistance,
La
and
agresividad
without
inhumana
water.
y los falsos argumentos del gobierno de
Inhuman
Israel
aggressiveness and the
ya
false
no son
arguments of the state of
sostenibles.
Israel can no
¿Cómo es
longer be
posible que
sustained?
el
How is it
agresor
possible
ahora
for the
apele al
aggressor
derecho a la
now
defensa
to call for the
poniéndose en el
right
lugar de
to
víctima?
defense, placing
No se
itself
puede
as
tapar
a
el sol con
victim?
un dedo. La potencia
This
ocupante,
cannot be
el agresor,
covered
el
up.
genocida es
The
Israel.
aggressor and the
Los
one responsible for
responsables de
genocide is
estos graves
Israel.
crímenes
Those
de lesa
responsible
humanidad,
for these crimes
crímenes de
against
guerra,
humanity, for these
deben
war
responder
crimes,
ante la
must be
justicia
held accountable
internacional.
and must be brought to
Presidenta,
international
excelencias,
justice.
colegas,
Excellencies,
no podemos
colleagues,
seguir mirando con indiferencia
President, we
e
cannot continue
indolencia
to watch
a niñas y
indifferently
niños, seres humanos,
children,
debajo de los escombros
human
o
beings
vidas
beneath the
inocentes
rubble, and
arrastrándose
innocent
entre la
lives
devastación
are
producto
being
de las bombas y las
torn
armas de
away
Israel.
in devastation as a
La
result of
acción de las Naciones Unidas
bombs
puede
and
salvar
weapons.
miles de
The
vidas.
action of the United Nations
Por
can
ello,
save thousands
todos
of
los
lives.
estados y
For this
actores
reason,
involucrados
all
debemos asumir la responsabilidad
parties and those
de
involved
abogar
must
por la
assume the
justicia
responsibility
y la
and
paz.
seek
En
peace
ese
and
sentido,
justice. In this
que mi
regard,
delegación copatrocinó la
my
resolución
delegation
presentada
co-sponsored
por
the
Jordania
resolution presented
y fue
by
aprobada por
Jordan
una
and that
mayoría
was
aplastante
approved by
de
an
esta comunidad
overwhelming
internacional
majority of this
para que de
international
inmediato haya un cese al fuego y se atienda las necesidades humanitarias de las palestinas y palestinos, así como de los ciudadanos de otros países que se encuentran atrapados en la región. Que paren las armas, que paren las muertes, porque la vida es el bien más preciado que tiene la humanidad. Lamentamos la inacción del Consejo de Seguridad por el bloqueo de uno de sus miembros a la resolución de Brasil. Que se hubiese constituido en una oportunidad para la paz, en una pequeña luz al final del túnel para los palestinos en Gaza. Hacemos un llamado para que el Consejo de Seguridad actúe a la brevedad y envíe a Israel un mensaje unánime, claro y fuerte para que de una vez deje de cegar más vidas inocentes. Señora Presidenta, Bolivia, respetuosa del derecho internacional, de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, de los Estados miembros, estará del lado correcto de la historia. Estará del lado de los derechos del pueblo palestino. En consecuencia, el pueblo y gobierno boliviano hemos tomado la decisión de romper relaciones diplomáticas a partir del día de hoy con el Estado de Israel, por considerarse un Estado irrespetuoso de la vida, de los pueblos, del derecho internacional y del derecho internacional humanitario. Presidente y colegas, reafirmamos que la única fórmula que podrá definitivamente garantizar la paz y la seguridad en la región es el reconocimiento pleno del Estado de Palestina con las fronteras internacionales anteriores a 1967 y con Jerusalén Oriental como su capital. Adicionalmente, en concordancia con sus resoluciones y decisiones, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas debe incorporar a la brevedad posible como Estado miembro pleno de esta Asamblea General al Estado de Palestina. Finalmente, Presidenta, Palestina libre no es solo una causa del pueblo palestino, sino una cuestión de justicia y paz global. La libertad y la dignidad de los seres humanos debe ser respetada en todos los rincones del planeta y es nuestro deber trabajar juntos para lograr un futuro en el que Palestina sea finalmente libre. Hermanas y hermanos palestinos, una vez más reitero que no están solos. Bolivia está con ustedes, los pueblos del mundo están con ustedes. Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
I thank the distinguished representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, President.
Es necesario que la actividad de las grandes potencias que de una u otra forma apoyan a las distintas partes en conflicto en Oriente Medio se oriente a la búsqueda de soluciones para el establecimiento de una paz constructiva y no obstaculice posibles fórmulas de acuerdo y entendimiento. El conflicto de Oriente Medio, por su carácter explosivo, obliga a las Naciones Unidas a intentar sin descanso ponerle fin. El 24 de septiembre de 1973, el canciller ecuatoriano Antonio Lucio Paredes pronunció estas palabras ante la Asamblea General. Y como dije hace pocos días en el Consejo de Seguridad, estas palabras siguen vigentes luego de más de 50 años. Señora Presidenta, al agradecer la convocatoria a esta sesión del 10º periodo extraordinario de sesiones de emergencia, reitero el más firme y enérgica condena a los injustificables ataques terroristas perpetrados por Hamas y expreso nuestras condolencias más sentidas a las familias de las víctimas de estos ataques atroces. Nuestra solidaridad con el pueblo de Israel
our solidarity with the people of Israel and with other countries whose nationals have been affected
que los rehenes tomados por Hamas
stands firm.
sean liberados
We demand that
the
hostages taken by Hamas be released immediately and unconditionally. There is no possible justification for
peor
attacking
aún, para
civilians,
usarlos como escudos
and it
humanos.
is worse yet to use them as human
Palestina
shields.
tiene el derecho inalienable
Palestine
a
has
su libre
the inalienable
determinación,
right to
así
self-determination.
como aspiraciones legítimas
It also
de
has the
vivir con
right to
seguridad,
legitimate aspirations
libertad,
to live
justicia,
with security, freedom,
oportunidades y
justice,
dignidad.
opportunities, and dignity.
Por desgracia, en estos
Unfortunately,
momentos
at this
se
time,
sigue produciendo dolorosas e inaceptables muertes de
painful and
civiles,
unacceptable deaths
entre
of
ellos
civilians continue to
mujeres
occur,
y
including
niños
deaths
palestinos.
of women and children of
Reiteramos
Palestine.
nuestra
We
solidaridad
reiterate our solidarity
familias
with
y
their
con su
families and with the people of
Israel
Palestine.
tiene
Israel
el derecho a
has
defender
the
a
right
su
to defend
población
its
y
population
ejercer la
and to
legítima defensa.
exercise self-defense.
Como todo Estado debe actuar de acuerdo con el
Like
derecho
all
internacional
states, it must
y con
act in
estricto
accordance with international
respeto
law,
a los
and it must
principios del derecho
strictly
internacional
respect the
humanitario,
principles of international humanitarian
necesidad,
law, namely
proporcionalidad,
necessity,
distinción,
proportionality, differentiation, and
humanidad.
humanity.
Incluso en las guerras
Even
tienen normas
during
y no hay
war,
justificación
there are
alguna
rules,
para
and there
causar
is
dolor y
no
muerte
justification
a
whatsoever
civiles
for causing
inocentes.
pain and suffering
El
to
Ecuador
innocent
está
civilians.
convencido
Ecuador is
de que
convinced
cuando se actúa de
that
buena fe,
when
no hay contradicción
people act
entre el
in good faith,
agotamiento
there
de
is
todos los
actually no
esfuerzos
contradiction
para la
between
protección de
exhausting
civiles inocentes,
all efforts for the
incluso en
protection
el curso
of
de
innocent
enfrentamientos
civilians,
armados
including in the
y la
course
garantía de
of
seguridad
armed
y
conflict,
protección que los estados
and
deben
the
a sus
guarantee
nacionales.
guaranteeing
Por esto,
security and protection
apoyamos y
for
agradecemos los
the
esfuerzos
duty that
del
the states
secretario
have to
general
protect and
y de otros
secure
actores
their nationals.
para
For this
lograr
reason,
un
we
acceso
support and we
humanitario rápido,
are grateful for the efforts of the
suficiente y
Secretary
sin
General and
impedimentos
other
de
actors to
suministros
achieve
vitales a
swift
Gaza,
humanitarian
como
access that
agua,
is sufficient
alimentos y
and
combustibles,
unhindered for the
y así
provisions
evitar
of
que la
vital
tragedia
necessities to Gaza,
humanitaria
such as
en curso
water, food, and fuel,
alcance
and thus
dimensiones
avoid
incalculables.
a humanitarian
En momentos
tragedy
como el que vivimos,
and the one that is
todos los
currently being
actores
perpetrated,
deben mostrar
rising to
contención
incalculable
y evitar exacerbar
proportions.
las tensiones
At this time,
y prevenir
all
una
actors
expansión
must
de la violencia
demonstrate
a otras
restraint
zonas.
to avoid
Esto
exacerbating
solo
tensions and prevent
provocaría
expansion of
más
violence to
muerte
other
y más dolor.
areas. This would only cause
Señora
more death and
Presidenta,
more suffering.
la resolución
Madam
presentada
President,
por
the
Jordania y
resolution
adoptada por
submitted
esta
by Jordan and
Asamblea
adopted by
hace
this
un llamado
Assembly
incuestionable
issues
a respetar el derecho
an
internacional,
unassailable
el
call
derecho internacional
for the
humanitario,
respect of
el
international
derecho
law, for
internacional
international
de los derechos
humanitarian
humanos.
law, and
Condena
international human
todos los
rights
actos
law.
de violencia contra
It
civiles,
condemns all acts of violence
incluidos
against
los
civilians,
actos de terror,
including acts
lo
of
que
terror.
entendemos incluye a los actos
We
terroristas
understand this to
iniciados por
include
Hamas
the
el
terrorist
7 de
acts
octubre
initiated
pasado.
by Hamas on the 7th
La
of
resolución,
October.
además, fija la
The
solución de dos estados
resolution
como base de un
also
camino
sets the
pacífico y
two-state solution
negociado
as a
que ponga fin
basis for
definitivamente al
a
conflicto en
path
Oriente Medio
to a peaceful
en
and
concordancia
negotiated
con
settlement
nuestra
that will put a
posición
definitive
histórica
end to the conflict in the Middle
respecto a
East in
este tema.
accordance with our historic
Desde nuestro
position
punto de
on
vista,
this
el texto
issue.
omite menciones
From our
necesarias,
point of view, the
tales
text
como la
omits
alusión explícita a
a
Hamas,
few things that
cuya
are
autoría
necessary,
de
such
los
as an
ataques y
explicit
terroristas
allusion to
no
Hamas,
está en discusión,
whose
y la palabra rehenes
authority behind the
deseable en
terrorist
aras de
attacks
la
has not
claridad
been called into
y la verdad.
expression, and also
Por
the word
eso,
hostages,
votamos a
which
favor de la
should be
enmienda
clearly
propuesta
expressed
por
as
Canadá
a
que
truth.
habría
For
subsanado
this
estas omisiones.
reason, we voted in favor
Las
of the amendment
deficiencias del
proposed by
texto, sin
Canada,
embargo, no
which
son
would have
mayores
corrected these
que la
omissions.
urgencia
The
de los
deficiencies of the
mensajes
text,
que
however,
envía
are not greater than the
la
urgency
resolución
of
sobre la
the
protección de
messages that
civiles
the
tan
resolution
necesaria
sends
en
on the
este
protection
momento,
of civilians that
y
is
por este
so
motivo el
urgently
Ecuador
needed at this
votó
time. And for
a
this
favor de
reason,
la
Ecuador
resolución.
voted in favor of the
Señora
resolution.
Presidenta, desde
Madam President, since
1967,
1967,
la Asamblea
the
General
General
ha
Assembly
convocado al menos 3
has
sesiones
convened
especiales
at least
de emergencia
3
sobre el
emergency special
conflicto de Oriente
sessions
Medio.
on the conflict in
Son
the
ya
Middle East.
56 años.
It has now
Esta
been
décima
56
sesión
years since
especial
then.
fue
This 10th
inicialmente
emergency special
convocada en
session was initially
1997,
convened
hace
in
26 años.
1997,
Desde entonces
26 years
se ha
ago.
reanudado en 17
Since then,
ocasiones.
it has been resumed on
Las casi 8
17
décadas décadas de
occasioned
conflicto, los miles
almost
y miles de
8
muertos,
decades of conflict,
el
thousands upon
inconmensurable
thousands of
dolor
death,
y sufrimiento de
the
generaciones
immeasurable
enteras
pain and suffering
son
of
la
entire
evidencia más clara
generations
de que la
are
violencia
the clearest
no es la solución.
evidence
Es
and
tiempo de
proof
detener
that
la
violence is
lógica de
not the
buscar
solution. It is
culpables
time to
para
stop the
enfocarnos
logic
en
of
lograr
seeking
de una vez
to
por todas
blame others and rather to focus. It is now time to focus once and for all on a permanent settlement to this question. For this reason, reiterate what my delegation has repeated on many occasions in this assembly and in other fora. The only way to bring an end to this conflict is through a peaceful solution, one that is negotiated and definitive and fair for the parties, namely the existence of two states, Palestine and Israel, on the basis of the 1967 borders and the relevant resolution. Let us all work to this end. This represents our collective responsibility. President, I will conclude this statement as I began, recalling a statement uttered close to 3 decades ago, but still fully valid, and I'm referring to the statement of the 31st of January 1992, delivered by the then Secretary General Boutros Ghali to the Security Council, and he said, with all of the convulsions in global society, only one power is left that can impose order on incipient chaos. It is the power of principles transcending and changing perceptions of expediency. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ecuador and now gives the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, President.
Argentina considera prioritario
continues it a priority
evitar de manera
to
urgente
avoid, as a matter of
los
urgency,
enfrentamientos entre Israel y la Franja de Gaza.
conflict
Asimismo, se
between
deben hacer
Israel
todos
and
los
the Gaza
esfuerzos
Strip.
para que la crisis humanitaria en
All
la Franja
efforts
de
must be
Gaza
deployed
no se
in
continúe
order for the
agravando y para que
humanitarian
la
crisis in the
asistencia
Gaza Strip
humanitaria
to
llegue
not
a quienes la
continue
necesitan.
getting worse, and in
Es
order to ensure
fundamental
that
que la
humanitarian
población civil
assistance
sea
reaches those
protegida,
who need it. It is
sin
fundamental
importar
we
su
protect the
nacionalidad.
civilian population,
Hamas
regardless of their
debe
nationality.
liberar a los rehenes de
Hamas
manera
must
inmediata
release
e
the
incondicional.
hostages immediately and unconditionally.
Argentina se suma
Argentina
a todos los llamamientos
joins
dirigidos
all of the
a lograr
calls
un cese del fuego
towards
inmediato y sostenible.
achieving an immediate
Por
and
todo
sustainable
ello,
ceasefire. For this reason,
Argentina ha votado
Argentina
a favor de la
has voted
resolución
in favor
que
of
hemos
the
adoptado en esta
resolution that we adopted
Asamblea
in
General el
this
viernes
General
último.
Assembly on Friday.
Mi país condena al
My
terrorismo en todas
country
sus formas y
condemns
manifestaciones y considera que los
terrorism in all
actos
of its
terroristas
forms.
resultan inadmisibles,
Terrorist
no
attacks are
tienen
unacceptable.
justificativo alguno
They have
y
no
deben ser
justification
deplorados por la
whatsoever,
comunidad internacional
and
en
they
su conjunto.
aren't to be
En
deplored
este
by
marco,
the entire international
quisiera
community.
reiterar de
In
manera
this
enfática
framework,
e
I wish to
inequívoca,
reiterate
tal como lo hiciera
unequivocally and
mi gobierno
emphatically,
el pasado 7 de
as my
octubre,
government
la
did on
firme
the 7th
condena
of
de
September. We
Argentina a los actos
reiterate
terroristas perpetrados por
Argentina's
Hamas
firm
contra
condemnation
Israel.
of the terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas
Argentina
against
exige
Israel.
la inmediata e incondicional
We
liberación
call
de los
for the
rehenes de
immediate
todas
and
las
unconditional
nacionalidades,
release of all
entre quienes
hostages
se
of all
encuentran
nationalities,
ciudadanos argentinos, sobre
which
cuyo
include
bienestar
Argentinian
responsabilizamos
nationals,
directamente a
and
quienes los han
we
secuestrado.
hold those who
Si
have
bien mi
abducted
país
them directly
reconoce
responsible for
el
their
derecho de
well-being.
Israel a su
While we
legítima
recognize
defensa y a
the
proteger a
right
su
of
población,
Israel to self-defense
enfatiza
and
la
the need for it to protect
importancia
its
de que las
population,
medidas
we
tomadas
emphasize the
sean
need
respetuosas
for
del derecho
measures that are
internacional y
taken to
del derecho
respect
internacional
international law
humanitario,
and international
en
humanitarian law,
particular en
in
relación con
particular
los principios
as
de distinción y
regards
proporcionalidad.
the principles of
La
differentiation and
población civil debe ser
proportionality.
protegida en
The
todas
civilian
las
population should be
circunstancias,
protected under all
de conformidad
circumstances,
con el derecho internacional.
in
La
compliance with
experiencia
international
en el
law.
Medio Oriente nos indica que
Our
hospitales,
experience in the Middle East
escuelas
has
e
taught us
instalaciones de
that
Naciones Unidas
hospitals,
son
schools,
los
and UN
lugares más
installations
frecuentes
are
a los que
the
recurren los civiles para refugiarse.
areas that
Estas
civilians
instituciones
most frequently
deben ser
resort to
respetadas
protect
sin
themselves.
excepción
These
y
places
cualquier ataque a
should
ellas
be
constituye una
respected
violación
without
del
exception.
derecho
Any attack against
internacional
them represents
humanitario.
a violation of international humanitarian law.
Mi país condena
My
el ataque contra
country
el hospital
condemns
Al-Ali
the
Arab,
attack on the
ubicado en el
Al-Ali
norte
Arab
de la frontera de Gaza,
hospital
que produjo
located
cientos de
in
muertos
the
y
north of the
heridos.
Gaza
La
Strip.
situación
This
humanitaria
caused
en la
hundreds
Franja
of
de
deaths
Gaza,
and
tal como ha sido
hundreds of
constatado
injured.
por
The
diversas
humanitarian
agencias de las Naciones
situation
Unidas,
in the Gaza
es
Strip,
catastrófica.
as
stated by various UN agencies is devastating. The Palestinian population residing in Gaza should have access to essential public services Resulta imperativa la apertura de
in order to
corredores
cover their most
humanitarios
basic
seguros,
needs.
de manera
It is
tal que la ayuda
essential that
internacional
we open
llegue con la
secure
mayor
and safe
celeridad
humanitarian
posible
corridors
a
so
quienes la
that
necesitan.
international
En este marco
assistance
damos la
can,
bienvenida
as quickly as possible,
a la
reach those who
reapertura
need
del
it.
paso de Rafa para el ingreso
To
de
this
ayuda
framework,
humanitaria a
we
Gaza. No
welcome
obstante
the
ello,
reopening
ha
of the
dejado
Rafah
claro
crossing
Naciones
for the
Unidas
arrival of
que
humanitarian
ese
aid
paso
to Gaza. We hope that
funciona
this
de
will be
manera muy
the first
limitada en relación
step,
a su
but we
funcionamiento previo al conflicto.
note that it is operating at a far lower level
que este sea de todas
prior
maneras
to
un
the
primer
conflict.
paso para la provisión sostenible
We
de
nevertheless hope
suministros
that this
esenciales de
will
manera segura y
represent
sin
a
obstáculos.
first step to the sustainable provision
Argentina
of
está dispuesta a colaborar con los
basic,
esfuerzos internacionales humanitarios a través de la
basic
agencia
goods in a safe
Cascos
and
Blancos
unhindered way.
y en tal sentido hemos transmitido nuestra disposición
Through our
tanto a
humanitarian
palestinos
agency
como
and the White
israelíes.
Helmets,
El país
Argentina
está
is
preocupado por el
prepared to
aumento de
cooperate
tensión en
with
las
the
fronteras de
international
Israel
effort.
con Siria y el Líbano, que podría ocasionar un
We are
mayor
also
deterioro de la
concerned
estabilidad
about
en
the
la región.
tension on the borders of Israel with
Es por
Syria
eso
and
que hacemos
Lebanon
un
that
llamamiento a
can
todas las
cause
partes
further
para
deterioration
evitar que
of
se produzca
stability
una
in the
escalada
region.
de
We therefore
enfrentamientos de
call on all
consecuencias
parties to
impredecibles.
avoid
El
escalation
país está
of
convencido de que no existe
clashes
una
with
solución
unpredictable
militar
consequences.
ni una
Argentina is
impuesta a través de ataques
convinced that
terroristas
no
al
military
conflicto
solution is possible,
israelo-palestino.
and nor
Por el
can one be
contrario, es
imposed
solo
through
a través de
terrorist
negociaciones de buena fe
attacks.
entre
For
israelíes
this
y
reason, it
palestinos y
is
sobre
only
la
through
base
good faith
de la
negotiations between
visión de
Israelis
dos
and
estados
Palestinians on the
viviendo
basis of the
lado a
vision of
lado
two
en
states
paz y
living
seguridad
alongside one
dentro
another
de
in peace and
fronteras
security
internacionalmente
within secure and internationally
que se podrá
recognized borders.
alcanzar una paz definitiva en la
Can
región.
a definitive peace
Las
be
Naciones
achieved in the
Unidas y la
region? The
comunidad
United Nations and the
internacional en su
international community as a
deben
whole
comprometerse nuevamente con la agenda de paz en el Medio Oriente.
in a new
Los
way
riesgos
to
de
the
inacción
peace
son más que
agenda in the Middle
evidentes
East.
y lo hemos
The risks
estado
of
observando
inaction
con
are
horror
becoming more
durante
obvious
estos
every
días.
day, and we
El
have
Consejo de
been
Seguridad y la
witnessing,
Asamblea
as we have been
General
witnessing
tienen
with
una
horror in recent
responsabilidad
days, the
de
Security Council
conformidad
and the
con la
General
Carta de
Assembly
las Naciones
have a
Unidas y
responsibility
debemos
to
asumirla.
comply with
La
the Charter of the
credibilidad
United
del
Nations,
sistema de
and we
las
must
Naciones
abide by
Unidas de
this
ello
responsibility.
depende.
The credibility of the whole United
La
Nations system
comunidad
is at
internacional
stake.
no
This way, the
deberá
international
perder de
community
vista
should
que
not
los
lose sight
palestinos
of
de
the
la
fact
Franja de
that
Gaza
the
van a
Palestinians in
necesitar
the
una
Gaza
ayuda
Strip
internacional
are going to need
significativa y sostenida
significant
para
and
la reconstrucción
sustained
de la
international
infraestructura
support
básica,
in order
las
to
viviendas, los
rebuild their
edificios
basic
que ya han sido
infrastructure, to
destruidos.
rebuild their homes and the
Miles de
buildings that have been
personas han muerto
destroyed.
desde el inicio de esta
Thousands
crisis.
have died
Por
since
lo
the
que
beginning of
antes
this
de
crisis.
concluir, deseo transmitir en
And
nombre
therefore,
del pueblo
before
y
I
del
conclude,
gobierno
I wish on
argentino
behalf
las
of the
más
people and
sentidas
government of
condolencias
Argentina
a
to
los familiares de
extend
las víctimas,
our most
sean
deeply felt
palestinos,
condolences to the
israelíes o
families
de
of the
otras
victims,
nacionalidades.
be they Israelis, Palestinian, or of other
Argentina, tal como lo ha
nationalities.
hecho en el pasado,
Argentina,
continuará
as we have
apoyando
done in the past, will
todos
continue
los
to support
esfuerzos e
all
iniciativas de
efforts
paz
and
en
initiatives
beneficio de los
for
pueblos de
peace, for the
Palestina,
benefit of the
Israel
peoples of
y de todos
Palestine
los
and
pueblos
Israel
de Medio
and of
Oriente.
all peoples
Muchas
of
gracias,
the Middle
señora
East. I
Presidenta.
thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Spain.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam
Comienzo mi
President.
intervención trasladando las condolencias
by
del
conveying
país
to you
a los familiares y
the
allegados
families
de todas las víctimas
of all of the
de esta
victims
escalada de
of
violencia
this
desde el 7 de
escalating
octubre,
violence since the
incluidos
7th
los
of October,
trabajadores de Naciones Unidas que
including
han
the
perdido
workers
la
of the
vida
United
en el
Nations
desempeño de su
who
deber.
have lost their
Es muy
lives
importante que la
in the
Asamblea
course of their
General
duty. It
se
is
esté
extremely
reuniendo
important
para tratar
for the
la
General
grave
Assembly to
situación
be
en Oriente
meeting to
Próximo
deal
y sus
with the extremely
consecuencias
grave situation in the Middle
humanitarias.
East and its humanitarian consequences.
Apoyamos
We
decididamente los esfuerzos de
decisively
Naciones
support the
Unidas
efforts of the
con el
United
secretario
Nations
general al frente
led
para poner
by
fin
the
a la
Secretary
crisis.
General to bring an end to the the crisis. Following the terrorist attacks of Hamas against Israel on the 7th of October, the situation in the region has degenerating with a new level of violence with unforeseeable consequences for both the region and the rest of the world. The government of Spain has reiterated its strong condemnation of terrorism and violence and its full solidarity with the victims. Spain has recognized the right of Israel to defend itself against these terrorist attacks.
y al derecho internacional humanitario.
Full respect for international law and
España
international
apoya la
humanitarian
urgente
law.
petición del
Spain
secretario general
supports the
para una
urgent
pausa
request of the
humanitaria.
Secretary,
La situación
he has
humanitaria en
called the
Gaza se
Secretary General
agrava por
for
momentos.
a
Israel y
humanitarian
el resto de la comunidad
ceasefire.
internacional
The
tienen
humanitarian
el deber de
situation in
proteger a la
Gaza
población
is
civil de
getting
Palestina
worse every
y
moment.
permitir
Israel and the
el
rest of the
acceso de la ayuda
international community
humanitaria
have a
y
duty to
los
protect the
suministros
civilian
a la
population in
población de
Palestine and
Gaza,
to enable access for
especialmente
humanitarian
agua
aid and
potable,
provisions to the
alimentos,
population of Gaza,
medicinas
especially
y
drinking water,
combustible
food,
para
medicines
las
and
plantas
fuel for
desalinizadoras.
desalination
Hemos
plants.
manifestado nuestra gran
We have
preocupación por la
expressed
situación
our
de
great
más de 200
concern for
rehenes,
the situation
entre
of more
ellos
than
un
200
ciudadano
hostages, including one
Todos
Spanish
los
citizen.
rehenes deben ser
All
liberados
hostages must
de
be
forma
released
inmediata y sin
immediately
condiciones.
and
La
unconditionally.
toma de rehenes constituye un
The
crimen de
taking of
guerra.
hostages represents
Señora
a war crime.
Presidenta, el riesgo de extensión regional del conflicto
The risk
es
of
alto.
this
En
conflict spreading
Cisjordania
across the
nos
region
preocupa el
is
incremento
high
de la
in the
violencia
West
de los
Bank. We are
colonos contra la
concerned
población
by the
civil
increase of
palestina.
violence
También nos
by
preocupa la estabilidad
settlers
en el
against
sur
the
del Líbano y
civilian
otros
Palestinian
países de la
population. We are also
región.
concerned about the
Debe
stability
evitarse a
in
toda
southern
costa
Lebanon and
una
other countries in
escalada
the
del
region.
conflicto
We
y
must
una crisis
avoid
regional.
a further escalation of the
Para ello
conflict
debemos
and a regional
evitar la
crisis at all costs.
instrumentalización
For this
política
region, we
del
must
conflicto
avoid
palestino-israelí.
political
España está
instrumentalization of the
firmemente
Israeli-Palestinian
comprometida con la labor
conflict.
de FINUL,
Spain
que es
is
fundamental
firmly
apoyar
committed to
y
the
que está
work of
contribuyendo a reducir
UNFIL,
las tensiones
and
entre los
it
actores
is
regionales.
fundamental that we support
Debemos
it and we are
centrarnos en lo importante,
contribute to
además de lo
reducing
urgente.
tensions between
Debemos
regional actors.
establecer desde ahora una perspectiva
As
creíble de paz
we
para el
said
día
at
después del
the
cese de las
outset,
actuales
we
hostilidades.
must focus on a
Esto
credible
consiste
path to
necesariamente
peace in order
en
to
la
cease the current
materialización de la
hostility.
solución de los dos estados,
This
Israel y
necessarily
Palestina,
requires the realization
coexistiendo
of a
en
solution
paz y
for two
seguridad,
states, Israel and
conforme a los
Palestine,
parámetros que el
coexisting in
Consejo
peace
de
and
Seguridad
security in
ha
accordance with
validado
the
en repetidas
parameters
ocasiones.
that the Security Council has
España ha estado siempre
validated
convencida de
on
que la solución de los dos estados
repeated occasions.
es la única respuesta posible
Spain
a
has
las
always been
aspiraciones
convinced that
nacionales
the
de Palestina e
the two-state solution is the only
Para ello,
possible
España
response to the
reitera
national aspirations of both
necesidad de
Israelis and
celebrar
Palestinians. For this
una
reason, Spain
conferencia internacional de
reiterates
paz
the need to
con las
hold an
partes y la
international
comunidad
peace
internacional
conference with the
en un
parties
plazo de
and the
tiempo
international
corto
community
desde que terminen las
within
actuales
a
hostilidades.
short time frame
Debemos
so that the
recuperar
current
el
hostilities
espíritu que guió la
may
conferencia de
end.
paz de
We should
Madrid
recover the
de
spirit that guided the
1991
Madrid
y
Peace
los
Conference of
acuerdos de Oslo.
1991 and the Oslo
El
Accords.
objetivo de esa conferencia
The
debe
goal
ser
of this
concluir
conference
con
should
éxito
be
un
to
proceso que se
successfully
inició
conclude a
hace más de
process
3
that began
décadas.
more than 3 decades
Solo
ago.
entonces conseguiremos
Only
terminar
then
con
will
estos
we
ciclos
be
de
able to
violencia.
end these cycles of
Finalmente, me
violence.
gustaría destacar
Finally, I
que
wish
España
to
votó a
highlight
favor
that Spain
de la
voted in
resolución
favor
aprobada
of
el
the
pasado
resolution
viernes en el entendimiento de que la
adopted
Asamblea
on
General
Friday on the
debe
understanding that the
pronunciarse
General
con
Assembly
claridad
must
y urgencia
express
sobre
itself
la
clearly
necesidad
and
de
with
paliar
urgency on
la
the
insostenible
need to
emergencia humanitaria en
end
Gaza.
the
Muchas
unsustainable
gracias.
humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Spain and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank the PGA for convening the 10th Emergency Special Session of the UNGA. Bangladesh aligns itself with the statement delivered by Mauritania on behalf of the OIC group. The people of Palestine has been going through unimaginable misery, inhuman treatment, and colonial subjugation owing to occupation, continuous attacks and killings, expansion of illegal settlement, demolition of homes, and forcible transfer by Israeli occupying forces for decades. However, in the last 24 days, what is happening has gone beyond description, which has crossed all boundaries of international norms and principles. Indiscriminate and disproportionate bombardment on Gaza, even on hospitals and refugee camps by Israel, has already killed more than 8,000, around half being children, and around 20,000 have been injured. The number is increasing by every passing minute. More than 1.5 million Palestinians have been displaced internally in an area of just 140 square miles, and that do not have necessary bare minimum life-saving assistance. They're running out of food, water, electricity, shelter, and medical supplies. At this moment, immediate ceasefire is a must, and I urge this August Assembly to do the righteous thing to save hundreds of thousands of lives. Madam President, it is regrettable that due to the failure of the Security Council to take action, thousands of civilians have already been killed, and the delay in ceasefire will kill, injure, and displace more innocent people. The situation is further deteriorating with the ground invasion by Israel. We have seen in the past also the inaction of the Security Council and failure to implement its own resolutions had encouraged the occupying power to continue its aggressions and brutality that tantamount to war crimes. We urge again to take immediate action to stop the war and take necessary steps to implement all the resolutions of the United Nations related to Palestine. Madam President, blocking of humanitarian assistance is totally unacceptable and cannot be justified in any way. Blockade of fuel and electricity has brought hospitals to a standstill, risking the lives of the thousands of wounded and the sick. Immediate humanitarian access to Gaza with adequate life-saving assistance needs to be ensured. We welcome the humanitarian aid through Rafah crossing, but we all know the meagerness of the supplies going into Gaza, which is characterized by the Secretary General as a drop in the ocean. We call once again to ensure immediate, continuous, sufficient, and unhindered provision of essential supplies and services to civilians throughout the Gaza Strip. Madam President, we're deeply concerned at the killing of UN and other aid workers, health personnel, and journalists in Gaza, and we strongly condemn such heinous act. It is unfortunate that 67 UNRWA staff have been killed, and numerous UNRWA installations have been damaged so far. We demand protection of the United Nations facilities and all humanitarian installations. We have been seeing bombing on hospitals, schools, and shelters with a deliberate attack to kill the civilians. Are these not the incidents of war crimes and genocide? It is not acceptable collectively punishing a civilian population who have been struggling for their independence for more than 7 decades, and any attack cannot be justified in the name of right to self-defense. As an occupying power, Israel's claim of right to self-defense and its endorsement by many is nothing but a fallacy of international law on the question of occupation and the rights and duties of occupying power. Moreover, this August Assembly cannot discriminate among people while taking decisions. I echo the words of the Palestinian ambassador in his recent deliberation in the Security Council that Palestinian lives are not less precious than the Israeli lives. We also reject unequivocally Israel's call to forcibly displace the Palestinians out of their own homeland, which is an attempt to further worsen the humanitarian situation in the entire region. Madam President, we need to hold Israel accountable for its war crimes and blatant disrespect for international humanitarian law. We have clear legal definitions in the international law of genocide, of war crimes, of crimes against humanity. Failure to do so in the past, mainly due to the blatant double standard undertaken by some governments and media alike, has brought this awful day, and it is a shame for all of us that after having so many resolutions, even in the Security Council, with clear roadmap of the solution to the crisis, we have failed to implement this. Madam President, I would like to refer to the Secretary General, who said that the attack on 7th October did not happen in vacuum. Decades-long occupation and Israel's absolute impunity, granted by some member states, from consequences of committing atrocities and undermining all diplomatic and multilateral efforts to establish peace in the Middle East towards the two-state solution, has all led to this point today. We do not want any further loss of lives anywhere. In this regard, we would like to repeat that the only solution to this crisis, the only way to establish peace in Palestine and the whole region, is establishment of an independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital under a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. Madam President, before concluding, I'd like to remind once again that the UN Charter starts with our determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And if we fail to do so, we will remain accountable to our future generations. We must not lose sight of the right of self-determination of the people of the occupied Palestinian territories. However, at this time, this is more important than ever to avoid any more killing, to ensure humanitarian assistance, to save the civilians and humanitarian personnel. We call upon Israel to abide by the GA resolution adopted last Friday by two-thirds majority, which my delegation co-sponsored, and to stop
Distinguished representative of Bangladesh, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Madam President, the international community stands at the precipice of a grave security crisis, teetering on the brink of a major catastrophe. Immediate and unified actions are imperative to avert this impending disaster. Following the UN Security Council's inability to reach a consensus on a resolution for an immediate ceasefire and the provision of urgent humanitarian assistance to save innocent lives in Gaza, the responsibility now rests with the General Assembly to address this long overdue yet critically urgent issue with an aim of halting the ongoing violent hostilities between Israel and Palestine. For over 7 decades, political division have hindered progress on the Israeli-Palestine issue. Regrettably, these divisions have recently stalled any concrete action from this organization to protect civilians in the dire need of exercising their fundamental right to survival. As this humanitarian tragedy unfolds, it is crucial for all United Nations members to set aside unilateral political interests and unite unconditionally to save the innocent lives caught in the conflict. We urge all concerned parties to exercise maximum restraint, halt all violent acts, and reopen humanitarian corridors. Madam President, the Lao PDI has been closely monitoring the violent hostilities between Israel and Palestine with deep concern, witnessing the devastating toll on lives and property. As a responsible UN member and in our commitment to contributing to peace in the Middle East, we therefore have supported the efforts by other UN member states to reconvene this 10th emergency special session of the General Assembly. We commend the Secretary General, all UN personnel, and non-governmental organizations who continue to risk their lives working tirelessly in conflict areas, actively engaging with all parties to de-escalate violence and prevent further humanitarian crises. The recent 3 weeks of violence underscore the urgent need for an immediate, comprehensive ceasefire, despite positive developments such as the release of some hostages and the initial allowance of humanitarian supplies through the Rafah checkpoint. There is much more need to be done. This includes providing efficient and unconditional humanitarian assistance. Madam President, given the current circumstances, it is imperative that we pursue diplomatic solutions and promote messages of peace. First, recognizing that violence benefits no one is crucial. Military engagement only exacerbates the crisis, making an immediate humanitarian ceasefire vital and underscoring the need for dialogue and negotiation. Second, we must unequivocally condemn all acts of violence and assaults on civilians. Both Palestinian and Israeli populations deserve to live free from fear, with their security equally safeguarded. Third, strict adherence to international humanitarian law is essential. Life-saving humanitarian aid, food, water, medicine, fuel must be allowed to reach all civilians in Gaza swiftly, safely, and at scale. Ensuring delivery of these life-saving supplies at the scale needed for the people in Gaza, including the UN, UNRWA, ICRC personnel, and individuals of all nationalities, is a top priority. Establishing unhindered humanitarian corridors and the unconditional release of people held captive are critical steps. Fourth, countries with influence in the region must collaborate with all relevant parties to prevent escalation and regional spillover. And fifth, the ultimate solution to the Palestinian issue lies in the implementation of the two-state solution, enabling Palestine and Israel to coexist peacefully, working towards comprehensive, just, and enduring settlement guided by the relevant UN resolutions and international peace efforts is fundamental. Madam President, our immediate obligation is to protect civilians, including during acts of self-defense and in situations involving hostages, hospitals, and schools. We must discourage incitement, combat dehumanization, and work tirelessly to protect the lives of the Palestinians and Israelis and victims of other nations caught in this conflict. In conclusion, allow me to invoke the poignant words of the late Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin during the Oslo Accords signing ceremony in 1993, and I quote, "We are destined to live together on the same soil, in the same land. Enough of blood and tears. Enough," end of quote. These words serve as a timeless reminder of our shared humanity and urgent need for peace. And I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Madam President, thank you for convening this open debate. The present situation in the Middle East and the response of the United Nations Security Council in the past weeks and even up to yesterday is an indication that the United Nations needs to be constructive, deliberate, and sincere in its approach to its work and actions. The world is counting on the United Nations, more especially the Security Council, and it must not renege in fulfilling its mandate. Sierra Leone unequivocally condemns in the strongest terms the undefendable heinous attack against Israeli civilians by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. Sierra Leone also equally condemns in the strongest terms the taking of hostages by Hamas and calls for their immediate and unconditional release. Since the 7th October attacks, we have further noted with grave concern the escalation of the violence, particularly the response by Israel. In noting the existence of the right to self-defense in the Charter of the United Nations, which is available to all states, we are of the firm view that any response must be in line with international law, in particular international humanitarian law, human rights, and other relevant legal norms. We therefore unequivocally condemn attacks on civilians and civilian objects, and in this regard, we also condemn in the strongest terms the heinous attack on the ALBOP Baptist Hospital in the Gaza Strip and other civilian facilities, which is totally unacceptable. We support the calls for an investigation into the matter. As we urge for timely investigations, Sierra Leone calls for accountability mechanisms to be fully engaged to preserve any evidence of violations of international law to ensure accountability. We deeply sympathize with the families of the victims of the regrettable recent escalation of violence and the ongoing occupation. While we can only offer our deep sympathies at this stage, United Nations, and more especially the Security Council, can act and must act. Madam President, as we welcome the diplomatic engagements that have led to the flow of limited humanitarian aid into Gaza, Sierra Leone is gravely concerned about the ever-deteriorating humanitarian situation with the simultaneous escalation of violence. The deteriorating humanitarian situation and the inability of UNRWA to provide adequate humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, owing to the indiscriminate bombardment, necessitates a humanitarian ceasefire and the establishment of humanitarian corridors for the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians. The humanitarian ceasefire must indeed ensure full, speedy, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access for United Nations humanitarian agencies and implementing partners. Sierra Leone joins the strong call for the provision of unrestricted and adequate essential goods and services to civilians, including electricity, water, fuel, food, and medical supplies in Gaza. This is only in compliance with international humanitarian law to ensure the survival of civilians. Madam President, we note with concern the danger of a spillover of the current crisis in the Middle East region. If consolidated action is not taken, a spillover will compound the existing fractious situation in the region. Regrettably, the region is marked by mass displacement and unimaginable humanitarian crisis and insecurity and loss of civilian lives. With this recent escalation, we are fully convinced that it is only genuine dialogue and negotiations based on the two-state solution that will guarantee a lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. Sierra Leone hereby calls for concerted efforts to explore diplomatic and political avenues geared towards finding a peaceful, just, and lasting solution to this conflict. Madam President, in this moment of multiple and interlocking crises, when the Security Council is confronted with ever-increasing conflicts around the world, ranging from the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, the Ukraine, the Sudan, among other places, the Council needs to be reformed to ensure that it remains fit for purpose, legitimate, inclusive, and geographically balanced to perform its overarching duty of maintaining global peace and security. The intergovernmental negotiations on the reform of the United Nations Security Council aims to come to an agreement to make the Council more broadly representative, efficient, and effective in the exercise of its mandate, especially in terms of addressing conflicts that have been ongoing for many years. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 for the reform of the Security Council, Sierra Leone attaches great importance to these negotiations, and in light of the failings of the Council to act with the needed urgency, we urge Member States to fully support ongoing initiatives to reform the Security Council, in particular for the Council to reflect present-day geopolitical realities. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Madam President, as this emergency session on the situation in Gaza and the Middle East region winds down, it's important that we have to continue all of our collective diplomatic efforts, because on the ground, which is where things matter, we all know the situation is very dire. Last week, Canada introduced an amendment to the resolution in an effort to ensure that the General Assembly acknowledged that this current situation arose following an unconscionable terrorist attack by Hamas on Israeli civilians on October 7th, 2023, in which 1,400 people were killed. Canada is pleased that over half of the voting members of the Assembly felt the same way last Friday, but regrets that its amendment did not pass, and therefore we abstained on the resolution. But I'm speaking today because I want to make it clear that this does not change in any way Canada's diplomatic efforts here and in the region, which are focused on ensuring, first of all, that the hostages currently held by Hamas, be they Israeli, Canadian, Thai, American, Argentinian, Chinese, or Russian, that they all be released as soon as possible. That until hostilities stop between the parties, all possible steps must be taken to limit the loss of life. That humanitarian services are increased immediately and substantially, and that Egypt, Israel, and the UN cooperate fully to ensure that vital humanitarian help is provided. We have already allocated $60 million, and we're trying to get these funds to work as quickly as possible. That in order to ensure the above critical steps, and there's still not enough trucks getting through, and there's still not enough people getting the assistance that they need. We need to have assurances and measures taken by all parties and all combatants to guarantee the safe delivery and distribution of humanitarian assistance. And yes, that over 400 Canadian nationals and permanent residents currently trapped in Gaza be permitted to leave, along with many other international citizens who are seeking to leave Gaza. We know that many efforts are underway, here, on the ground, in many regional capitals to achieve these objectives, and we are ready to engage in whatever diplomatic and other efforts are needed to resolve them. But we have to come to terms with several things. The first is the terrible toll that the current conflict is taking. All of us weep for over the 3,200 children killed in Gaza in the last 3 weeks, just as we weep for the Israeli children lost on or since October the 7th. As I told the Assembly the other day, there is no hierarchy in death. It affects all of us. And that is why we are urging further steps to deal with the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation, why we need rapid and unimpeded access to assistance, and that is why we endorse the need for humanitarian pauses that are going to be need to be agreed to by all combatants. At the same time, we need to keep our eyes on discussions around a sustainable political solution to this conflict. And this is what needs to change. How to do it is diplomacy's necessary task. We need to understand that talk about the two-state solution, which many of us have talked about today, is empty unless it's accompanied by the end of the violent rhetoric of absolutism, violent acts of terror, and the ongoing refusal to accept the legitimate interests of all parties. There is no point in drafting agreements and constitutions in the air. The security interests of everyone must be respected. Peace will only come with a willingness to compromise, and that will only happen once all parties understand the deep risks and the terrible costs of the current confrontation. We know that what this organization does, we pass or we don't pass resolutions, and we debate them. But achieving the reality of a two-state solution, not a theoretical two-state solution, but a real one, something that can really be done and accepted by all the parties. Two states whose borders and boundaries would be both mutually and internationally recognized, whose people can live in peace, respect, and security, means that deep and practical steps must be taken to resolve the issues in dispute.
Any country or organization that denies the right of the Palestinian people and the right of the Israeli people to have their own state within safe and recognized borders denies these people rights which are essential for peace. Each of us can have more than one thought at the time. It is possible to fully and strongly support the right of Israel to exist while criticizing certain Israeli policies. It is possible to fully and strongly support the self-determination of Palestinians, all while designating Hamas as a terrorist organization and while unequivocally condemning its actions. Many delegations, moreover, had indicated to us that the adoption of the Canadian amendment would have allowed an even larger majority of states to support the resolution. If we can at least name Hamas as a terrorist organization, but without this we will not reach a true two-state solution, for the simple reason that there is no country here that would easily or equally live with a terrorist group on their frontiers. It is possible to believe in the right of Israel to defend itself in accordance with the international law and to call for humanitarian corridors and pauses. It is possible to show proof of true empathy for people on all sides without compromising one's principles.
Madam President, selective interpretations of history and context and follow-on references to original sin, such as I've heard over the last couple of weeks, are a slippery and a dangerous slope. We cannot allow anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or hatred of any kind to take hold, because they risk feeding a populism that shrinks the spaces we need for dialogue, including in this assembly. We can have our debates in this assembly, but it's important for us to understand that our job is also to find solutions. When we go down the wrong path, we're doing things that are harmful, that are a disservice to us all, and that are, frankly, a disservice to diplomacy. The great Irish writer James Joyce once described history as a nightmare from which we are desperately trying to awaken. We cannot undo what has been done, but we can acknowledge it. We can name it and take the necessary steps to repair it and move forward. As has been recalled already by other speakers today, these principles that I have described have been accepted by others in the past. They have been shown to work around the world, and they have been accepted in this region since the historical journey of President Sadat of Egypt to the Knesset in Jerusalem in 1977, one of the true moments of great statesmanship in the history of this conflict. Since that date, efforts have been made by Israeli and Palestinian leaders to reach an understanding between them many times, but not, it must be said, in recent years. There are many reasons for this, but since the break-off of serious negotiations 20 years ago, the prevalence of violent extremism, including escalating settler violence in the West Bank, the failure to build on past understandings, and the now shattered illusion that an inherently explosive situation could somehow be successfully managed, have shown that this approach and these approaches have brought us no closer to a two-state solution or indeed to any peaceful solution. Canada has been deeply engaged in issues of peace and security in the Middle East since the foundation of the UN in 1945. Lester Pearson, a former Canadian foreign minister and former president of this General Assembly, proposed the first UN peacekeeping force, UNEF, following the Suez Crisis. 23 Canadian soldiers are buried among the 3,000 in the Commonwealth Cemetery in Gaza. Madam President, we must find a way to shift the dialogue from the language of impulse to the language of consequence. Canada is ready, as we have always been, to play our part in establishing this dialogue. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers tomorrow afternoon, following the conclusion of the consideration of agenda item 74, report of the International Criminal Court in this hall. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first interventions and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I call on the representative of Thailand.
Madam President, my delegation is taking the floor to exercise of its right of reply. Two references made.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell. I didn't introduce it like that.
Being rushed to an Indonesian hospital nearby. The casualties, including women and children. The hospital's director believes
what a way to come back in.
is on the ground with more details.
As a result of an Israeli airstrike on Jabalia camp in the north of Gaza Strip, 400 people were killed and injured over there, and now the Indonesian hospital is receiving those casualties and injuries. Dozens of injuries, dozens of casualties are arriving at the Indonesian hospital, and the Indonesian hospital doctors says that they cannot handle this number of injuries and this number of casualties. Jabalia camp is full of people. Thousands of people were living there, and they are living there, and they are still in their houses. The majority of these people and the majority of the injuries and casualties over there are civilians, children, women. As usual, we witness that and we see the videos from there. I went before 2 days ago to that area, and I see there is thousands of people in that neighborhood. Specifically, I was there, I was driving over there, and I witnessed that there is a lot of people over there. There's thousands of people, they're staying in that neighborhood. The majority of these people are refugees. and they staying in this neighborhood located in the north of Gaza Strip. And as I told you, the hospitals in the north of Gaza Strip next to the Jabalia camp, the doctors of these hospitals released and says that they cannot handle this number of casualties and injuries at one time. Now, the Ministry of Health, just before a few hours from now, announced that the electricity on the Indonesian hospital and Al-Shifa hospital will be cut off tomorrow morning. And if you're talking about the numbers of casualties and number of injuries, how this hospital, they are going to serve those injuries and how they are going to handle the number of displaced people inside the hospital. Basically, there is more than 400 people were killed and injured over there, because this is just the first count. Now we are waiting for the Ministry of Health to announce the numbers of victims over there.
After the strike, our local reporter couldn't contact his relatives who were located near the refugee camp. He says he's worried his family might have been affected by the attack.
This morning, I was trying to get there. My family are in the north. Look, they're staying in the north in my house. They're still there. And since morning, I tried many times to find a car for myself. I'm actually afraid. My family over there. I'm afraid I lost my family. I really want to go get there. I really want to get there because I want to see my family. I want to see my family members still there, and they cannot even find a car to flee and leave the area. And they don't know where to go.
The IDF confirms it conducted the strike on the Jabalia refugee camp. It says it killed a prominent Hamas commander, a claim that Hamas has denied. The IDF has described the civilian deaths in Gaza as a, quote, tragedy of the war.
You know that there are a lot of refugees, a lot of innocent civilians, men, women, and children in that refugee camp as well, right?
This is the tragedy of war, Wolf. I mean, as you know, we've been saying for days, move south. Civilians that are not involved with Hamas, please move south.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit more information. You knew there were civilians there, you knew there were refugees, all sorts of refugees, but you decided to still drop a bomb on that refugee camp attempting to kill the Hamas commander. By the way, was he killed?
I can't confirm yet. There'll be more updated. Yes, we know that he was killed. About the civilians there, we're doing everything we can to minimize. I'll say it again. Sadly, they are hiding themselves within civilian population. And again, we are doing this stage by stage, and we're going to go after every one of these terrorists who was involved in that heinous attack on the 7th of October. Wolf.
The Egyptian Foreign Ministry strongly condemned the Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday. It considered the bombing a, quote, blatant violation of international law that would only exacerbate the situation. After the attacks, the South American nation of Bolivia decided to sever its diplomatic ties with Israel, accusing it of committing crimes against humanity. Another refugee camp was hit by an Israeli airstrike on Tuesday. Buildings were left in ruins after leaving a crowd to search through the wreckage. Initial reports say the strike killed and wounded dozens of residents in the camp. No number of victims has yet been officially disclosed or independently determined. The UN's children's rights watchdog says the Gaza region has become a graveyard.
The numbers are appalling. Reportedly now more than 3,450 children have been killed. Staggeringly, this number rises significantly every single day. Gaza has become a graveyard for children. It's a living hell for everyone else. And yet the threats to children go beyond bombs and mortars. And I want to speak briefly now on two of those, water and trauma. The more than 1 million children of Gaza have a critical water crisis.
The Israeli bombing severely damaged a Palestinian Red Crescent warehouse. Over the last 3 weeks, the IDF is believed to have hit several humanitarian aid sites in Gaza, resulting in numerous losses among their staff. Nabal Farsak from the Palestine Red Crescent Society says the evacuation of hospital patients is the equivalent of a death penalty for Gazans.
We have received several threats from Israeli occupation forces. They are actually renewed threats. Israeli occupation forces threatened Al-Quds hospital with the evacuation order, demanding immediate evacuation for the hospital because it is going to be bombarded. We have around 500 patients inside our hospital. Many of them are in the intensive care unit, connected to life support machines and oxygen. There will be no way, it is literally impossible to evacuate our patients safely. Evacuating them means killing them. Not only us, even the WHO has announced that evacuation orders against hospitals are impossible to implement because they constitute a death penalty for patients. That's why we call on the international community to pressure Israel to stop the evacuation order against Al-Quds hospital and against other hospitals, and to ensure the protection of civilians and healthcare personnel, as well as healthcare facilities and hospitals.
Rockets launched from the Gaza Strip could be seen being intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome air defense system in the skies over Tel Aviv on Tuesday night. Earlier, the IDF released a video of Israeli forces entering Gaza with bulldozers and tanks. The Israeli army has also announced it struck a Hamas outpost in northern Gaza on Tuesday. Forces reportedly killed dozens of militants, struck cells that launch anti-tank missiles and observation posts. According to the head of Israel's National Security Council, right now northern Gaza is a priority, but central and southern regions will be tended to as well.
This is just the beginning. The beginning is in the north, because the city of Gaza is the center of gravity for Hamas, and that is where we chose to act. The north right now, we hope, is cleared to the extent possible of uninvolved civilians. That's the goal we set for ourselves, so we can cope primarily with terrorists, and we don't hurt the uninvolved. But the turn of the south will arrive, and the turn of the center will arrive. Everything in its time.
Meanwhile, Hamas has released a video showing two of its militants entering Israeli territory through a tunnel in northern Gaza. They then clashed with Israeli forces using automatic rifles and anti-armor weapons. Israeli tanks were seen taking positions inside Gaza behind the barrier. Journalist and social activist Yusuf Haddad in Tel Aviv says that Israel is fighting against Hamas and not deliberately targeting civilians.
What the IDF is trying to do is to minimize casualties from innocent people. So that's why we're requesting from them to move towards south in order for the Israeli army to succeed in its mission. And its mission is to destroy Hamas and bring the hostages, the ones that Hamas kidnapped, back home.
Netanyahu has called Israel's invasion of Gaza as a holy mission, quoting religious scripture. Let's just take a listen to what he said.
The entire people and the leadership of the people embrace them and believe in them. Remember what Amalek did to you. We remember and we fight.
The ancient nation of Amalek was said to be an enemy of the Israelites, whose extermination was commanded by God. Does that mean that Netanyahu is calling for the complete destruction of Gaza?
Yes. No, we're calling for the complete destruction of the terrorist organization ISIS-Hamas, 100%. Israel has no intention of killing innocent people. Israel has no intention to harm innocent Palestinians. In fact, if we would like to do that, we could have done it without even putting any soldier at risk. We have enough bombs, enough airplanes to literally destroy all of Gaza in 30 minutes. What we're trying to do is to destroy Hamas, and we are talking about between 30 to 40,000 terrorists out of the 2 million people who are living there. So the target is the 30,000 to 40,000 ISIS-Hamas terrorists, not the innocent people of Gaza. Otherwise, we wouldn't even ask the innocent people to move towards the north. We could just keep going inside.
Who funded ISIS and ISIL and Al-Qaeda? Oh yeah, it was Israel.
ISIS-Hamas.
ISIS-Hamas,
One of the most pressing issues in the ongoing Middle East conflict is the forced relocation of Gazan civilians who have been forced to flee from their homes. The UN Secretary-General spokesperson was questioned about that and said the involuntary relocation of Palestinians is unacceptable.
We stand clearly against the forced mass displacement of people, full stop. And we've seen it in other places around the world, and we've been consistent in that.
Well, this comes amid Israeli pressure on Egypt to take in Palestinian refugees, but Egypt has refused. The Egyptian Prime Minister has even said his country will not give up any of its land for that purpose and is ready to, quote, sacrifice millions of lives to defend its territory. RT correspondent Yassin Ekin has details.
It appears Israel is lobbying to apply pressure on Egypt to accept refugees from Gaza. This is a matter of concern, particularly for the Egyptians, suggesting that doing so would liquidate the Palestinian cause, as well as destroy any hopes or dreams anyone may have regarding a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians, which, of course, is a matter of concern for many in the region as well. But concerns from Egypt do not end there. Over the past couple of weeks, there have been attacks targeting Egyptian soil. This, of course, is a matter of great concern. Israel says that Houthi rebels in Yemen carried out attacks aimed at Israel but landed in Egyptian territories, particularly in the North Sinai region, where the Rafah border crossing between Israel and Egypt currently stands. But on Sunday, October the 22nd, an attack did commence targeting Egyptian peacekeepers along the border, and the statement issued from Tel Aviv suggested that it was an accident. But of course, Egypt did not take this too kind. They suggest that they are ready to die in the millions to protect even a grain of sand of the Sinai region, essentially suggesting that Egypt is ready to do anything and everything to protect its territory.
For every grain of sand here in the Sinai, we Egyptians are ready to sacrifice millions of lives.
The Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said that the Egyptian forces will, of course, essentially carry out their duties within the region. But it's also important to note that this message was stressed at a time when the conflict was reaching a new front. A new front to the point where the Egyptian side suggests that if this conflict spills over to the region and countries, then many people will essentially do anything and everything they can to take matters into their own hands. And that's essentially what we're seeing from forces located in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, as well as Yemen. Yemen has issued statements suggesting that they have launched surface-to-surface missiles. They've launched cruise missiles targeting Israel as well as UAVs. And this is a matter of great contention.
The Yemeni armed forces confirmed that this operation is the third operation to support our oppressed brothers in Palestine, and confirmed that they will continue to carry out more qualitative strikes with missiles and drones until the Israeli aggression stops.
The United States currently has a presence in the Red Sea, one, to act as a deterrence, as it says, and the second, to ensure that any missiles coming out of Yemen do not reach Israel. It's in support of Israel as well as protecting a number of interests within the region. But the fact that the current situation in the region is just so unstable, it's unsteady to the point that if anything happens, many people can get involved in this conflict. Hezbollah suggests they have a force of about 100,000 troops ready to fight. There are tens of thousands of troops essentially stationed in Syria and Iraq that have suggested if Israel crosses any red lines, that they will also get involved. But for the most part, many people within Lebanon, I can say, do not want war, and the same could be applied to Hezbollah. However, the statement issued by the Hezbollah, issued by Tehran, suggests that if Israel crosses any red lines, then things can escalate. And listening to John Kirby, the spokesperson for the White House Security Council, they also suggest that the U.S. has not put any red lines when it comes to Israel and its offensive against Hamas and the Gaza Strip. So it's going to be very delicate, but it also carries the possibility and the potential to spark an even wider, broader, protracted conflict in the Middle East.
Regional war.
As U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was speaking to Congress about sending aid to Ukraine and Israel, his speech was interrupted by protesters voicing their support for Gaza.
Stop supporting the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the people of Gaza! Ceasefire now!
And around the world.
A brutal massacre. The American people don't want to support.
And now the one on the left. Blood on their hands. Blood on your hands.
Ceasefire now!
Blood on your hands.
Stop funding this brutal massacre that Israel is doing on the people of Gaza!
The protesters demanded an immediate ceasefire and to stop providing aid to Israel. They raised up their hands with red paint on them representing blood. Several of the demonstrators were escorted out by security personnel. Pro-Palestinian activists have been reporting pressure from US authorities, including against rights groups at universities. There have also been claims that people have been fired from their jobs for supporting the Palestinian side.
Damn.
Political analyst Sean Stone says pro-Palestinian protesters are being demonized on the false assumption that they would automatically be supporters of Hamas.
I think protesters in America is the most common form of expression in political activism. The problem that you get into with the Palestine issue, is that people are being lumped in with Hamas, right? So one can be supporting Palestine, the issue, obviously, the rights of the Palestinians to live peacefully without occupation, the question of can they return to their land or be compensated for stolen land? I mean, all of this, these are long-standing issues. Now, anyone who basically is supporting Palestine is accused of being pro-Hamas. Well, I'm sorry, that's like saying, you know, you have a right to attack Israelis because they're pro-Netanyahu, and obviously Netanyahu is extremist. So it's very sad to basically characterize and demonize people based on a certain political ideology. This is not new, right? We've been looking at cancel culture. It started in certain ways, you could say, around the Me Too era. The irony of the whole situation is the Democrats of the last, really in the polls show from like 2021, 2022, the Democratic voters were more in favor of censorship. Now, the irony, of course, is that many of the protesters that are pro-Palestinian or, you know, calling for ceasefire are coming from the Democrat Party. So it's ironic that they're essentially now in an internal fight, it seems, within the Democratic ideology.
Well, Israel doesn't value Palestinian lives, nor does it recognize any laws. That's the statement from the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in response to Israel's bombing of Gaza's Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital earlier this week.
Yesterday, our gift to our Gazan brothers, the Friendship Hospital, was targeted by the Israeli forces. But even during wars, hospitals are not touched, or ambulances are not targeted, or the health infrastructure of a country or city is not demolished. This is the biggest difference between organizations and states. States have to comply with war rules. And this attack on its own demonstrates that Israel does not recognize any law or humanitarian value.
Meanwhile, Israel's president has expressed his support for an idea proposed by France's president to form a, quote, international coalition against Hamas. That came after Macron, in a show of support, visited Israel and met with Netanyahu and the families of some of the people who Hamas had kidnapped. Turkey's president questioned the move and asked whether the West is trying to start a new war against Muslims. Geopolitical expert Mehmet Rakipoğlu says Turkey will continue to provide humanitarian aid to Gaza and could possibly even cut its trade ties with Israel.
Turkey, as a country that provides humanitarian aid, we have sent, I think, 3 or 4 or more than 4 planes carrying humanitarian aid to Palestinians in Gaza. But of course, you know, there is just one border open to Gaza, which is not controlled by Israel. It is the Rafah border, and in that regard, Turkey has to engage and cooperate with Egypt. And I think just a few minutes ago, I just saw that Egypt announced that they will also accept Palestinian and injured from the Israeli attacks. They will also have a chance to be treated in hospital in Egypt. So most probably Turkey will somehow cooperate with Egypt to provide the humanitarian aid those in Gaza injured or killed by Israeli attacks. The red line has already crossed by Israel. Turkey has always, advocates the civilians, but most probably Turkey will take more concrete steps, such as canceling trade relations, canceling trade agreements with Israel. And also Turkey can, cut diplomatic ties with Israel if Israel does not stop to kill innocent people.
Well, the world has its attention on the unfolding tragedy in the Middle East. The
oil to
latest
Israel.
UN Security Council session focused on the Ukraine conflict. Russia's representative said
still
it's
going on?
unjustifiable that Washington and other Western powers
Right.
have such polar opposite
Ukraine.
views of the two conflicts, as US ally Israel has waged such devastation on
That's
Gaza
still
in
going
just
on.
a matter of weeks.
You are shouting about allegedly
that.
indiscriminate
Everyone
Russian
got bored
strikes
one
on
night.
Ukrainian cities. I want to ask you not to be lazy and check out the Ukrainian news. You'll see many reports about restaurants and nightclubs, public
Yep.
institutions working normally almost
Yep, check
everywhere.
that back, please.
Public transport running,
Yep.
schools and hospitals working.
That's right.
That is all happening almost 2 years after the beginning of the Russian special military operation.
Oh, not so in Gaza.
And now look at the pictures from the Gaza Strip, which Israel has been trying to level to the ground for just 3 weeks. Compare these two realities and ask yourself, how many times have you condemned the methodical killing of Palestinian civilians and tried to convene a meeting of the Security Council on this occasion? Have you supported at least one call for a ceasefire? We all know the answer perfectly well. We understand the true price of your efforts and your crocodile tears. You can't even imagine how cynical and duplicitous you look. But now it's understood perfectly well in the Middle East,
It is.
in Asia,
It is.
Africa,
Yes.
and in Latin America.
Yes.
The UN Security Council convened to discuss the situation in Ukraine and the humanitarian fallout of the conflict. And when the U.S. representative took to the floor, the U.S. representative seemed to indicate that they believed Ukraine was making military progress. And furthermore, they bemoaned the humanitarian hardships of the conflict, which they blamed squarely on Russia. Here's what we had to hear from the U.S. representative before the UN Security Council.
The United States has provided nearly $2.8 billion US dollars in humanitarian assistance, both inside Ukraine and in the region, since February 2022.
Where do they get these guys from?
Our assistance will continue to prioritize winterization efforts. However, as Russia's war of aggression rages on, Ukraine's humanitarian needs continue to grow. We call on the international community to ensure the UN's funding appeals are met.
Now, it's important to note that the words of Russian Ambassador Nebenzia critiquing the words of the U.S. representative seem to match pretty well with what was said. We have a situation where, at this point, it's pretty clear, and revelations have come forward by journalist Seymour Hersh and others, that there is little expectation on the part of U.S. officials behind closed doors that the conflict can actually be won on the part of Ukraine. That basically the war is lost, and yet the Ukrainian officials continue to throw away the lives of their people, and the United States continues to pour billions of dollars into Ukraine to prolong the conflict. Meanwhile, the words about humanitarian concerns seem laced in utter hypocrisy when the USA continues to veto any resolution put forward before the UN Security Council that doesn't blame the conflict squarely on Hamas. And while U.S. officials claim to be so concerned about the plight of civilians in conflict, they are basically turning a deaf ear
blame Hamas, they
to
can
the
blame
cry
Iran.
of the civilians in Gaza right now. We're facing an onslaught at the hands of Israel. And this reveals that the words of the United States when it comes to expressing concern about civilians and about civilian life and about the effects of war and bombing, etc., are simply geopolitical in their nature. They serve a particular agenda, and they're not motivated by genuine concern about human life.
The US military says it's seeking to develop a nuclear bomb expected to be 24 times more powerful than the ones dropped on Japan in World War II. The plans contradict US President Joe Biden's previous pledge to strive for a world without atomic weapons. The new ordinance is to be based on the current B-61 thermonuclear gravity bomb. It would need congressional approval before further development. The Pentagon has said it needs the weapon to respond to dynamically evolving threats.
Today's announcement is reflective of a changing security environment and growing threats from potential adversaries. The United States has a responsibility to continue to assess and field the capabilities we need to credibly deter and, if necessary, respond to strategic attacks and assure our allies.
The US and the world's other main nuclear power, Russia, have exited from several treaties in recent years that had curbed the proliferation of atomic weapons. Earlier this month, Russia approved its own withdrawal from the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. The recent US announcement was met with harsh criticism by the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, which said the move could cause a new arms race.
US plans for a new nuclear bomb. The B-6113 is a weapon that could never be used without indiscriminately killing civilians, children, and critical infrastructure, a war crime. This is an irresponsible arms race escalation and increased proliferation risks at a time when the world needs to do the opposite, eliminate nuclear weapons.
Peter Kuznick, head of the Nuclear Studies Institute at American University in Washington, says the last thing the world needs is more atomic weapons.
No, the world certainly doesn't need any more nuclear weapons. The world needs to get rid of the nuclear weapons we already have. What the B-6113 does, it's more of a political deal that's being made. But in terms of actual mission, this is nothing new and nothing different. It's a very accurate weapon. It can, they think it can destroy deeply embedded and hardened targets, so it's would be useful in that regard. And we know that in the past they've talked about such targets inside Iran, especially. So it would have certain uses, but it doesn't really add anything new to the American arsenal.
Well, many thanks for your company here on RT International. It's always appreciated. Keep an eye on all the latest news updates by looking at our website, rt.com.
It's all going to get really messy. What? You paying attention? Someone's paying attention. Yeah, man. It's... Oh, hello. Getting messy. It's... Oh, no. Yeah, it's... Crux. What's that? You just changed their audio. It wasn't you. Someone just changed their audio. Get rid of the crux. A bit loud. Yeah, man. Just had to take a little break. Just come back. Let's see what Russia Today's saying. No, we just saw what Russia did. Oh, Oksana boycott.
By itself is a common strategy for dealing with challenging and unpleasant realities, and sometimes it works, but clearly not in the case of Israel and Palestine. The decades-long procrastination at addressing the problem in an authentic...
Hey, guess what, right? You know, I did that thing. Ground forces. You know, I did that thing on Hamas rocket making, right? And they use sugar and potassium nitrate, okay? I was like, okay, sugar, yeah, all day. Potassium nitrate, where am I going to get potassium? Hold on a second. Potassium nitrate. That's salt. Preferably like sea salt. No. What? So I'm going to try a little experiment in a minute. I thought we had a pestle and mortar in here, but we don't. So I'm going to grind up some. I do have sea salt though. So I'm going to grind up some sea salt to its powders. Then I'm going to grind up some sugar to its powders. Then I'm going to mix them both. Then I'm going to create a cement. Right? And then I'm going to let it harden. I'm going to create a little tablet. Let it harden. Then I'm going to set fire to it. And it should do a slow burn. It should go like that. Yeah. But I got to remember what the parts were again. The parts were important. Pretty sure it was more sugar than potassium nitrate. But yeah, assault. Got another airstrike coming in. That's not the boom. I've got a big boom coming. That's not it. That's it. Big kaboom. Our guys make big kaboom. I told ya. I told ya. I know how this thing goes now. Oh no, shame there's no press TV on there anymore. Press TV live. Let's go. Let's see what they're saying. Because it's game time. Kicking off. It's picking up again.
Entity, as I call it, has historically played victim while caring about this asymmetric warfare where they're targeting children, they're targeting hospitals, they're targeting schools. Meanwhile, as my colleague here put it, you know, the Palestinian resistance, whoever they may be, have a legal right to exist. Now, with the United States, as you know, many of our viewers know, it bends the international rules-based order as it calls it itself.
That was a double release, but
political goals. And as I'm sure a lot of people are aware, the Zionist lobby has a huge influence on the American political system. It spends millions and millions of dollars, sometimes per congressional representative, to make sure that everybody follows suit with what the Zionist political line is. And so you have this bad actor, the United States, and the United States Security Council, which is basically looking to carry the Zionist line in the United Nations without Israel itself actually being part of the UN Security Council. So you have a direct representative of the Zionist entity in the UN Security Council. So if you're looking for some sort of ceasefire agreement to come from the UN Security Council, it's not going to come without the United States getting in the way of it, inserting its own language on behest of the Zionist entity.
And Patrick, apart from this war, I mean, that's because, you know, Hamas fighters, Palestinian fighters just proved that this is only a facade, you know, this invincible military and that kind of thing, you know. It's 25 days past and see what's been going on. And now we have, isn't Israel losing both in the war? At least it's lost this so-called grandeur of that military arm to the teeth, that we're not able to even stop Hamas, you know, from retaliating. And that came not out of a vacuum, as the UN Secretary General Guterres said rightly. It's years and years and years of living under occupation, rights violations, land confiscation, land grab, and all that. So isn't Israel actually losing both in the war and also losing, you know, it's a PR war too, the hearts and minds of the people around the world?
Yeah, it's important you brought up that point, which was reiterated by UN Secretary General Guterres, which is that the action by Palestinian resistance forces on October 7th was a retaliation to so many different violations and transgressions by Israel that previous to that point, and history just didn't begin on October 7th, although that's how the Western media and Western governments, and of course Tel Aviv, want to frame it as. They want to frame it as a heinous terrorist attack, unprovoked, etc. And therefore it justifies all of the actions that they're going to take after that. So this is an important point of how the conversation is framed. And you're right to also point out that the air of invincibility of the IDF is completely under question, as is the omnipotence of their intelligence apparatus, which is supposedly legendary. So they failed on those fronts. But here's the biggest front that they will have failed at by the time it's all said and done. The soft power complex of Israel internationally depends on the country being portrayed as a victim nation. And so they've been able to get the benefit of the doubt from so many people in the international system by virtue of this very powerful soft power mechanism that they wield. Okay, now that is basically gone. It's finished. What the world has seen, they cannot unsee. So Israel's the air of victimization that they're able to use to kind of, justify the things that they do, the violations of international law in the name of their own security. This is all now coming into question, if not completely eviscerated over the last 3 weeks.
That's right.
So that, in the end, that will be perhaps their biggest loss.
That's right.
When this is over, they may gain some military advantage in the coming days or weeks. Gone. But globally, they will have lost.
Stick your
really
anti-Semitism up your ass.
Yes,
really stick your anti-Semitism up your ass.
They were somehow a victim nation.
Yep, right. Stick your anti-Semitism
of course,
up your ass.
Things have been happening on the ground, and we have some corporate media, especially in the West, trying to stretch the facts, and reflected them in a different way. They're trying to demonize Palestinian fighters as those who behead, for example, Israeli captives, which is actually not true, and there is no proof for that. And the witness was this lady who was released a few days ago, and she said that the Israeli lady that said she was treated just like a guest in a very human way. And also, Hamas leaders are stressing that this is what, even if Hamas wants it, Islam doesn't allow that. It's just like nuclear weapons, that according to Islam, Iran, other countries, Muslim states cannot have nuclear weapons. And this is what people in the West, leaders in the West, not people, leaders in the West do not simply understand this. So also, we have this corporate media that's trying their job, trying to make a distinction between Hamas and other Palestinians, and they want to try their best to simply put all the blame in this carnage that's happening in Gaza on Hamas rather than Zionist forces, and they simply tell them that they have the right to self-defense. What self-defense? Who's getting killed here?
Yeah,
exactly. As my colleague here put it, there's something to be said about the soft power that Israel holds, especially with its victim complex. So right now, the corporate media in the West is going to hyper-focus on what we call atrocity propaganda, which is to play on the emotions of people and show them these visuals or give them these stories that just sound too insane to be true, because they are too insane to be true. They're rolling with all these different stories that I'm not going to repeat for them, but all that they're trying to do is demonize Hamas, while at the same time trying to equate Hamas with Palestinians. And this is kind of going to be a slow burn towards kind of, just demonizing Palestinians as a whole. Is going to be an attempt to sanitize the vicious bombing campaigns carried out by the Zionist occupation in order to kind of look at these, essentially these war crimes. They are war crimes, is what we're seeing here. If you wipe out 400 people within a second without discerning if they're civilians or not, that is a war crime. So they're trying to use this atrocity propaganda in order to sanitize their war crimes. Meanwhile, what we actually see on the ground is quite different. You have Israeli commanders actually admitting that it's a lot tougher than they expected. They're seeing heavy resistance from the Palestinian resistance every time they try to enter, Gaza. They are actually admitting that they're suffering heavy losses. We're also seeing from resistance media, tanks being destroyed on the Zionist side, soldiers being liquidated, so on and so forth. So essentially, the media just on the West side just wants to keep the cameras rolling on whatever atrocity propaganda the Israelis are coming up with. And sometimes they've even released claims without backing it up with pictures. And when they do back it up with pictures, as we've seen, they've actually artificially generated these pictures, or they've heavily edited them, or they've taken them out of complete context. So what the Western media essentially is trying to do is create a boogeyman out of the Palestinians, while they commit all these different types of atrocities on the Palestinian people.
That's right.
Now, Patrick, let's talk about Tel Aviv's plan for doing all this. I mean, are they going to exterminate? Is this ethnic cleansing, which it seems to be? It's not a conventional war. And then what's next? They want to push the Palestinians out. They want to make 10 cities, as some people are saying, on Sinai, parts of Jordan.
Yeah, I think this has been said publicly by a number of Israeli officials, either indirectly or look at the document that was leaked this week, which outlines just that. that type of a proposal, and looks like that was done in consultation, at least it appears to be, with some members of the U.S. government, so that they must be aware of this. This is effectively what you're looking at is ethnic cleansing, but with the threat of force. In other words, if you don't vacate, then you will die. That's ethnic cleansing, which is backed up by genocide.
Patrick, they are vacating and they're dying. They told them to go to the southern parts, and they're bombarding the southern part, and even there are more people, a large number of people concentrating there.
And they're bombing the Rafah crossing, so not allowing aid to come in. So like on every single level, this is like an egregious violation of just any kind of convention, Geneva Fourth Convention, any sort of human rights agreements, any international institutions. This is the most violations you could possibly rack up in the shortest space of time. And they've waited 3 weeks for their ground offensive. But the reason they've done that is so they can conduct an arm's length bombing campaign where they don't have to put any of their troops at risk. And it's been overwhelmingly civilian casualties, deaths. Majority of those, or a large portion of those, are women and children. And openly targeting hospitals, UN shelters, UN schools, churches, mosques. Just, it's endless. I mean, the rapacious campaign here is like nothing people have ever seen play out on live television, and it's really shocking. But what's more shocking is the lack of resolution from Western countries to call for a ceasefire. It's like they're saying, it's not a good time. This is what Israel's position is. No ceasefire now. Now is the time for war, says Benjamin Netanyahu. So when has this ever been a policy of the United States to avoid ceasefires or prevent ceasefires when you have massive war crimes occurring? This is really going to be the death knell, not just of what we're seeing, the poor victims of this conflict, but of international institutions, and also the credibility of the United States as an honest broker in the international system. This will be the last nail in their coffin by the end of this. This is absolutely a horrible situation for so many people.
Shabir, what can be done? I mean, when you have this Zionist entity that has no regard for any conventions, any norms, nothing actually. So is it possible through, I don't know, mediation, a third party, an international organizations, somebody from Mars, I don't know what other ways? How can you simply sit at a negotiating table with such a regime that complies with nothing, has disregard for no conventions, no international law, no humanitarian law, all kinds of crimes are being committed? How could you actually be there and talk to them and try to address your differences and come to an agreement? And even if you come to an agreement in whatever way, how can you be rest assured that they will comply with that?
I think you kind of answered it. They won't comply with it. This is a regime that has been politically backed by imperialist colonial powers since its inception. And at every time where, any country, any person tries to hold it accountable, they're met with smear campaigns, they're demonized. The country, like the imperialist powers, for example, like the the United States, will always back it up politically, saying Israel has the right to defend itself. Well, the defending itself look like bombing innocent kids? Does it look like bombing, UN buildings? Does it look like bombing, the Al Jazeera office, for example? No, of course not. This is a regime that you can't sit down with. And if you sit down with them, then you, by default, in my opinion, have blood on your hands. There's no negotiating with this. The only way this regime is going to learn is through force. It's through the same kind of violence that it purveys, that it enforces, rather, on other people. This is an occupation regime.
You can't say
the only
that.
way that these occupation regimes, as we've seen, these apartheid regimes that have been dealt with in the past, is through national liberation. It will be through the national liberation of the Palestinian people that this question can finally be settled, because this is a regime that will not sit at you at the table. They do sit with you at the table, then they're going to ask you to either fall in line or be destroyed, and that's that. And so the only way to deal with this is through supporting the resistance efforts of the Palestinian people, of course. And I believe thoroughly with my heart, and with just all the evidence provided before me, that the only way that this regime will see justice is through the rifle of a Palestinian resistance.
Now, Patrick, as you know, what's going on in Gaza these days is nothing less than genocide. It's maybe even more. It's all kinds of crimes are being perpetrated, crimes against humanity, war crimes. So what about accountability? What's become of justice? When, how could justice be served?
Well, look, I'm going to sort of deliver the bad news, which is that I don't think there's going to be any justice served, not through any international institutions. You know, the ICC will have a very big file which they are actively pursuing. Karim Khan said as much publicly. That includes all officials, military, political, everybody within the Israeli state, and also who might be held accountable in their own countries, which is interesting, is any Western leaders that are backing or providing material support for these war crimes once they are determined to be war crimes, which it looks like there's plenty of evidence for that regard. So they can then be arrested. Warrants can be issued in their country. Not just Israeli leaders visiting those countries, as we've seen before with Augusto Pinochet from Chile, Ariel Sharon, and Tiffany Libby, the Likud official from Israel who cannot go to certain countries like I believe the UK as well because of these charges. So countries can do this locally, but the real biggest change can really only come, I think, politically. And that is, of course, there's the militarily, who knows how and when this could be settled and at what cost to the people in this area, the region, and the world. But boycott, sanctions from countries, from governments against Israel could be very effective, and to isolate Israel financially and economically and politically from much of the world, I think it would send a very strong message that what the way this regime is acting is completely unacceptable. It's barbaric, it's medieval on so many different levels, and it's being completely backed up by U.S. power and U.S. money. That would also send a strong message to the United States as well. The U.S. does this routinely to demonize and isolate countries like Russia, Syria, Iran, for instance, North Korea. But maybe it's time that the world considers turning the tables on this to show where their moral center is, where their moral and ethical center of gravity is. And I think Israel is going to provide that pretext, and you're going to see EDS, I think, return with a real vigor right now.
Exactly. Shabir, do you also see it eye to eye with Patrick? Because what Israel is doing in this genocide that's going on, the more it goes on, the more awakened people around the world will be, and the more they will be pushing their governments to look at the facts and what's happening, and not to turn a deaf ear to the cries, the voice of opposition and protest against the Israeli brutalities against the Palestinians. And do you see a light at the end of the tunnel for Palestinians?
I absolutely do see light at the end of the tunnel for Palestinians. I agree with my colleague's solution to an extent where, they can definitely they kind of turn the tables on the Zionist occupation through refusing to deal with the occupation, kind of like what happened in South Africa. But I do firmly believe that it will be up to the national resistance of the Palestinians in order to truly get justice, to truly reach that light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Patrick Henningsen, geopolitical analyst in Los Angeles, Shabir Rizvi, political commentator in Chicago. And thank you for watching this episode of The Spotlight with me, your host, Najafil. I'll see you next time.
What is going on? What is going on? All right, I come back. I put my headphones in first. What's going on? What's going on? I don't know, we're on for about 7 hours there. They're reducing the place to rubble, man. Right now, there's been an explosion I've heard like at least 30 explosions a minute. Every minute, shit. Woo! It's kicking off again. Oh, there's some sort of ground action going. Shit. Oh boy, it's off, man. It's off. It's off. It's off. It's off. Aircraft is going to come in a minute. As soon as they spot one house that's offering any resistance, they're leveling the whole house. They go, stop, that house, that house, that house. Right, level the whole house. Right, move on. That house, level the whole house. Move on. Wow. Bringing down entire buildings.
Jews were segregated in the ghettos, no one would imagine that decades later they would do the same exact thing to another part of the world by putting up tall walls to segregate Palestinians. No one could also imagine that Palestinians would be the ones paying the price for crimes that the Nazi Germans and the West committed against the Jews.
All right, enough of that. What time is it? Coming to the top of the hour. Okay, let's go Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera. 11 o'clock on the dot.
Holds a title for this island and has refused to hand it over. The companies who handed over the titles won't face charges. For now, the islands have at least been spared from illegal development.
Israel's latest target, Gaza's largest refugee camp, killing more than 100 innocent civilians, many of them children. I'm Kerry Johnston. This is Al Jazeera. We're live from Doha. Also, hundreds of injured are being taken to the Indonesian hospital, which is so overstretched and on the edge of collapse. Egypt says they'll open the Rafah crossing in southern Gaza to allow a small number of injured Palestinians to leave the territory to receive urgent medical treatment.
Oh, that's
and
nice of them.
Hamas's armed wing announces it will release a number of foreign captives over the next few days. Israel's military has targeted Gaza's largest refugee camp with devastating consequences. At least 100 people have been killed and hundreds more badly wounded in the Jabalia camp. 19 members of Al Jazeera broadcast engineer Mohammed Abu al-Qassam's family were killed in that strike.
What the fuck?
Israel claims it killed a top Hamas commander in the attack. Russell Serdar begins our coverage.
Tons of explosives dropped on a refugee camp. A mass killing of more than 100 people. Jabalia is one of the Gaza Strip's biggest refugee camps. Israel has bombed it several times, but the worst came on Tuesday. 6 large bombs, 3 of them coming together to leave overlapping craters in the heart of it.
Oh, look at that.
Many remain buried under this rubble, most of them women and children. No excavators, no heavy machinery, no rescue equipment. The survivors desperately try to recover others with their bare hands. A race against time.
There was a little girl in this place. They are trying their best to reach this little girl.
Once bustling with playing children, this area is now a scene of devastation.
The occupation warplane have destroyed this district completely with 6 US-made bombs thrown to these places, thrown on these people, and every single one in this district have lost their lives and have been wounded.
This Indonesian hospital, just over a kilometer away, is already overwhelmed by patients. The injured keep arriving, but many didn't survive the short trip. Surgeons are operating in corridors, sometimes without anesthetics due to the lack of supplies.
This is a moral disaster for us now if we cannot stop this. And the hospitals are denied fuel, electrical power, water, and medical supplies. Why would we accept that?
In Jabalia, some buildings are still collapsing from the impact of the bombs, terrifying children being pulled from the ruins.
The kids, the children, oh my God, look at the destruction. Most of the victims are kids, children, and women.
Jabalia is home to more than 100,000 refugees, but it covers an area of only 1.5 square kilometers, making it one of the most densely populated places on Earth. Under constant Israeli bombing, Palestinians here say they're trapped and forgotten by the outside world. Rasul Serdar, Al Jazeera.
Well, Al Jazeera's Mohammed Abu al-Qasam from our Gaza office lost 19 members of his family in the Jabalia attack. The network has called for justice in a statement, saying Al Jazeera vehemently condemns the heinous and indiscriminate Israeli bombing that has resulted in the killing of 19 family members of our dedicated engineer, Mohammed Abu al-Qasam. We extend our sincere condolences to Mohammed and his family and stand in solidarity with them during this time of profound sorrow. And we call for justice and accountability for this senseless murder of innocent lives. Let's go to Tarek Abu Azoum in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza for us now. Tarek, search and rescue operations are ongoing there, but with little resources.
Job done. Perfect. So we have...
Yes, the rescue operations are still now even going in order to evacuate victims from under the rebels due to the massive bombardment that took place in Jabalia refugee camp. This refugee camp considered to be the most densely populated area. We clearly know the area there as houses are so adjacent and close to each other. The width and the length of the streets are really narrow and short, and even it's become really hard for movement freely in the streets of Jabalia refugee camp. Now, this attack has really leveled to the ground complete residential neighborhoods, which claimed the lives of hundreds and really led to the injuries of also hundreds of Palestinians who are now receiving treatment in the Indonesian hospital in the north of the Gaza Strip. Now, this attack considered to be one of the largest massacres that have been committed against Palestinians after the destruction and even the attack that had been made against the Al Ahli Arab Hospital center of the territory.
And this isn't the first time Jabalia has been attacked, is it? I mean, why is Israel repeatedly targeting this camp?
Yes, this is not the first attack. This place has been repeatedly attacked by the Israeli occupation forces. The Israeli occupation forces claim that they are attacking and eliminating different important figures belonging to the military wing of Hamas, and even they would like to intimidate residents who are still residing in the north of the Gaza Strip and did not follow the orders of the Israeli occupation forces to evacuate to the southern areas of the territory. Meanwhile, those people did not have any safe shelter to stay in. No hospitals, no even residential buildings are safe from the Israeli bombardment. As you can clearly hear at the background, the Israeli fighter jets are still hovering in the sky of the Gaza Strip, looking for further targets to be attacked as they are expanding their military ground operations inside the territory.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Tarek, thanks for that update. Egyptian authorities say they'll open the Rafah border crossing with the besieged territory on Wednesday. That's to allow passage for 81 injured Palestinians to leave Gaza for treatment in Egypt. The supposed breakthrough comes more than 3 weeks into the war, but dual nationals trying to leave Gaza have not yet been able to pass through the Rafah crossing. Separately, the US State Department says progress has been made over the last few hours on getting more aid into the territory. Let's bring in Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Mike, the State Department there saying there's been some progress.
Yeah, State Department saying that it's intent on getting humanitarian aid into Gaza, but also that it's intent on getting American citizens out, as well as a number of dual nationals who remain trapped in Gaza. So the State Department splitting its attentions here on getting that humanitarian aid in, but also on getting American nationals and some other foreign citizens out of Gaza. We also heard from the spokesman for the National Security Council at the White House, John Kirby, who also said that the number of trucks crossing into Gaza with humanitarian aid is increasing. In fact, over the past 24 hours, he says the single greatest number in a 24-hour period has crossed that border. This is what he had to say.
I'm pleased to say that another 66 trucks got into Gaza over the last 24 hours. With life-saving humanitarian assistance, including food, water, and medicine. It's the highest single-day delivery so far, but again, it's a trickle compared to what needs to get in, and we're going to keep working that very, very hard. Dozens of more trucks are expected to clear today. I want to caveat it with that. We're obviously watching this as closely as we can. We hope that they all get in, but still, again, it's just a fraction of the need.
This is the real deal. What the hell? We've created the ultimate metal poster for Apex collectors.
Shut up.
Well, it seems that the Biden administration wants to leave any discussion about ceasefire with Israel. Clearly, it doesn't want to get involved in the type of negotiation that could or would lead to such a ceasefire. But the humanitarian pause is something that it is pressing for the reasons that are outlined, to get foreign nationals out of Gaza, also as well to enable those who have been captured possibly to get out of Gaza after any kind of negotiation has taken place. But there's another reason as well, and that is the U.S. administration is deeply concerned about the war in Gaza having an ancillary effect in other parts of the region. It's for this reason that the Pentagon has announced another 400 troops are being sent into the region. This in addition to boosted forces that have been put there. These troops are essentially for force protection to help protect the U.S. troops already in station. The Pentagon pointing out that some 27 attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and other regions have happened within the past 2 weeks. So great concern as this conflict threatens to spread further through the region. And it's perhaps for this reason, too, that reports indicate the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, will be returning to Israel at the end of this week. We're not sure what his agenda. We're still waiting for formal confirmation from the State Department. But that issue of narrowing the conflict, of lowering the heat of the conflict, is something that Blinken is obviously going to focus on strongly.
Mike Hanna for us there, thank you. Well, Toby Fricker is a UNICEF spokesman. He says a sustained flow of humanitarian aid must be allowed to get through.
Access to safe water, to clean water, is obviously absolutely essential for everyone, not least children. And we've heard reports also from our staff members of their children who've been drinking salty water for 10 days. It's giving them dehydration, they have diarrhea. And again, even before this latest escalation, you had around 800,000 households drinking sometimes contaminated water. So safe water is absolutely vital, and it's important to realize that the area was already densely populated. Now people are living in shelters where they're packed together, with families packed together. Access to sanitation, to safe water in those areas is so hard.
I don't understand.
That's why we've been calling for...
It doesn't make no sense. It's 2023. What are you talking about contaminated water? What are you talking about drinking seawater? 2023. I mean, okay, there's no desalination plants, but you can boil water and condense it and get fresh water from seawater by boiling it. For goodness sake, you can just do that. If you got dirty water, boil it. For goodness sake, what is this? I don't understand. What is this, man?
3/4 of all children living in the Gaza Strip who are already needed some form of mental health, social support because of the situation they've been living in for years. And now we have this latest horrors in terms of the numbers of children killed and numbers of children injured.
Boil it.
As the UNICEF executive director said to the Security Council yesterday, to really shake us all to the core. It's really horrific.
Israel claims the attack on the Jabalia refugee camp killed 50 Hamas fighters.
Oh, yeah, of course it did, yeah.
To Hamda Salhoud, who joins us from occupied East Jerusalem. Now, Hamda, Israel is claiming to have achieved military objectives in this attack. What is a residential neighborhood?
That's right. The Israeli military saying that they have carried out several objectives that they had since the start of this war. Heavy bombardment on the Jabalia refugee camp. The Israeli military says that 50 Hamas fighters were killed, but Palestinians are reporting that the number is actually much higher. Now, we've been hearing from defense officials all evening. The Israeli Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, saying that Israel is going into a new phase of this war. And while they are making great achievements, they are also making great sacrifices. They're directly referring to the 2 soldiers who were killed in a ground operation inside of the Gaza Strip. We're also hearing from the Israeli military spokesperson who's saying that the fighting is going to become more and more complex as there is more hand-to-hand combat between Hamas fighters and the Israeli military who is going into Gaza. Now, the bombardment on Jabalia was condemned by a number of countries in the region, specifically Jordan, the Egyptians, and also Qatar.
We've heard, haven't we, from the military wing of Hamas that they're willing to release some foreign captives. Has there been any response to that from Israel?
Right, so earlier in the evening, we heard from the spokesperson for the military wing of Hamas, that's the Al-Qassam Brigade, Abu Ubaidah, saying that they were willing to release some foreign hostages, but the Israelis are slamming this, saying there should be no differentiation between Israelis and foreigners when it comes to this situation. Hamas going on to say that they were doing this because of mediation efforts by several other countries. Remember, the Israelis are entering this ground operation for what they say is to get all of these hostages back. There are currently around 240 of them still inside of the Gaza Strip when the Israeli military was laying out the groundwork and really the framework of objectives. Getting hostages back was one of the top things on their list. So the military is saying they're pushing further and further into Gaza on the ground. They're trying to target strategic Hamas positions, as they call them, in hopes of getting closer and closer to the hostages.
Hamda Salhoud in occupied East Jerusalem for us. Thank you. Israel is expanding its ground assault deep into Gaza on several fronts while continuing to pound the strip with airstrikes. Well, satellite images and reports from the ground show Israeli troops invading the territory from 3 locations in the north and east. Israeli tanks have been seen south of Gaza City on the main Salah al-Din road, linking the north with the south. Israeli media says the military is trying to reach al-Rashid Street along the coast. If it succeeds, the Gaza Strip will effectively be cut in 2. And as that's happening, Israeli forces are also attacking here in the south with a continued and intense bombardment around Khan Yunis. Elijah Manier is a military analyst based in Brussels. He says Hamas is playing a waiting game for Israeli ground troops.
The Israeli military are advancing on 3 main fronts. We have seen on the coastal axis, the Beit Yahun, Beit Lahia, and Jabalia, and then in the middle to cut Gaza into 2 areas. So splitting Gaza into 2 render much easier for the Israeli army to isolate the less populated area in the north, and easier for the Israeli to impose its control. But that is arguable because it's not only imposing the control, but how to deal with the tunnels and how to keep the ground. So the initial fire and maneuver tactics have changed now into a wider advance and into a real invasion through several axes. What Hamas is doing is Hamas is used to this kind of urban warfare that is the terror of the Israeli army. This is why Hamas is taking its time to respond, to engage lightly with the advancing troops that are just destroying buildings with no strategic objective.
Right.
Well, still ahead on Al Jazeera, Mali's junta accuses the UN peacekeeping mission of compromising security in the country.
How? What have they done? To the UN, man.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Hello, the weather's largely quiet across a good part of North America at the moment. We've got this cold front, this weakness system making its way out into the open waters. It travels all the way down across the Panhandle into the Gulf of Mexico, bringing some wetter weather towards the Caribbean. Behind that, big area of high pressure, hence it is settled. Winds generally coming in from a northerly direction, so it's also cold.
Right, 19 minutes past the hour.
On the chart here over the next couple of days. We will start to see some warmer weather just pushing into southernmost areas, pushing a little further north as we go through.
I'm going to get a few hands of the poker in. Oh, wow, ground invasion is off. We've had 2 active spurts, man. 2 active sections of severe bombings. And then I'm hearing like arms fire as well. So I'm hearing small arms fire as well. So ground invasion is on like King Kong in the strength on. I'm just looking at which drone to buy and sell. I'm going to buy a couple of drones and sell them. Get them quite cheap and sell them. I'm going to go for
Get a free remote quote from Anglian Home Improvements and create a home that you love spending time in. You might...
gonna go for 2 of the best star drones. Right, 2 of the best star drones from AliExpress.
Destabilizing the democratic process.
See if they go, and then chuck a whole load of money into them.
A documentary explores how autocratic leaders undermine democracy.
Let's go. Which one? Emacs or BRFP? Or both? Emacs and BRFP.
Opposing autocracy.
Opposing autocracy.
On Al Jazeera.
Right, let's wait for that. Alright, we'll just have the audio in the background. You can hear some thuds. Still hear some thuds going in. I'm gonna get a few rounds of poker. Oh boy, they're not mucking about, are they? Yay! Pops up. Yes, it does. Alright, let's see what they're saying.
The largest refugee camp. Gaza's civil defense says parts of the Jabalia refugee camp have been completely destroyed. Egyptian authorities are saying they'll open the Rafah border crossing with the besieged territory on Wednesday. That's to allow passage for 81 injured Palestinians to leave Gaza for treatment in Egypt. There's been fierce fighting between Palestinian factions and Israeli troops inside Gaza. Hamas's military wing has released video showing its fighters in confrontations with Israeli troops. Well, hundreds of Palestinians have been back on the streets of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank to protest Israel's bombardment of Gaza. The demonstration was triggered by Israel's latest attack on the Jabalia refugee camp, which has killed at least 100 people, with the death toll expected to rise. Protests in Ramallah have become a regular occurrence as Israel intensifies its attacks. Imran Khan is in Ramallah with the latest.
Emotions are running incredibly high, and there is a pattern developing every time we see something like the Jabalia refugee camp bombing, or indeed the bombing of a hospital. People come out on the streets in the Menara Square in Ramallah just 2 hours ago. There were about 300 to 400 people out on the streets chanting in support of the people of Gaza. What they do is they normally kind of walk into the square, they gather. This was during the prayer time, so they actually prayed in Menara Square, and then they walk around the square and then they come back. But in the distance, I can still hear people chanting. We are expecting, as more and more details of this Jabalia refugee camp bombing come out, that we're expecting people to come out the street, despite the late hour, I have to say. People are want to show their solidarity with the people of Gaza, the Palestinians there. Oftentimes there are familial connections there as well. People from the occupied West Bank, you know, have families, uncles, aunts, etc. within Gaza that they can't get hold of. So emotions running incredibly high. Also, I have to say, the security forces are incredibly nervous as well. The Palestinian Authority has actually sent heavily armored police into the square as well.
Israel says it has struck more targets in Lebanon as Israeli forces and Hezbollah fighters continue to exchange fire on the border. Ali Hashem is in Nakura in southern Lebanon with the latest developments.
Another day of escalation on the Lebanese-Israeli border. Hezbollah attacked several Israeli military positions, and the group claimed that in 2 occasions there were casualties. Israel retaliated by shelling the vicinity of several Lebanese villages, including the one we are in, Nakura. There were huge fires. Some of these fires were extending even towards the United Nations camp.
You bastard.
And later on, the wind took this fire to the other side of the border. Now, over the past few days, according to Lebanese Agriculture Minister, more than 40,000 olive trees, and some of them are ancient, were burned. People around this area are mostly farmers. Some of them have already
burned
left.
the olive trees. Can you believe that?
Still here is now preparing to leave, given the escalation that's taking this conflict more into the depth of the Lebanese border, the same as on the Israeli border. More than 10 kilometers or 12 kilometers is now part of this war front, whereas Israel is hitting there, and Hezbollah on some occasions along with its own allies
hitting back.
are hitting in the Israeli depth. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
Israel is intentionally bombing
Demonstrators have
extra
held up
countries.
red-stained hands and placards. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin in Washington, D.C.
Big gangly.
The anti-war protest happened when Blinken and Austin testified to the Senate Appropriations Committee Biden's request for $105 billion
$105
for
billion
aid to Ukraine and Israel, as well as for tougher U.S. border sanctions. Joe Castro has the latest.
How are they falling for it?
As U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken lobbied Congress for more military support to Israel, protesters calling for a ceasefire in Gaza interrupted him at least 8 times.
It's always hurting my head.
The hearing before the Senate Appropriations Committee was paused briefly as the protesters were removed, and Blinken acknowledged the growing calls for a ceasefire coming from activists and some portions of the American public.
All of us are committed to the protection of civilian life. All of us know the suffering that is taking place as we speak. All of us are determined to see it end. But all of us know the imperative of standing up with our allies and partners when their security, when their democracies are threatened.
Blinken described in graphic detail the deaths of Israeli civilians when they were attacked by Hamas on October 7th. He did not describe in any detail the deaths of Gazan civilians who have been bombed by Israel since. He did say that Gaza must receive more humanitarian aid and said there has been no evidence that any aid sent thus far has been diverted to Hamas. Congress is considering whether to approve an additional $14 billion of military aid to Israel and $60 billion of aid to Ukraine.
Right, just
Democrats
waiting for the big
want to
boom.
pass aid for both countries in one package, but many Republicans have expressed hesitation in giving more help to Ukraine. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Heidi.
Bolivia's government says it's breaking diplomatic ties with Israel, accusing the country of committing crimes against humanity in Gaza. Bolivia cut ties with Israel in 2009 over its attacks on the Gaza Strip. It only restored them in 2020 during the term in government of President Jeanine Áñez. Bolivia says it condemns the aggressive and disproportionate Israeli military
I've lost the chat.
Other world news now. Deadline for undocumented migrants to leave Pakistan expired on Tuesday evening. The government announced a major crackdown on illegal migrants earlier this year, but many believe it's mostly directed at the 1.7 million Afghans living in the country illegally.
Afghans.
Now, Haiti has suspended all charter flights to Nicaragua amid concerns that thousands of Haitians are using it to get to the United States. Flights between Haiti and Nicaragua began in August and have increased from 7 a day to 15. Nations are fleeing a deteriorating security situation. Mali's military is accusing the UN peacekeeping mission of compromising security.
He's got Jack
by closing its operation in haste.
He's got Jack.
UN peacekeepers are leaving the northern town of Kidal, where Tuareg rebels are regrouping. The junta says the UN's departure is creating a security vacuum. Nicholas Hart reports.
This video, filmed by Tuareg rebels, shows what's left of the UN peacekeeping base in Agalok in northern Mali.
You know how it is.
Destroyed their own equipment to prevent armed groups from stealing it. In a statement, the world body says the withdrawal is taking place under extremely tense security conditions, with soldiers forced to shelter in bunkers due to gunfire. Of the UN's 12 permanent military bases, half have already closed down and are now held by Al-Qaeda fighters or Tuareg rebels. Mali's junta accuses the peacekeepers of compromising security by leaving too soon and failing to hand over their bases to the Malian army.
This time the Malian government
they're fucking up Mali.
asked everybody to leave. First the French anti-terror mission last year, now the UN peacekeeping force. The country is isolated. It's hard to see who might come to Mali's rescue this time. And everybody is basically praying that the conflict won't turn to larger instability in the region.
With Oleo Intense, I can reinvent myself over and over again. Oleo
In the
Intense.
north are on the move, seeking refuge in Mauritania. Neighboring countries, including Senegal, have increased border surveillance, fearing the violence in Mali could spread across the region.
The military government is counting on its cooperation with Russia. A convoy of former Wagner fighters and Malian soldiers is heading north to recapture the UN peacekeeping bases.
Recently, 18 people were killed, including children and elderly people.
One for the
Russian Wagner group, supported by Mali's army, slaughtered them.
Oh, shut up.
Armed fighters are preparing for a showdown with the Malian and Russian forces. As the UN leaves, Mali appears to be spiraling into civil war. Nicholas Hawke, Al Jazeera.
Britain's King Charles has expressed sorrow and regret over colonial-era atrocities in Kenya. But he stopped short of addressing growing calls for a full apology and reparations for the abuses carried out. Malcolm Webb reports from the capital, Nairobi.
It's Charles' first visit.
Oh dear, Charles' first visit to Africa.
His mother, Queen Elizabeth II, died last year. He's talked about things that she never did.
The wrongdoings of the past are a cause of the greatest sorrow and the deepest regret. There were abhorrent and unjustifiable acts of violence committed against Kenyans as they waged, as you said at the United Nations, a painful struggle for independence and sovereignty.
70 years ago, people in central
concentration
Kenya,
camps.
lost their farmland to British settlers, rebelled against the colonialists.
Mau Mau.
Researchers say more than 90,000 people were executed, tortured or maimed when the British cracked down on the rebels known as Mau Mau. Many more were detained in concentration camps. 10 years ago, the British government compensated about 5,000 survivors.
Only
Never
5,000.
admitted responsibility. Ever since independence, successive Kenyan governments have kept close relations with the UK, including the government of President William Ruto. Many younger people on social media and communities who lost
2, 3, 4, 5. Give me an ace or a 6. Ace or a 6. Ace or a 6. You're so shit.
To demonstrate against Charles' visit, British atrocities and land grabbing. Police have monitored them and stopped them every time. So they held a press conference instead.
It is not enough to acknowledge a painful past. Unless the people have their reparations, we have back
Reparation.
and the 6 million acres that are still under British are given back to the people.
King Charles is expected to visit several community projects and plant a tree before leaving Kenya on Friday. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Nairobi.
We'll be back in half an hour with more coverage of the war on Gaza. Democracy, maybe.
Maybe. Alright, well there you go. So I had my head in the disco. Oh right, Tristan popped in for a second. I probably didn't respond. He probably gave me a minute and then buggered off. Yeah, sometimes you get in the zone, innit? You get in the zone. Get in the zone. So we got some mad booms going on in the back. Or we had mad booms going on in the back. What's going on there? There you go. Jazeera. Right. Let me knock the politics on the head for a bit. But I mean, they're going in. Ground invasion and all that. Everywhere is Lukashenko. What is this? Belarus. "26 years of Lukashenko." Talk about Lukashenko.
До телевизора и вот до меня такого ничего не доходило, что Лукашенко плохой. Только можно, он делает мощные вещи. Вещи делает. И Лукашенко идет по правдивой программе.
It's really interesting.
Мне кажется, демократ. Мне кажется, демократ, потому что он... Вот и все. Держит большую дружбу с Владимиром Путиным. Они держатся друг за друга.
It's a frightening thought that in a European country, in the 21st century, you have one man in power for more than 2 decades. And that's exactly what happened in Russia. Lukashenko had a 6-year head start on Putin. He came to power in 94, Putin at the end of 99.
При осуществлении полномочий президента Российской Федерации верховная власть в стране передается самым демократическим.
By the time that Putin came to power, Lukashenko had already essentially established a full-fledged authoritarian system in Belarus and began doing many of the same things that Lukashenko had already done. You know, imprisoning opponents, shutting down independent media outlets, rigging elections, murdering political opponents with time. Boris Nemtsov called this the Lukashization of Russia.
Путин воспринимается многими российскими избирателями как сильный президент. Он поднимает Россию с колен, он дает отпор вражеским проискам, он не имеет никаких равных ему альтернативных лидеров, и поэтому мы его поддерживаем. Нам просто ничего не остается, кроме как его поддерживать. Примерно в таких рамках находится мышление, ну, как минимум 60% моих соотечественников. И это все результаты путинских усилий. Другой вопрос, что его сторонники не хотят всего этого видеть, потому что у них состояние отчаяния. Если не Путин, то кто?
I think the way he came to power and the way he established his rule is also a textbook example of how to transform a democracy to a perfect and solid authoritarian system. Didn't happen with a coup d'etat, didn't happen with a military event, didn't happen with tanks on the streets. It happened gradually. It happened over time. It happened incrementally. As Mussolini once said, you should pluck the chicken feather by feather to lessen the squawking. That's exactly how Putin went about it.
An autocrat is someone
Why are you plucking on a live chicken?
who rules by non-democratic means. Anyone who is authoritarian in style of rule.
All right, yeah, great. Okay, I'm getting bored of that. I'm getting bored. All right, anybody style of rule? Oh, yeah, whatever. I'm going to jump off in a second. A concise and entire history of the Palestinian conflict. That I already know it. George Peterson and the Hamas. I should go and kill them all. Life of endangered species. Go on then.
Hello, my dear friends. You're on the Military Summary channel, and today we will discuss the situation in Ukraine on the 31st of October of 2023. Today we have a lot of very interesting and we can see the tank, Leopard tank behind him. And basically this is the tank that the Russians managed to destroy 1 day later. So if we return back to this video, we're gonna see in the final phase the defense equipment on the sides of the tank, on the top of the tank. So that was the same Leopard that arrived in Avdiivka direction yesterday. So as we can see, the average life cycle time for Ukrainian armored vehicles in Avdiivka direction is around 1 day. As I understand later, and with more days of clashes, this average life cycle is going to get less and less. when talking about the entire situation about north of Avdiivka, the sources are saying, some Russian sources were saying that the Russians have already started the assault and storm operation inside the chemical plant, but other sources later told us that those were some kind of speculations from some Russian sources. So basically currently there are no offensive operation and there are no clearing or storming operation of the chemical plant. The Russians still try to establish control and to secure the area along the railways. And now the Russians control the railways. Let's say this, like from the edge border of the Terikon to the north somewhere in this direction. So this is like 100% control. Everything that located further to the north, and maybe the Russians control not the entire area, maybe 50-60%. I believe that there are very heavy clashes, and during the day the Russians try to improve their positions and they launch another offensive operation in direction of the tree lines and in direction of the railways. And this attack took place maybe not on the 31st but maybe on the 30th of October, and as a result of those clashes the Russians managed to reach the tree line, the edge tree line, but they haven't managed to pass it. They haven't managed to block. A lot of armored vehicles were destroyed on the minefields. Some of the armored vehicles were damaged as a result of tank missile strikes. Some of them were damaged and destroyed as a result of artillery fire and cluster rounds. And the most important thing, there are a few things that you need to note. First of all, if we go back, we see the direction of Russian fire. Take a look at this armored vehicle, and they were attacking to the south, not to the west, not to the east, not to the north, but to the south. And also the Russians managed to land infantry, and probably later the Russians managed to capture the tree line. So basically, if we will talk about this area, we can use the Russian tanks, some Russian tank for these purposes, and the Russians were moving along this arrow. They were moving in this area, and somewhere at this point the Russians were attacking to the south. So that was the direction of Russian tanks fire. So that means that maybe this territory, this tree line, is not under complete Russian control, or this area is in the gray zone. We will keep currently this map as is, but if we continue receiving the same updates, probably we will force to change the map. So that was the Russian attacks. Furthermore, another thing that we need to note is that the Russians were attacking this area, this tree line, without support of demining equipment. And if we take a look at Krasnogorovka, there is another icon in this area and this tree line, and the sources are saying that this is exactly the demining equipment that was abandoned tree line behind. And the main reason of that this demining equipment probably got on the minefields and was damaged or even destroyed. So this is a very big problem for the Russians, and this is something like a pattern or key feature or the tactics that Ukrainians use. There are very heavy clashes along the railways. There are very heavy clashes along Terikon. There are very heavy clashes in the south. But the Ukrainians have prioritized their targets and their goals and the most important things on the ground. And currently, the number one, the Russian target number one is demining equipment. And every time the Ukrainian intelligence managed to discover this or that demining equipment heading from one city to another somewhere in this area, the Ukrainians drop everything and correct and focus their attention just against this demining equipment with one purpose: to destroy this type of weapon and not to allow the Russians to demine this or that field. This is target number one for the Ukrainians. Very smart, by the way. The second target, target when talking about priorities, is TOS flamethrower systems. Every time the Ukrainians see the flamethrower system, they start attacking this type of weapon with everything they have. And of course, the main purpose of these attacks is not to allow the Russians to bring the flamethrower systems very close to the combat line, because we understand that flamethrower system, first of all, is heavy assault equipment. And if the Russians and take a look at Avdiivka. Just take a look at Avdiivka. Imagine yourself how many ammo depots under the surface, how many weapons, how many tanks, how many chemical things, how many fuel are stored in the chemical plant. And now imagine yourself a few like packages of total flamethrowers arrives in chemical plant, Avdiivka chemical plant. I think that there are going to be maybe even a nuclear explosion or something like this in this area. And the Ukrainians understand this clearly. They understand that they can't allow the Russians to bring this type of weapon to the combat line, and they destroy it as soon as they see it. So this is the second goal. And then there may be less priority targets for the Ukrainians, like soldiers, like infantry, evacuation machines, maybe helicopters, and so on. So this is the Ukrainian tactics, and currently we see that the Ukrainians are stepping back, but not so fast probably as the Russians wanted. When talking about southern direction, we got just few geolocations, and the first one took place on the north of Vadiana and Opitna, which confirms the Russian progress on the north in direction of Avdiivka. The Russian infantry stormtroopers were moving along this area, which confirms the Russian control of this territory. And the Russians also bombed and attacked the Ukrainian infantry on the eastern part of Pervomaiska with FPV drone bombardments, and later with artillery strikes, and probably also with the total flamethrower systems. So the clashes are very heavy, but for example, for the previous 24 hours, we haven't received even a single geolocated video that confirms real Russian progress, like the entering of chemical plants or like crossing the railways. So I believe that we're going to receive them very soon, but for now, nothing. The Ministry of Defense of Russian Federation reported that as a result of clashes on Donetsk direction, the Ukrainians lost 170 soldiers, 10 armored vehicles, including 3 tanks, and 9 artillery systems. The level of losses among the artillery systems is the heaviest since the beginning, since the creation of this front line. The Ukrainians managed to brought some artillery positions very close, trying to stop the Russians. And for example, we saw the video of Ukrainian artillery strikes. You see the level of concentration of Ukrainian artillery against the Russian positions. Of course, I can't imagine the Russian soldiers who take a decision to move along these fields, between the fields, under such a heavy fire of just regular rounds, and of course under the cluster rounds, under the attacks of multi-launch rocket systems like Grad, Uragan. So there are nothing can survive this. Nothing can survive, and the Russians understand they have some timings. They need to move. So now, during the 30th and 31st of October, the Russians mainly were focused to suppress the Ukrainian artillery that the Ukrainians brought very close to the combat line. As soon as the Russians were able to suppress, to establish artillery superiority, then they're going to make more steps against the Ukrainian forces and Ukrainian positions in Avdiivka direction. Now we're moving to my favorite direction, to South Donetsk area. We're going to talk about the cities like Krasnogorovka, Kurachovo, Ugledar, Vadiana, Konstantinovka, Novomikhailivka. Today the Russian sources published the video from Krasnogorovka, how they were bombing and attacking the concentration of Ukrainian forces inside the city. This is like say another stage, another step of offensive operation against Avdiivka, but this is not like the close, this is not like the very near positions. This is very far from Avdiivka, but this is also very important operation because the Ukrainians used Avdiivka and Krasnogorovka as the cities for concentration of their artillery forces to bomb and attack Donetsk. So by forcing the Ukrainians to step back from Avdiivka, the Russians will solve the problem maybe for 50%. Also, they need to force the Ukrainians to step back from Krasnogorovka, Konstantinovka, and Novomikhailivka. Also, don't forget that during the previous days, the Russians managed to improve their positions on the south of Krasnogorovka by establishing control over the tree lines and by improving their positions in the vicinity of coal mine. Also, that attack against the Ukrainian concentration of Krasnogorovka was attacked to prevent any concentration of Ukrainian forces for further counter-offensive operations.
And that's the old tactic they've been using for the longest. Okay, Russia's going to win that war. That's beyond doubt at the moment. Israel just bombed another mosque 14 minutes ago. Another mosque. Alright, I'm going to turn in because I'm starting to get tired. My eyes are starting to droop. I can feel it. I can feel it. Right, peace out. I'll be on tomorrow. See what the deal is tomorrow. It's going to be more of that, isn't it? It's going to be more of that.
In a world of unspeakable brutality, freedom had a name, and that name was Freeman. Catcher Freeman. This is the true story. The man who risked everything for justice. And love. Savior, soldier, killer, hero. And he was your great granddaddy. The story of Catcher Freeman.
Come on, Granddad. I mean, I know nothing about history, but I ain't stupid. None of that story is true.
It is true. Catcher Freeman was a hero, and don't you ever forget it. Excuse me.
I feel good, because I know Catcher Freeman somewhere. The Catcher Freeman somewhere. You know Catcher Freeman, who sits on high and looks down low. Man cannot make it like this. They can take the picture, but they can't make it. Only the greatest black man who ever lived that you have known high can make it for you. Say,
Catcher Freeman was the greatest black man who ever lived.
Joy, don't be ashamed to call
Catcher Freeman was a sexy man.
Yes, Lord. Only Catcher Freeman can give that woman the kind of joy she had right there. Make a joyful noise unto the greatest black man who ever lived. I am very happy to be here. Man, yes, sir. Can I get an amen? I don't know what you come to do, but I'm the praise.
Malcolm X, Nat Turner, and Barack Obama all rolled into one.
Lord.
You're Catcher Freeman? The Catcher Freeman?
You've heard of him.
Of course I've heard of you. Who has not heard of Catcher Freeman?
Now sit your black ass in the back and let old Uncle Rucker tell you the